I'll answer your question, but before I do, I need to tell you a story. It's a story about me, about who I am and who I was. It's a long story, so settle back and I'll tell it to you as best I can. My name wasn't always the name I use today. My given name was Larry. Larry Boyd. That's right. That's what I was. If you want to leave now, you can. I'll understand. No? I'm impressed. I didn't think any man would still be sitting there after I said that, even you. I hope you're still sitting there when I finish my story. I really do. Well, here goes. I grew up in a small town back in Missouri. It was located about an hour north and east of Kansas City. Way back in the 50s and before, it was a railroad town, but when the railroad consolidated with another line, it was no longer a division point and people started moving away. The trains still ran through town, but they didn't stop anymore. Stockard had a population of about 7,000 or so then, but now it's closer to 5,000. I just need you to understand that I grew up in one of those struggling little backwater towns where everybody knows everybody else's business. It will explain a lot about what happened to me. I guess the best place to start my story was on a late spring day as I was walking to school. Hey Larry. I had been so deep in thought I hadn't heard Zach Turner run up behind me. The 3-block walk I had to get to Stockard High School was a perfect time for me to get my mind in order, and since I had a physics test first thing that morning, I needed all the time I could muster to get myself organized. It wasn't that I was doing badly in physics. Actually, I had a solid B, but I wasn't a brain like Zach. I had to work for my grades. Hey, Zach. Want to see something really cool? Zach asked, as excited as a 5-year-old. Actually, though, he was 2 months older than me. Look! He pushed his hand in front of me. Then, with a snap of his fingers, his index finger seemed to light on fire. I jumped away with a gasp. Geez, Zach, be careful. Bob Frazier burned the shit out of his hand doing that. Zach laughed. Don't worry. It isn't real. It's an illusion. To prove the point, he placed his other hand directly over the flame. See? No damage. Try it. Cautiously, I put my hand over the flame. I wasn't too worried. About the only magical ability I had managed to master was the ability to heal fairly quickly. Actually, my magic teacher wasn't even sure if it was a sign of magical ability or just a genetic strength. Technically, I had magical ability. I was about average on the WK test, but magical talents are just that, they're talents. Most people even of average ability never develop enough of their talents to do much more than move small objects or stuff like that. See? No pain, right? Zach was right. There was nothing over his index finger but warm spring air. Pretty cool, I admitted. And I meant it. It was a real breakthrough for Zach. I found I really envied him. I was probably a little better athlete than he was, but in the grade department he had me beat 6 ways to Sunday. And now it looked as if he was going to be better at magic than I was. I suppose I shouldn't have worried about that, though. Very few people became truly adept at magic, or at least that's the case where I grew up. Maybe it's different in big cities. There are more people in the gene pool in cities. In my school though, I don't think there was anyone in our school with a Webster-Klein score higher than the low 60s, at least not among the guys. Zach had scored a 50 when we entered high school and I had only gotten a 33. There were a couple of girls in the 60s, but magical talent had mostly passed Stockard by. I understand there are even some theories that the further away from the source of the virus you are, the less likely you are to score well on the WK. That would explain why North America has such a relatively high number of adepts since the magic virus got loose here first. I talked to Miss Walker last night, Zach told me. Miss Walker was our magic instructor. She said this might mean that my score has gone up. I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean when you say it's gone up? Zach laughed. Hey, nothing like that, man. I just mean a few points. You know, maybe I'm a 60 or so. She says it's not uncommon to go up 5 or 10 points if you start using your magic. I had heard that, too, but it really didn't mean much to me. Like most people, magic fit into my life with about the same importance as the ability to snap my fingers or cross my eyes. By the way, the first I can do, but don't ask me to cross my eyes. Well, with your heightened abilities, can you give me the answers to our physics test this morning? I asked sardonically. Oh, that's right, that's this morning, isn't it? As I said, Zach was a top student, but he didn't have to work at it very hard. I doubted if he had even bothered to study for our test, but he'd still walk away with an A. If he hadn't been my best friend, I think I would have killed him. True to form, he actually smiled, brushing a shock of brown hair from his eyes, when Mr. Hansen passed out our tests. He pulled out a pencil and dug into the test as if it were nothing more than an application form for a fast food outlet. I just sighed and started to plug away at the questions. Actually, the test wasn't too bad, but I had studied for it all evening. I did manage to look around at some of my friends. Chuck Wilson and Byron Stockard were having a little more trouble with the test, judging from the frowns on their faces and how slowly they seemed to be writing down the answers. My girlfriend, Jenny Jackson, seemed to be breezing right along, but physics had always been one of her best subjects. She might be a beautiful blonde, but no one made any jokes about her. That was a bitch, Byron mumbled as we left class together. Byron was the closest thing we had to a dumb jock in our group, but he wasn't really dumb. Instead, he just wasn't terribly motivated. His family had founded the town, and through the years, they had become wealthy through their bank and the real estate both in town and rural that they controlled. I hear a lot of small towns have a similar dominant family. Anyhow, Byron knew that after he graduated from high school, he'd be off to some small college, probably a private one where the amount on his father's check overbalanced his mediocre grade point. Then he'd be working for his father at a nice salary until it was his turn as the male heir to the Stockard empire to run the show. He had an older sister, but his dad was from the old school. She would be expected to marry well, and Byron would be handed the keys to the town's biggest bank and all the rest of the Stockard holdings. Needless to say, I was actually a little envious of Byron. Like most of my friends, Byron and I had known each other practically forever. We weren't really close as Zach and I were, but we all played football, basketball, and ran track together. We had been better friends until Jenny had dumped him and started dating me. That had put something of a damper on our friendship, but not so much that anyone would notice. I don't know, Zach said smugly. I thought the test was okay. You always say that, Chuck groaned. I want you to know I studied my ass off for that test, and I agree with Byron, it was a first-class son of a bitch. Yeah, Byron agreed. We can't all be fucking Einsteins like you, Turner. That's for sure, Jenny said under her breath, so that only I could hear. I couldn't help but laugh, but fortunately no one asked me what I was laughing at. We all settled into magic class. After physics, that was going to be a vacation. I always found it to be an interesting class, though. Even though I lacked any meaningful abilities in magic, it was fascinating to realize how much it had changed our world. It was hard to imagine what the world must have been like before magic. Of course, I had grown up with it, so I was naturally curious about it. The lecture that day was on how Webster and Klein had developed the WK test. It's really quite simple when you get right down to it, Miss Walker explained. We all listened intently, because not only was Miss Walker an interesting teacher, but she was hot as well. She had short blonde hair surrounding a face that could have been on a model. She also tended to wear fairly tight outfits which displayed her impressive body as well. All the girls in the class thought of her as a role model, while all the boys would have spent another year in high school just for the opportunity to see her in the nude. Magical energy increases mental activity in certain portions of the brain, she went on. We can measure that activity. They developed a scale for that activity from 0 to 200. That was up to a high end of 250 last year when newer, more accurate measurements were determined. Jenny raised her hand. But Miss Walker, isn't the highest score on record only 186? Miss Walker smiled. That's correct, Jenny, but theoretically scores can be higher. So I had read, but it was also believed by some of the authors I had read that the extremely small number of people who might have scored higher had managed to hide their high scores by masking their mental signatures. What about whisperers? Someone in the back of the room asked. Well, whisperers don't always show up right on the tests, Miss Walker admitted. It's believed that their talents are only partially magic. There are a number of talents that are only partially magic if they're magic at all. I knew just what she meant. My ability to heal was one of those talents, and at 18 it was unlikely I'd develop any other talents. But it was a little unsettling to know what whisperers didn't show up on the WK index. I was a little frightened at the idea that there were people out there that could influence you almost like a hypnotist, only with a whisperer. You might not even know they had done anything to you. Then out of the blue something happened to me. As I was just sitting there at my desk, the room began to spin around for no reason. At first I just felt a brief moment of disorientation and thought it would pass, but then I felt my whole sense of balance alter and could see blackness at the edge of my vision. In panic I took in a deep gulp of air just to stay conscious. Miss Walker saw it happen and in a worried voice asked, "Larry, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Miss Walker," I replied in a quavering voice, and just for a moment that was true. The deep breath did seem to help me a little. But then the dizziness started again, this time much worse than before. I began, but everything was starting to look washed out around me, almost as if most of the color had been drained from the world. "Zach, help Larry!" Miss Walker ordered, and my friend caught me just before I could slump out of my chair. I vaguely remembered Zach and Byron holding on to me and walking me down the hall. My feet were dragging helplessly along the concrete floor. "Hang on, buddy," Zach said in a soothing voice. "We're almost there." There turned out to be Nurse Phillips' office. She was the school nurse, as you might imply, and fortunately, her office was just a few doors down from the classroom. Miss Walker had apparently called ahead, because Nurse Phillips was waiting for us when we arrived. "Just get him in here on the bed," she ordered. "I can make it," I insisted stupidly, but Byron and Zach held me tightly. It was probably a good thing, since I practically collapsed on the bed. I supposed by all rights I should have been frightened. There I was, a healthy, strapping 18-year-old, who was a letterman in 3 sports, lying helplessly on the small uncomfortable bed in the nurse's office. But I didn't have the strength to be frightened. It was as if I wasn't really there, but was merely an observer in my own body. I would nearly lose consciousness, only to be brought back to the real world by calls of encouragement from Zach and Byron. Then alas, I passed out completely. The next thing I remembered, I felt something cool on my forehead. It was a compress, I managed to rationally tell myself even before I opened my eyes. I took mental inventory of myself. Everything seemed to be in place and nothing hurt. I gave out a weak but relieved sigh. "Larry?" "Ah." Jenny's voice. No, it wasn't, but I wanted it to be. I wanted her there stroking my fevered brow. I wanted Larry. The voice was more insistent that time. And it wasn't Jenny. Some small rational part of my mind recognized it as belonging to Nurse Phillips. Slowly, I opened my eyes and looked up at her concerned face. Well, she wasn't Jenny, and she was a few pounds over what I liked in a girl, but to be honest, Nurse Phillips wasn't bad looking for a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids. She smiled at me. "You had us worried there for a while." I blinked and tried to get up, but she pushed me back. "I need you to rest for a few minutes, Larry." "Wah, what happened?" The smile weakened just a little. "I'm not sure. You seem okay now, but when the boys brought you in here, your blood pressure was pretty low. That's probably what caused you to pass out." That alarmed me. My blood pressure? But I mean, my heart's okay, isn't it? That brought a small laugh. "Your heart's fine, Larry. A lot of things can cause fluctuations in your blood pressure. You're running a small fever, too, and if I had to guess, I'd say you picked up a nasty little virus. Just to be on the safe side, I called your mom and she's going to take you over to see Dr. Marlin." Okay, I guess. Actually, I was a little embarrassed. No guy likes to have his mom have to pick him up at school. It makes him look weak. But I supposed I didn't have a choice. After all, I had passed out in class. I really didn't think there was anything seriously wrong, though. Maybe it was because I stayed up late studying for that test. Without enough rest, I must have picked something up. So I had a virus. So what? The only thing it meant was that I'd probably get excused from track practice for a couple of days. No prob. But when Mom got there, she had that look of motherly concern that makes you look yourself over to see if you might have a limb missing or find your skin had gotten all bloated and turned green. She gave me an embarrassing hug and prattled, "Oh Larry, you frightened me. I called your father at the store and he's worried, too. What happened? Why didn't you tell me this morning you weren't feeling well?" I bore all of this with stoic patience. Mom had always been a little overprotective. She had even been concerned years earlier when I went out for football, certain I was risking the possibility of serious injury. It had always seemed a little ironic, given that she had been a cheerleader in college. That's how she met Dad. He was a backup safety on the football team. Should he be walking? Mom asked Nurse Phillips. He should do fine, she assured her. I think it was probably just a reaction to a little virus. I think even if Nurse Phillips thought I had something fatal, she would have handled my mother the same way. As I said, Mom was always overprotective. I felt fine on the short drive to Dr. Marlin's office, but once he started to examine me, I began to get a little concerned. His bushy gray eyebrows seemed to arch up as he looked at the report Nurse Phillips had prepared for him. "So you passed out, son?" he asked in his best bedside voice. "Yeah, I guess so." Mom looked on with grave concern as he listened to my chest through a stethoscope he must have been keeping in the freezer all day just for me. Ever have fainting spell before? Fainting? Guys don't faint. No. He sighed. "Well, it's probably just a common virus, but I need to take a blood sample just to be sure." A blood sample? Hey, I might have been a big strong guy, but I hated needles. He shrugged. "It's just a precaution. With all this damned magic floating around, it never hurts to be sure." "What does magic have to do with it?" Mom wanted to know. Dr. Marlin leaned back on his examining stool. "A couple of years ago, somebody figured out how to attach a spell to a virus. Even people who know a lot of magic find it's hard to affect the human body with magic alone. Sure, we can destroy tumors and cure a lot of diseases now, but the human body's way too complicated for most wizards to handle effectively. So they've developed viruses with magical properties to do the trick. Nobody knows the human body like a virus knows it. Don't worry, though. This is just a precaution." I took him at his word as he poked a vein and drew his sample. I really wasn't worried at all. It turns out I should have been. That evening Mom fussed over me as if I were dying. She was solicitous about every little thing and even made one of my favorite dinners for me. Dad was concerned, too, but he held it in, just asking me about half a dozen times if I felt okay. My younger brother, Doug, thought it was amusing. He was only 15 and was the usual target of Mom's ministrations, welcome or not. "Hey, if you die, can I have your room?" he asked casually as he bustled into my room after dinner. I looked up from the history book I was reading. "Don't you have studying to do?" He shrugged. "Hey, I'm a freshman. The teachers take it easy on us poor little guys." "That's not how I remember it," I growled. "You work too hard. Come on, there's still a little light left. Let's throw the ball around for a while." That got my attention. With a sigh, I grabbed my glove and followed him. We sneaked out because Mom was sure to protest if I did anything strenuous, which is how she would define throwing a baseball. She was athletic in her own way, but her trim figure was the result of hours at a small gym in town, not from sports. Hell, she had even browbeaten the doctor into writing a note excusing me from track practice until the results from the blood tests came back. And with a meet coming up that weekend, I could have used the practice. I might as well not have bothered. I couldn't catch to save my life and my throwing was even worse. Geez, man, Doug protested, you throw like a fucking girl. Did anybody ever tell you that you were an asshole? I called back, accidentally throwing one over his head in a lazy arc. No, I mean it, Doug said after he retrieved the ball and ran up to me. You didn't hurt your arm or anything, did you? Now that he mentioned it, my arm was a little sore. It was funny because I had expended very little effort. It should have been fine. It was as if there was something wrong with my muscles. I rubbed my arm to work the soreness out. Doug looked at me with unsettling concern. You don't suppose there really is something wrong with you? He asked quietly. I'm fine. But you passed out in class, he pointed out. That doesn't sound fine. Remember Richie Simpson? I winced. Yeah, I remembered Richie Simpson. He was a year behind me in school, and 2 years earlier he had passed out on the football field. It turned out he had a brain tumor. Fortunately, they were able to magically shrink it, but he told us the doctors said if it had been there prior to using magic to supplement medicine, he probably would have died. This is nothing like that, I told Doug, but I didn't sound very convincing. Yeah, okay, Doug replied, but he didn't sound very convincing either. I didn't get much sleep that night. I was thinking about what Doug had said. Damn him anyway. Like all brothers, we spent a fair amount of our leisure time trying to get each other's goat. Well, he had gotten me big time, and the ironic thing was that he hadn't done it on purpose. He was really worried about me, and that was enough to start me worrying. What if it was a tumor? Sure, they managed to shrink Richie's down to nothing, but medicine and magic didn't have all the answers. People still got life-threatening ailments and died, even 18-year-old people who should have had their entire lives in front of them. Please God, I managed to murmur before dropping off into fitful sleep, don't let this be something life-threatening. It's funny how your prayers get answered sometimes. Maybe God really does have a sense of humor. The next day in school everyone treated me pretty normally. After a few calls of "Hey, man, are you okay?" things quieted down to normal as everyone took me at my word when I told them I was fine. But I wasn't fine. I was really sweating out the result of my blood tests. I had an appointment right after school to see the doctor again, and I looked forward to it with anticipation 1 minute and dread the next. I felt physically fine, too. I had no more blackouts and seemed as sharp as usual. I had no trouble keeping up in my classes. The only thing I did notice was the strange lack of coordination. It was as if my muscles had set about to retrain themselves. But the effect was minor and I scarcely noticed it. Then by lunchtime I noticed I wasn't particularly hungry. I didn't feel sick or anything, but the idea of eating a big meal in the school cafeteria didn't seem like a good idea. I settled on just some milk and a banana and plopped down next to my usual friends. Byron, Pete, and Zach were already seated, and Jenny had settled in at a nearby table with some of her girlfriends, but she squeezed my hand possessively as I walked past with my meager lunch. "Hey, Larry, watch this," Zach said, laughing. I looked at my friend in puzzlement, followed by amazement, as his hair turned from a medium brown to blonde. "What do you think of that?" he asked, unable to keep pride from his voice. "Looks good," I replied as I peeled my banana. "You're really getting control of that fast." "Yeah, but that's all he can do," Byron guffawed. "He can turn himself into a dumb blonde." Jenny at the next table turned and shot daggers at Byron. "Oops," Byron said with a laugh, but he didn't look sorry at all. Pete wasn't amused at all. "Magic just isn't right," he mumbled. "Lighten up, Pete," Byron grinned, slapping Pete on the back. Pete had been a friend of ours for years. He really didn't mean anything by his remark, but he had been raised in a strict household that adhered to a very, very fundamental religious creed. I'm not talking about something like the Baptists. I was raised in that faith and was proud of it. What I'm talking about is one of those sects that thinks everything they didn't come up with is the work of the devil. Pete's denomination had arisen with the advent of magic for the masses. To them everything magical was evil. They even refused on religious grounds to take the WK tests. So Pete was no fun on double dates, but we all played basketball together and he hung out with us. After all, with no one else from his church in our class, he had to hang out with somebody, and heathens like us were the closest things he had to friends. Pete just grunted as Zach called out, "Watch this." As we watched, Zach's blonde hair disappeared and his head looked completely bald. "What if you can't grow it back?" Byron asked. "It's still there," Zach laughed, taking a moment to dive into his sandwich. "You just can't see it. It's not a bad trick, huh?" "Illusions are pretty easy," Byron snorted. "But you can't do them," Zach pointed out. Like me, Byron didn't have much of a magical aptitude. His score on the WK test was no better than mine. "I don't need to," Byron retorted. "What would I want to change?" I had to admit he had a point. If the girls had bothered to vote on it, they would probably have elected Byron the most studly guy in the class. 6'2" and well-proportioned, he had one of those Marine recruiting poster faces and the confidence to go with it. Add in his family's money and Byron was going to be prime husband material in a few years. I was just thankful he had blown it with Jenny. If he had really tried to keep her, I wouldn't have had a chance. Not that I had a great chance in any case. "You're looking better today," Pete said to me, changing the subject as best he could. "Yeah, I feel good, too," I replied. Then, with a look back at Jenny, who was half following our conversation, I said, "Now all I need is the love of a good woman." Jenny just laughed, as did the rest of the girls at the table. They had watched Jenny and me before classes, holding hands and kissing. Jenny usually limited public displays, but she had been worried about me, too. When I had first approached her that morning, she had run up and thrown her arms around me, peppering me with soft but very platonic kisses. "So you'll be out for track practice today?" Zach wanted to know. The two of us were part of the relay team, so my absence at practice the day before had been noticed. Sadly, I shook my head. "Afraid not. I have to see the doctor again right after school." "Bummer." "Yeah, I thought so, too. But I needed to get it out of the way." So afternoon classes sort of drug by. The history exam turned out to be easy. But then again, history had always been my favorite subject. I thought maybe I would go to college and major in history. Then I'd teach when I got out of school and maybe do a little coaching on the side. Mom was waiting for me when I got out of class, but surprisingly, so was Dad. It worried me when I saw him there in the car. He never left his store early unless there was a dire emergency. Was I an emergency? My parents both looked worried. "What's wrong?" I asked as I climbed into the back seat of Dad's Buick. "Nothing's wrong," Mom said, but not very convincingly. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay," Dad offered. "Yeah?" It was Mom who spilled the beans. "Dr. Marlin asked both of us to be with you today," she blurted out. I could see there was the little trickle of a tear in her eye. This was bad, very, very bad. At 18 I knew that the doctor didn't just call in the parents to tell them that their son had a bad case of the sniffles. If he wanted both of my parents there, it meant something in the tests had come out badly. Was it cancer? Was it some sort of heart condition? Would it require surgery? Magic? Both? Was it incurable? The short ride to the doctor's office seemed to take hours. I tried to read the nurse's face as she ushered us into Dr. Marlin's office. She was impassive, but I noticed she kept looking at me strangely, as if she was trying to see something that wasn't there. I felt even more nervous if that was possible. Dr. Marlin had taken a professional pose behind his desk and appeared to be studying a report. Through his glasses I could see a pair of eyes saddened by the message he had to convey. My stomach turned at least 3 times as I sat quietly in a chair flanked by my parents. He took off his glasses and looked up at us, or more specifically, at me. "Larry, I can't think of any way to say this, so I'll just say it. You've contracted a virus tainted with magic." Well, at least he hadn't told me I was dying, at least not yet. A virus didn't sound too terrible, and as for the magic. Doc, just exactly what does that mean?" I finally managed to ask. "I'm not absolutely certain," he admitted. He leaned forward and his eyes narrowed. But I think I can give you an educated guess. Now be honest with me, son. Have you visited a prostitute lately? Oh shit. The cat was out of the bag. I looked at my parents. Mom was just sitting there with her mouth open in shock. Dad wasn't much better, but at least he held his distress a little better. He was looking at me with a penetrating expression. I wanted to answer, I wanted to tell the truth, but I just couldn't bring myself to say it. I just sat there with my mouth moving slightly while nothing came out. Dr. Martin leaned back in his chair. Let me tell you more about the test results, Larry. It might help you to give us an answer. The virus you have is a very uncommon one and a radically new one. It alters the victim's genetic structure and form. It is only communicable for a short period of time and then only by sex. It is a terrorist virus which is of great interest to the Federal Bureau of Magic. Terrorist? Dad asked. Dr. Marlin nodded. Now Larry, would you like to answer my question? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, meaning you'll answer or that you've visited a prostitute? Both, I guess. Slowly they drew the story out of me. I really hadn't wanted to tell it. Not only was it embarrassing to me, but it implicated some friends as well. It began a couple of weeks earlier. Byron, Zach, and I had set up a trip to Kansas City. In addition to football and track, the three of us were 3/4 of the seniors on the basketball team. The fourth, Pete, wasn't in on our plan since we knew he'd never agree to it. Anyhow, the three of us supposedly were staying at Byron's for the evening. We did it fairly often since his folks had a home theater the rest of us could only dream of. We would sit around and watch movies, sometimes even porn flicks Byron's dad had secreted away, but which we got into when his folks were away. We'd drink sodas and munch popcorn and even get into the beer in the refrigerator when his folks were gone. We had been doing it for years, so no one thought anything about it when we announced we were celebrating the end of basketball season with another marathon movie fest at Byron's house. The only problem was that this time, we weren't really there. The three of us had cooked up an excursion to Kansas City where we would spend the night and look for girls. If we didn't find any free companionship, we all agreed to buy some for the evening. No one would know about it but us. Byron had a credit card courtesy of his father, so he was our unofficial leader. To learn financial responsibility, Byron paid his own credit card bills each month, so no one would see the motel receipts. And in today's world of high-tech and magic, it was easy to link the phone at Byron's house, the lucky stiff had his own phone line, to a cell phone Zach had. If anyone called us, the call would be rerouted to the cell phone and no one would be any the wiser. Byron's parents were out of town visiting his sister at college back east, so there was no one at home to spill the beans. Kansas City can be a good party town if you're old enough. At 18 we were banned from the bars. Sure, we could have gotten phony IDs, but a very small magical ability was all that was required to detect one and we couldn't take the chance of being caught away from home. Our parents would have skinned us all alive. So our access to available young women was severely limited, and none of us had a good plan. Fortunately or unfortunately as it turned out, that wasn't a problem. We had decided on a quick swim before dinner. The hotel we had picked wasn't exactly the Ritz, but it did have an indoor pool. We had a few beers up in the room and then headed down for the pool. Imagine our delight when we found 3 attractive girls lounging around the pool. So okay, the 3 of us were from the farm country. We didn't ask ourselves what 3 well-built girls with maybe just a little too much makeup were doing hanging around the pool dressed in tight, sexy clothes. How were we to know they were hookers? Well, we found out soon enough. They had all latched onto Byron. He was the largest and most confident of our little party, and after a lot of whispering and giggling, he broke away from them and hustled Zach and I aside. "They're what?" Zach said a little too loudly, touching off a wave of giggles from the girls who had clearly heard him. "Will you shut up?" Byron said under his breath. "Look, for 200 each they'll show us a good time." "I haven't got 200, I protested. Actually, I did, but that was about all I had, saved up from weeks of backbreaking work in the back room at Dad's farm and home store. Neither do I, Zach chimed in. In his case, I'm sure he was right. Zach's family wasn't exactly well off. Don't worry, guys, Byron assured us. I think I can get them to give us a group discount. I can advance you the money. But they're hookers, I said, trying to keep my voice down. Yeah, and they're our best shot at getting laid, Byron pointed out. What would you rather do, wander around Kansas City all night and come up with nothing? I looked over at the girls who were coyly watching us, professional smiles on their well-painted faces. Well, come on, Byron pressed. I know Jenny isn't putting out for you. What he meant was that since he hadn't been able to lure Jenny into the sack, he was sure no one else could. Actually, he wasn't far off the mark. Jenny had made the conscious decision to save herself for the time being, and I had never tried to make her change her mind. I was pretty sure that Byron's insistence had been the reason she had dumped him, though. So okay, I was 18, a virgin, and horny as a horned toad. I suspected of our little crew, I was the only virgin as well. A part of my mind said it was wrong to pay for sex. On my own, I would never have visited a prostitute. After all, they were dirty and diseased but the little redhead was kind of cute. And she was looking right at me. I'm in, Zach finally said. How about it, Boyd? Byron demanded. Are you in or out? I couldn't take my eyes off the redhead. She was pulling me in with those big green eyes. Dirty? Not her. Diseased? She looked as healthy as me. Besides, Byron had a pretty persuasive argument. Come on, Boyd. All right, I'm in, I sighed. It didn't take me long to convince myself that I had made the right decision. The redhead Cindy was the name she gave me, zeroed in on me the minute Byron struck the deal. For $500 total, we got them all for the evening. They all gave us the we're just college girls who do this for a little fun and extra spending money routine. I don't know. Maybe they were serious and maybe not. But somehow the story made it a little more palatable for me. We took them back to our room and turned the TV on and the lights off. The voices on the TV seemed to mask the groans of pleasure from each of us and gave us enough light to see what we were groping, but not enough light to see how many miles each of the girls really had on them. In retrospect, the redhead was everything I imagined she would be. She got me to admit it was my first time and gently overcame my nervousness. By the time we were both lying in the corner naked, I had lost track of the fact that there were 4 other people in the room. I slid into her without any trouble at all, and for the first time in my life, I saw a little glimpse of heaven when I came. It was so much better than anything I had ever experienced before. Masturbation was a faint shadow of the joy of having a girl squeeze me as I came. My loud gasp was enough to make the other 2 girls giggle again. And that was that. The girls left early, and I didn't think it was to go back to the dorm to study for classes. Apparently our $500 hadn't bought us the whole evening in spite of what we thought. It didn't matter, though. Cindy had gotten me off twice and I was one tired puppy. Byron and Zach looked about the same, and we contented ourselves with sitting around the room drinking a bottle of bourbon Byron had stolen from his parents' liquor cabinet as we bragged about our exploits for the evening. Of course, the version I told Dr. Marlin and my parents was a good deal less graphic. Well, Dr. Marlin said, breaking the silence after I had made my confession, that certainly fits the pattern I read about. So what has my son contracted? Dad demanded, leaning forward in his chair. Is it some sort of venereal disease? Can it be cured? Dr. Marlin shook his head. No, it's not like that. This virus doesn't give you a disease. It changes the genetic code and accelerates the rate of cell replacement. First it alters the Y chromosome, changing it into an X, and then it transmits instructions to the cells to replace themselves. I think I knew what that meant before Dr. Marlin delivered the final blow, but I kept hoping he wouldn't say it anyhow. But it was a false hope. Larry, he said with sympathy in his voice, you're turning into a girl. Even when I knew it was coming, it hit me like a brick between the eyes. I might have been able to handle the idea of dying better than the news he gave me. Don't misunderstand me, I liked girls just fine, but I had absolutely no desire to be one. I was happy with who I was. Oh, of course I knew it was possible. With magic in the world, anything and everything were probably possible. The point was it happened only very, very rarely, and then only to other people. Magical sex changes were so rare they still made the news. I was Larry Boyd, all-American boy. I played football, dated girls, intimidated my younger brother, pissed standing up, and all the other things boys did. I couldn't really be changing into a girl, could I? I was so stunned I scarcely heard my parents' anxious questions. Was there a way to stop the process? No. What would I be like as a girl? Unknown, but probably I'd be much like I was now, only feminine. And the most important question, the one I managed to utter, was, how long have I got? Even as I said it, I realized how strange the question really was. I was asking it as if I were dying rather than changing into a girl. But that was how I perceived it. When I changed fully into a girl, my life was over as far as I was concerned. Probably about 10 days. 2 weeks at the most, the doctor said gently. But it could be less, he added. There's very little written on this subject. 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks or less from that moment, I'd have breasts and I couldn't even say the word to myself. Vagina sounded so clinical, and all the other things guys call it when they're talking among themselves seemed too crass for something that would be a part of my body. Can we at least slow down the process? Dad asked, clutching at straws. At least he saved me the trouble of asking the question. I had already considered that if I could slow the process down for even a few weeks, I could keep this quiet until I had graduated from high school. Then I could just slip away and none of my friends would ever have to know what had happened to me. Dr. Marlin shook his head. No, I'm sorry. The virus will take its course in 2 weeks, perhaps less. Since it's magically enhanced, we have no way of controlling it. Where did this virus come from? Dad wanted to know. Dr. Marlin leaned back in his chair, prepared to deliver a lecture. We don't know for sure. As I suspect you know, magical sex changes are still very rare. Originally we thought only a very talented wizard could perform one, because it took in-depth knowledge of the human body, as well as a high degree of medical skill. I doubt if even 1 in a million people could pull it off. Then a couple of years ago, a small terrorist group, the Women's Liberation Army, either developed or stole a virus that made it a lot easier. They started using the stuff back east. It was pretty scarce at one time, probably expensive to synthesize and magically alter, but in the last few months there've been a couple of dozen cases of it. They must have found a way to make it cheaper. A prostitute who is really a member of the WLA infects a John and gets away before he ever knows what hit him. What actually happens is that the human body normally replaces its cells over time. 7 years is the accepted norm. With this virus though, the instruction set changes the switch from male to female and speeds up the cell replacement from 7 years to a matter of days. The magic holds the body together during the changes and allows the body to tap into its own energy reserves to change the cells and thus the appearance of the body. By the way, hair and nails will grow at the same greatly accelerated rate as well. But why haven't we heard more about this? Dad asked. I didn't even know this was possible. I think you know the answer to that, Dr. Marlin replied. Even I knew the answer to that, the Federal Bureau of Magic. The government agency had been formed nearly 5 years earlier to make sure that magic spells stayed on the right side of the law. But it was rumored that the Bureau also suppressed magic wherever and whenever it could. It was bad enough that there were powerful wizards out there who could cause a lot of trouble if they chose to. But when their spells could be neatly packaged in a virus or other media and easily transported by anyone, the dangers of magic multiplied 10,000-fold. If the Bureau could keep everyone in the dark about potential spell viruses, they might have a chance to round up the source and eliminate it before things really got out of hand. Well, as far as I was concerned, things were already out of hand. The doctor continued to answer my parents' questions for the next half hour, but I just sat there in stunned silence. I was going to be a girl. I was going to have a slit between my legs where men would seek entrance. I was going to bleed every month. I was going to be capable of creating a baby and bearing it from my body. But I wanted none of those things. How was I going to cope? What could I say to my friends? In a matter of a few days, I would have changed enough for everyone to notice. My first impulse was to hide away. I'd go home and drop out of school. I was 18. No one could stop me. I'd get my GED and move to another town somewhere where no one knew me. But then what? I'd still be a girl, wouldn't I? Sure, I wouldn't have to face any of my old friends again, but I'd still be female. I suddenly began to think of all the little things being female would mean. It wasn't just the sex. I could avoid that. I vowed then and there to never let a man between my legs. But I'd be expected to look like a girl, dress like a girl, and act like a girl. I wasn't prepared to do any of that any more than I'd let a man have me. But what could I do? My features would soften and there would probably be no mistaking me for a boy. I heard Dr. Marlin say something about the girl I would change into would be the girl I might have been if I had been born that way. Since there were relatively well-endowed women on both sides of my family, that meant I'd probably have a prominent rack, to be crass. There'd be no good way to disguise that. I suppose I was a little thankful to be born into the time I was living. In an earlier era, it would be all skirts and heels for me, but girls now wore pants most of the time. Maybe I could get by on sweatshirts and jeans. Sure, I'd still be a girl, but I wore that sort of stuff as a boy. It wouldn't be like wearing something all soft and feminine that screamed girl from the very rooftops. As for makeup, well, I didn't have to wear the stuff. I knew girls who didn't wear it, or at least I didn't think they did. I need to see you every other day, Larry, Dr. Marlin said, breaking me out of my thoughts. Huh? We need to monitor this change, he explained. We need to learn what we can from it. Also, there's no guarantee the virus will do what it's supposed to do. You mean it might kill me? I prayed that didn't sound too hopeful. Dr. Marlin shook his head. I sent my test results to the Bureau of Magic. They pronounced the virus will do what it's supposed to do. It's just that your body and your mind may run into conflict with each other. I want to make sure you're okay. And by the way, I'm going to ask the school psychologist to talk with you, too. I supposed it was a wise precaution. When my mind stopped churning in shock, there was no telling what I would decide to do. The idea of suicide at least crossed my mind. That would save everyone a lot of embarrassment. But I wasn't really the type to do that. I imagined I would need all the help I could get, so I just nodded as he set up a schedule. After weighing me and checking my height, no changes yet to either, I was sent home with my parents. The ride home was pretty quiet. I had tried to say something, but Dad just said, "Let's talk about it as soon as we get home." Doug hadn't made it home from track practice by the time we got home. I was thankful for that. How could I tell him what was happening to me? We got along about as well as two brothers 3.5 years apart in age ever did. We were both active in sports, reasonably popular, and had the same interests. How could I explain to him what I was going to be experiencing? "Okay, let's talk," Dad said when we were all seated in the living room. He turned to me. "Larry, this is going to be a difficult time for the whole family, but especially for you. Not only are you changing, but we all know this is a small town. Before you've changed, everyone in town will know what happened and why." But, Dad, I had been about to defend my actions in Kansas City. I couldn't say no when Zach and Byron were willing to pick up the prostitutes. But I couldn't defend myself. I had never intended to visit a prostitute. I always thought of paying for sex as dirty and perverted. But I had been with my friends and we had had a few drinks. It was the reason I did it, but it wasn't a good excuse. I had crossed over an invisible line and was about to pay for it in a manner I had never anticipated. Dad raised a hand. "Larry, don't try to excuse it. I can see from the look on your face that you know better. I'm sure you would have never done anything like that again. But others won't see it that way. You've opened yourself up to scorn and ridicule. If you want, I can make arrangements with your Uncle Max over in Kirksville. You can stay with him for a while. Mom broke in, though, before I could think of an answer. But he'll miss graduating with his friends. He'd have to finish up in a strange school with no one around to support him. She was right about that. Uncle Max was pretty straight-laced. He and Aunt Mary had 2 grown girls, so I'd be at their complete mercy. Uncle Max was a lot like my friend, Pete. He'd see this whole thing as a moral failing. Maybe he would have been right, but I didn't think I could take that. I had thought about leaving home without graduating, but the more I thought about it, that wasn't a good idea either. Whether the ward of Uncle Max or on my own, I'd be facing girlhood nearly alone. I was beginning to realize that my best course of action would be to stay at home with my family, who would at least give me some support in a difficult time. I think I want to stay here, I informed them. But what about school? Dad pointed out. We can probably make arrangements for you to finish up at home. That was very tempting. But I knew it wouldn't solve the problem. I'd still be an object of everything from pity to scorn. I just wouldn't be there to observe it. All through high school, I had been a fighter. I had never been the best athlete but managed to be a starter in 3 sports. Schoolwork never came easily to me, but I had still managed to be in the top 10% of my class. I had a reputation among my peers as a guy who could stand up to adversity. It was my junior year who had rallied the football team after the devastating loss to our biggest rival. It was I just last fall who nearly came to blows with Byron over Jenny and ended up taking her away from him. Yes, I was a fighter. I want to keep on going to class, I told them softly. I knew it was going to be a hard row to hoe, but I didn't want this change to keep me from graduating with all of my friends. I suppose it's your choice, Dad said, although I could tell from the way he said it that he didn't agree with it. We need to get ready for your change, Mom said suddenly, changing the subject. You need to decide on a name and we need to change all your records. Mom. This was just too much for me. Less than 2 hours before I had learned I was going to be turning into a girl and their mom was trying to pick a name and legally change my identity. I guess I realized those things would have to happen, but did we have to talk about them already? Fortunately, Dad agreed with me. Grace, it's a little early to be worrying about that, he cautioned with a glance at me. I think he thought I was about to freak out. He was absolutely right. But Mom stood her ground. Jack, if Larry is going to become a girl, he'll need to fit in as quickly as possible or he'll have even more problems. Do you think he'll want to be introduced as Larry followed by an explanation as to why a girl is named Larry? Or how will he drive? Unless he has the right identification, he'll have a lot of problems. I was glad she was still using the male pronoun when referring to me. And I have to admit she had a point. It just wasn't something I wanted to think about just then. Let me think about all that for a while, I said to her. I'm still trying to come to terms with all this. She put a motherly hand on the side of my face. Of course you are, dear. I didn't mean to rush you, but at least give it some thought. Okay? I nodded silently. I was a little sorry now that I didn't have one of those names that can be a boy's name or a girl's name. If I had a name like Sam or Chris or Taylor, I wouldn't have to change my name. But Larry didn't really have a female equivalent that I could think of. Well, hopefully it wouldn't be an issue for a little while. I still looked male and I still felt male. Maybe the doctor was wrong. Maybe the virus would fail. I was still me, wasn't I? As long as I was who I was supposed to be, there was a chance this would all work out. By unspoken mutual agreement, we let the discussion die and tried to go back to normal. I had studies to take care of, Dad had to get back to the store, and Mom had to fix dinner. I was just finishing a math assignment when Doug barged into my room. No, barged is the wrong word. He actually knocked but opened the door before I had a chance to answer. There was a strangely subdued look on his face. Mom told you, I ventured from my desk. Doug nodded. Is there a chance that the doctor was wrong? Doug asked. I was touched by his concern. I hope so, I admitted, closing my math book. I don't know, though. I suppose there's not much of a chance that he's wrong. Maybe a good wizard. Doug began, sitting down on my bed. It was hard to imagine that in a few days, this lanky, still developing guy would probably be bigger and stronger than his older brother turned sister. One of the guys in my class has a cousin who's way up there on the WK scale. Maybe she could do something. Dr. Marlin is checking into that sort of stuff, I explained. I guess he's checking with the Federal Bureau of Magic, too. He didn't hold out much hope, though. Larry? Yeah? What's it like? I mean, well, you know. I thought about how to respond before saying, it's not like anything. I don't feel any different yet. The only thing I feel is, yeah? Scared, I sighed. Really scared. I guess there wasn't much else to say. Doug just nodded. Let me know if I can do anything to help. Sure. As he closed my door, I sat there only wishing there was something he could do to help. They say things always look brighter in the light of a new day, and for a while they did. The conversation at dinner had spilled over into references to the changes I was about to experience, and none of us had felt too happy. As if by some telepathic agreement, no one said anything about my condition at breakfast, and I sure didn't want to bring it up. I had examined myself in the shower that morning and noticed nothing different about my body, although my coordination still seemed slightly off. Maybe it really was a false alarm. Or maybe I didn't really want to notice a few things. You could use a haircut, man. It was Zach from behind me as I walked to school. I turned to see him and did actually feel hair touching my ears. I usually kept my hair cut pretty short. Yeah, I guess so, I said, trying to be nonchalant. I remembered what Dr. Marlin had said about the rate of hair and nail growth. I managed to glance down at my fingernails and noticed they were a little long, too. It wasn't all that obvious, but I realized with alarm that the hair and nail growth would probably continue through the day. By the end of the day, I might have hair as long as a girl's. Watch this, he said, jumping in front of me. As I watched, his face appeared to become as pliable as softened wax as it changed into a perfect likeness of that guy who plays Agent Mulder on the M-Files. In fascination, I reached out to touch his face and watched with a grin as it wrinkled like ripples in a pond. Hey, watch that, he laughed as his face returned to normal. So it still feels like your old face, I surmised. Yeah, he agreed as we started walking to school again. Miss Walker says as I get better at it, the illusion will probably feel real to others as well. She thinks I'll be able to pull off full-body illusions that can't be distinguished from the real thing. It's a dorky power, I grumbled. I hadn't meant to say it, but it just slipped out. I think it was watching him play with his illusionary power that made me realize that soon my own face would change as well, only that change would be real and permanent. It gave me an idea though. Can you put the illusion on someone else? I thought you said it was a dorky power, he said, sounding just a little hurt. Hey man, I didn't mean it, I soothed. Actually, it was kind of dorky. It would have been better if his magical ability had been more general instead of manifesting itself in one narrow niche. But people with minor amounts of magical talent couldn't always choose what they'd get, and minor talents like Zach's were the most common manifestations of magic. I read about a guy in the paper a few months earlier who could only turn metal pink. He'd managed to get a job at Mary Kay Cosmetics changing cars and stuff pink for the top salespeople. Go figure. Well, Zach explained, a little mollified, the only way I can put an illusion on something else is to be touching it. When my touch goes away, so does the illusion. Why do you ask? Just curious, I said airily. Damn. If he had been able to transfer his illusions, he could make me look like a normal guy. Then nobody would notice when the changes got worse. But that wasn't going to work. He looked as if he was going to press me for a better answer when Jenny saw us and ran over to me. You need a haircut, she announced as she gave me a warm hug. I would have liked a kiss right then and there, but our relationship wasn't really like that. Sure, she was my girlfriend, and yes, We kissed at times, but that was more a matter of convenience for both of us than anything very serious. Jenny had plans to go to college and become a lawyer like her father. The only guy in high school she ever almost fell for was Byron, and when she dumped him, she started dating me just to keep the wolves away. There was no doubt that I was much more attracted to Jenny than she was to me. To her, I was just a casual high school boyfriend, someone to make out with innocently before moving on in her life. Jenny and I had gone to elementary school together, and our families belonged to the same church, so we had been friends since we were too young to know what really made boys different from girls. I won't say that in a perfect world, I wouldn't have loved to develop a more permanent relationship with Jenny, but it would have taken both of us to do that. Since I knew Jenny had no intention of getting married out of high school and settling down to raise a brood of kids, it wasn't worth the effort. Besides, I really planned to get out of the small town myself, go to college someplace like the University of Missouri down in Columbia, and not get real serious about a girl until I was out in the real world. Although Dad had a good business, he couldn't afford to send me to college and also support any family I might pick up along the way. She ran her fingers through my lengthening hair. Ooh, it feels soft, too. Are you using conditioner? Does it keep his dandruff away? Zach asked with mock innocence. We both gave him a warning scowl. I'll get a haircut over lunch hour, I vowed. We had an open campus, so I could walk downtown and get a quick haircut if I skipped lunch. Classes started out normally. I even got a little lift when I found I had aced the physics test. That might even be enough to pull my grade up to a low A, I thought. I looked over at Zach's paper. Of course he got an A, the highest in the class as it turned out. Chuck and Byron were groaning, and Jenny looked a little smug. So I guess we had all been right about how hard the exam was from our own perspectives at least. No one said another word to me about my hair or anything else, but I got a couple of curious looks from one of the girls, Hattie Baxter, in my magic class. Then I had a sinking feeling as I remembered that her mother was Dr. Marlin's nurse. She knew! I could tell the way she was looking at me. And if her mother had told her. Stockard was a small town. Everyone knew everyone else's business eventually. It was only a matter of time until Hattie Baxter repeated everything she knew about my situation. Did you hear the question, Mr. Boyd? Miss Walker's voice cut through my growing concern. What? There were a few giggles in the room. Miss Walker silenced them with a stony glance. I asked you if you could explain 3 ways in which a magical spell can be enhanced. I stalled, remembering what the text said, a spell can be enhanced by using an enhancement token. She nodded silently. By linking the magical talents of more than one individual. Another nod. The third one escaped me. The book didn't mention viruses, but what the heck? And by magically adapting viruses. I heard a little gasp from Hattie, but the rest of the class just gave me that you blew it look. The third method is by controlled exercises to build up magical strength, Miss Walker corrected me. But the virus idea is being explored and is showing some promise. Did you read about it somewhere, Larry? Yeah, I said, feeling my face redden under Hattie's stare. That must be it. The entire morning I kept feeling my hair growing still longer. I knew it was the virus kicking my hair growth in gear, and I could also see that my fingernails, and presumably my toenails, were also getting longer. I was starting to look more like a wino than a high school student. By the time lunch period began, I could feel hair tickling my neck, and more people, including my teachers, were starting to notice. I hustling down the hall trying to avoid any conversations when the PA system boomed, "Larry Boyd, please report to the principal's office at once." Had it been one of the student assistants, I might have ignored the voice, but even through the distortion of the speakers, I could recognize the voice of Mr. Blackwell, the principal. I sighed in resignation. Someone would spot me leaving if I left now. I'd just have to cut the first period after lunch and get my hair cut then. When Mr. Blackwell's secretary ushered me into his conference room, I knew at once what the problem was. 2 well-dressed individuals, one male and one female, were already seated at the table. They were both young, attractive, and very professional in their demeanor. They reminded me of the two agents on the M-Files so much so that I knew they had to be from the Federal Bureau of Magic. Larry, this is Agent Howell. Mr. Blackwell began as the woman nodded slightly. And Agent McCoy. The man nodded as well. They're with the government and have some questions for you. Nervously I sat down as the two agents set their identification out for me to see. I didn't even bother to look at it too closely. It looked just like the ones they showed during the opening of the M-Files. Mr. Blackwell has already been briefed by us, the woman Agent Howell began. Your doctor notified us of your case as required by law. We have some questions for you. I nodded my head, still unable to speak. I was forced to repeat my story of our excursion to Kansas City and how I contracted the virus. That seemed to be their most pressing inquiries. Obviously they wanted to find the girl who had done this to me, and I was more than happy to cooperate. I could always hold out hope that there might be some sort of retrovirus or whatever it would be called that could reverse my plight. The agents were surprisingly gentle with me. They seemed to have considerable sympathy for me, even when I talked about the evening with the prostitutes. Unfortunately, I could see from the scowl on Mr. Blackwell's face that he was not as forgiving. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. He always came across to me as a prude. Dr. Marlin is going to be giving us detailed reports of the effects of the virus, Agent Howell explained to me when they had finished with their questions. From everything you've told us, though, this sounds like the same pattern we've seen before back east. So I get to be the first victim in the Midwest, I surmised sadly. She put a comforting hand on mine. I'm afraid so, Larry. What's happened in the other cases? I asked her. She shot a cautioning glance at her partner before answering. The specifics are confidential, she explained slowly. I can tell you though, that the majority of the victims are leading normal lives now. The Bureau has even helped with new identities and counseling through our Victims Assistance Program. That was good to know, but there was something she wasn't telling me. I thought I knew what it was. You said the majority were leading normal lives. What about the others? For a moment I didn't think she was going to answer me. After all, these gender-changing viruses, if commonly known, could create a good deal of panic in the population. Most people had no idea magic had advanced so far or in such a bizarre direction. Even Miss Walker hadn't been aware of it. At last, though, she told me, there have been some deaths. They were mostly suicides, men who couldn't accept being women. She sounded a little bitter at that, as if the suicides were a personal affront to her sex. There have been a couple of murders as well. Murders? I gasped. She nodded. There are people out there who don't understand. They see this as work of the devil, or sometimes they just can't stand to lose a son or a husband. There are many motives for murder in the eyes of some people. This is just one more. I guess, I managed to say. I couldn't imagine my parents flipping out like that, and the relationship Jenny and I had wasn't the type that would cause her to fly off in a jealous rage. And as to suicide, well, I just couldn't see myself ending it all. I didn't want to be a girl, there was no doubt about that. But I could never have killed myself. Life, even a female life, was preferable to that. I wondered what sort of a man was so hung up on his sexuality that he would even contemplate such a thing. Agent Howell stood, and her partner followed suit. She offered her hand to me, and I rose to take it. I couldn't help but note how small and dainty it was wrapped in my masculine paw. Would my hands be like hers in just a few days, tiny and delicate? I didn't want to think about it, so I shook quickly, happy at least to note that she had a firm grip. We may have some more questions for you, she told me, handing me her card. You can call us at the Kansas City office if you have any questions. In any case, I'm sure we'll be in touch with you in a few days. Mr. Blackwell waited until they were at the door before saying, Larry, I need to talk to you for a moment. Yes, sir? He sighed. Larry, you're a good student and I really hate to do this, but I feel these changes I've heard about today will force me to act. I think it would be best if you stayed away from classes from here on. We'll make certain that you receive your diploma by mail and there will be nothing about this on your record. We can take your grades where they are now and issue you a transcript. Then excuse me, sir, I interrupted, almost as shocked as I had been when Dr. Moreland had pronounced my fate. Are you suspending me from school? He looked a little uncomfortable at the question. I don't think I used the word suspension. But it comes to the same thing, I pointed out. You're telling me I can't attend school. Part of me almost welcomed the opportunity to miss school. After all, it would mean that I would avoid the embarrassment of slowly transforming into a girl in front of my peers. At first blush, it looked like the right solution. But I never had liked Mr. Blackwell. Few students did. And I was furious that he had made such an arbitrary decision without any discussion. I was being summarily thrown out of school, denied my final high school days and even my graduation ceremony because of my affliction. Believe me, Larry, this is for the best, he soothed. This virus you have isn't contagious. I finished for him, my voice rising. No, probably not, he allowed, but it could be of great concern to the other students. With that he droned on once more about how it would be best for me. But I want to finish school with my class, I told him plaintively. I haven't done anything wrong. That was the wrong thing to say. His face clouded. Haven't done anything wrong? Why, Larry Boyd, you don't consider using the services of a prostitute to be wrong? Don't you know you could be arrested for that? He pressed. You've broken the law and shown yourself to be morally deficient. You should be grateful that I've even agreed to let you graduate at all under any circumstances. Now go clear out your locker while I contact your parents. I stormed out of the room, my eyes and face burning with embarrassment. I had just been kicked out of school like some kind of a miscreant. Sure, I knew I had done wrong by being with a prostitute, but it was a minor offense in nearly every legal code. Besides, Zach and Byron weren't apparently being thrown out of school, or Mr. Blackwell would have said something. I was being thrown out of school for what was happening to me. It was like what used to happen to lepers in ancient times or AIDS victims before magic cured the disease. Larry! I was nearly out the side door of the school where I was least likely to see someone I knew. I had forgotten that Jenny's locker was there. She came running up to me. Larry, I just heard. Is it true? What did you hear? I sighed, trying to avoid her stare. It was a valid question. Had she heard about the prostitute? Had she heard about my virus? Had she heard I was being thrown out of school? Had she heard all three? Hattie told me after magic class. And probably everyone else in the school, I realized. Hattie was a real blabbermouth. Larry, I want to help. There's nothing you can do, I mumbled, turning away from her. She grabbed my arm. Look, Larry, we've been friends for as long as I can remember. You really need me now. I just got thrown out of school, I told her. I don't think there's anything you can do for me. What? Jenny yelled, unfortunately drawing the attention of several other students who had been conspicuously milling around. I'm sure they thought I had just told Jenny about my transformation or something equally juicy. They can't do that. Well, they did. Or rather, Mr. Blackwell did. Look, Jenny, I've got to go. I'll call you tonight, she called after me, and I made a note to tell my family that I didn't want to talk to anyone, maybe not ever again. The fresh spring air felt good on my face, drying the sting of tears that had at last sprung from my eyes. But boys don't cry, I reminded myself. Sure they do, I argued to myself, when they're hurt badly enough. Geez, Boyd, Lyle, my barber said, ditching a cigarette butt over the curb in front of his shop as I stormed by him, went inside, and plopped down in his chair. Doc, the other barber, looked shocked for a minute, before going back to cutting the hair of a customer I thankfully didn't know. I thought you were in here just a couple of weeks ago, Lyle said, spreading the sheet over me. I've never seen anybody's hair grow this fast. Shave it off, Lyle. What? You heard me, I growled. Shave it off. Shave it all off. At least I didn't have to tell my parents that I had been kicked out of school. By the time I got home after having all my hair shaved off, Mom already knew. She gave me a hug as soon as I stormed in the door and told me everything would be all right. Then she noticed my hair or lack of it. "What did you do to yourself?" "I had to," I told her, explaining how long my hair had gotten. "Honey, it won't do you any good," she told me. "Weren't you listening to the doctor? It will just keep growing until the spell is complete. But if I didn't cut it, it would be down to my ass by tomorrow morning." I argued. What was I supposed to do? "I don't know," she admitted. "Maybe you should ask the doctor about it when you see him tomorrow. Ask him about your fingernails, too." I had tried to forget about my fingernails. They had grown too, but not a lot. I could trim them easily. Of course, they'd probably just grow right back. Now about the school problem, Mom began, changing the direction of the conversation. "We have a meeting at school tomorrow morning at 9. Mr. Blackwell isn't going to change his mind," I said, shaking my head. "We're bringing along Dan Jackson to persuade him," Mom replied with a smile. Dan Jackson was Jenny's dad and my father's attorney. I actually smiled a little for the first time that day as well. Dan Jackson might just be a small-town lawyer, but he had a good reputation for getting others to see his way or else. I wouldn't have wanted to be in Mr. Blackwell's shoes. "Now why don't you just get some rest this afternoon?" Mom suggested as she put her arm around me. "And while you're at it, give me those pants." I looked down at my jeans. "What's wrong with my pants?" "They need to be hemmed up," she said with a sigh. "They're too long. Haven't you noticed before?" A cold chill ran down my back. I knew there had been nothing wrong with my jeans that morning. They were just the right length. Now though, they were too long by at least an inch, drooping down over the tops of my sneakers and catching behind my heel. "Let me look at you," Mom said, inspecting me closer. I knew what was wrong almost at once. Before the virus, I had topped out at just a shade over 6 feet. Now I was probably no more than 5'11". I could tell the way I didn't have to look down quite as far to meet Mom's eyes. She knew it, too. "We need to get you some new pants. You'll be too short for these by tomorrow no matter what I do to them." "I don't feel like shopping for new pants." She shrugged. "Don't worry. I'll get some for you. I'll take a guess at what you'll need by morning. I suppose I'll have to buy you one pair at a time until we see what size you settle in at." I hadn't really thought much about that. I wasn't just going to change sex. I was going to become smaller and weaker as well. How short would I be? Jenny was 5'6" and she was taller than average for girls in her class. Some of them were almost tiny, no more than 5 feet tall or so. Would I become short like them? I had already lost an inch or more. Let's see, in 10 days that meant I might lose 10 or 12 inches if I continued losing height at the same rate. I mentally cringed at the thought. While Mom left to get me new jeans, I just spent the afternoon moping around. I tried watching TV, but every woman on the screen was a reminder of what I was about to become, and every man was a reminder of what I was about to lose. I could have studied, but I had no assurances that I would be getting back in school. So I finally did the only thing I could think of. I took a nap. Maybe the virus took a lot of energy out of a person. I guess I'll never know. But during the transformation I tended to tire easily. According to the doctor, the virus took its time, spreading throughout my body, so that the spell could change me all at once. So since that fateful weekend in Kansas City, it had been moving through my body, growing stronger and more potent. Perhaps when it was ready, it sapped my energy to make way for the change. That's the only explanation I can make as to why I fell into a sound sleep until well after dark. I stumbled downstairs to see my parents and Doug getting set up for dinner. We often ate late, a result of our busy lives. Doug and I usually had sports practices, and Dad often didn't get home from the store until after 7. Mom worked part-time at the library. A glance at the clock told me it was nearly 7:15. As at breakfast we tried to pretend that everything was normal. Dad and Doug said nothing about my lack of hair. I knew why though. It had already started to grow back. Sure, it was short, only a fraction of an inch, but it was there. Mom was probably right. Cutting it wouldn't do any good. There were no phone calls for me that night, an unusual occurrence in and of itself. I figured some of my friends were too self-conscious to call. What do you say to a friend who is magically turning into a girl? Even Jenny hadn't called in spite of her promise. I was relieved that she didn't, because I couldn't think of anything to say to her. But just when I was getting ready for bed, Zach called. "What's up?" he asked. "You know what's up," I answered tersely. He was silent for a moment before replying, "Yeah, I guess I do. How are you handling it?" "Okay, I guess," I replied, hoping my shrug somehow made it through the phone lines. It was time to change the subject. "So what did you want?" "Just to see if you were okay." But Zach could never resist a dig even now. "And I thought I'd get in my bid early to ask you to the spring prom." I had to laugh in spite of myself. "Asshole. Hey, hang in there, buddy. It'll all work out somehow." "I hope you're right," I muttered after we had said our goodbyes. The next morning I was shocked to find out that I had changed noticeably during the night. As I gazed at myself in the bathroom mirror, I suddenly knew that while it might take 10 days to change me completely, there was no mistaking the fact that the process was well underway. I was shorter still, of that I was certain. Oh, it wasn't much. I could have still stretched and called myself 5'11", but only by stretching. I backed up against the wooden doorframe of my bathroom and marked my current height with a dab of toothpaste. Then, approximating the distance to my normal male height, I placed another dab. Call it morbid curiosity, but I had to know how much height I was losing each day. My hair had grown out again. It wasn't yet as long as I usually wore it, but it was about an inch long now, covering my pate with brown hair with definite overtones of dark red. Well, Mom's hair was auburn. Perhaps my hair was shading a bit more toward hers. Also, it had a bit of a sheen to it, as if it were thicker and had more body than my normal hair. And for the first time there were some obvious changes to my face. Oh, it was still my face, but the lines had become more subtle than my pronounced male features. The nose was just a shade smaller and smoother. My eyes were just a touch wider and my lashes felt slightly, although almost perceptibly, longer. My skin was smooth and richer, with no trace whatsoever of morning whiskers. My ears were a tad smaller as well, and seemed to have an almost delicate, shell-like cast to them. My God, I thought, if so much had changed in only 2 days, what would I look like at the end of 10 days? But the biggest shock of all was my body when I disrobed to take my shower. While I was never the tallest or the most muscular guy in the school, I wasn't too bad. Now though, I could see that the entire shape of my body was changing. The muscles in my arms and legs were still there, but they were smoother, less pronounced than before. If I looked very hard at my torso, I could almost see the hint of a woman's shape. There was a very slight indentation at my waist, and my hips were just a little wider than they should be. As for my chest, at least there was nothing rising up from it, but my nipples seemed just a little larger than they normally were. Oh my God! I managed, taking at least a little heart from the fact that my voice sounded normal. When I had been told I was changing into a girl, I guess I hadn't given much thought as to what that meant beyond the obvious change of sexual equipment. But as I watched the changes taking place in my body, I began to realize that being a girl was almost like becoming a member of a different species. Everything, absolutely everything, was changing. Soon there wouldn't be anything of Larry Boyd left to look at in the mirror. Instead, there would be a stranger there for me and others to see. I looked away from myself and nervously began my shower, closing my eyes as the water rushed over me, so that I wouldn't have to see what I was becoming. At least my clothing wasn't a problem yet. Mom had chosen wisely on the new jeans. If anything, they were a little too short, but I knew I would grow into them, as strange as the thought of growing smaller was. I had thought to wear just a t-shirt, but decided against it for 2 reasons. First, I thought I'd better dress up a little for the session with Mr. Blackwell, and second, I was afraid any further changes during the day would stick out if I wore just a t-shirt. Instead, I wore a light summer weight knit sweater that bagged loosely on me, hiding my developing feminine curves. The only other problem was my shoes. I found my normal Nikes were so loose now that they were sliding around on my feet. Fortunately, I found an old pair that had been far too tight to wear for a year. Thank God I never got around to throwing them out. They seemed to fit fine, but I knew from the size marked inside them that my foot had gone down one full size. My hands seemed a little smaller as well. At least I noted while inspecting my feet that whatever part of the spell was causing my fingernails to grow quickly didn't seem to affect my toenails. I was developing a begrudging respect for the complexity of the spell. "Larry," my dad began over breakfast, "have you thought about what your principal offered you? It might not be so bad, given your changes." I think Dad was having second thoughts about challenging his decision. After all, he had retained Jenny's father for the job before he had seen how much I had already changed. He couldn't help but notice how different I already looked. "I've thought about it," I said honestly. "Look, Dad, I've got to face this head on. I can't just spend the rest of my life hiding in my room. And I want to graduate with my class. I don't want to miss out on that." He gave me a little nod and a smile of support. He seemed actually proud of me. "It's your choice, Larry. I just wanted to hear you say it." I suppose if I had known how events would unfold, I might have thought more about taking Mr. Blackwell's offer. But I felt that the only way I could deal with my change was to try to live as normal a life as possible. And so, at exactly 9 that morning, I was back in the conference room where the FBM agents had questioned me the day before. Only this time I wasn't alone. Mr. Jackson sat on my right, while my parents sat on my left. Mom was right next to me, holding onto my hand, as Mr. Blackwell entered the room accompanied by Hector O'Malley, the attorney for the school board. After the dutiful greetings were made, Mr. O'Malley made the first move. "Dan, Larry here is of legal age now. I'm not sure you have the right to represent him. I know you're Jack's attorney, but I'm not sure about." His voice trailed off as Mr. Jackson shoved a client agreement under Mr. O'Malley's nose. He had asked me to sign it just before the meeting, noting that Hector O'Malley was such a lousy attorney that he was bound to pull a cheesy stunt like that. Mr. O'Malley was clearly out of his depth. His opening gambit had been weak at best, and I had the rare privilege of watching Jenny's father rip the school board's counsel apart without breaking a sweat. Mr. Blackwell suspended my client without cause and me demand immediate reinstatement. Mr. Jackson began without preamble. "But he may be contagious," Mr. O'Malley said weakly, acting like a fighter forced to back around the ring. Another paper got shoved under his nose. "This is the opinion of doctors and wizards of the FBM, indicating that the virus my client has contracted is in no way contagious," my attorney replied smoothly, sliding a small pile of documents under Mr. O'Malley's nose. I noticed that the top sheet had the embossed seal of the Federal Bureau of Magic. "But we don't know that for sure." Mr. Jackson's eyes narrowed. "Hector, are you willing to defend that statement in the civil suit I'm prepared to file against the school board? The amount of that suit, by the way, will not fit neatly into this year's school budget." It made my day to watch both Mr. O'Malley and Mr. Blackwell wilt like lettuce in the hot sun. Within a matter of minutes I was reinstated in school. I think they had already realized that Mr. Blackwell had overstepped his authority when he had thrown me out of school without a formal hearing. It was probably a blessing in disguise, for while a formal hearing might have given them time to develop a more plausible reason to expel me, they would look petty now if they tried to kick me out of school again. But in their reassessment of their position, they had at least managed to come up with a few rules which would set me apart from my classmates. "We expect you to use only the unisex disabled restroom on the first floor," Mr. Blackwell began. That meant that if I had 2 classes in the west wing of the building, I would have to scramble all the way back to the east wing just to go to the bathroom. But I could reluctantly see his point. I was already starting to look less like a boy and more like a girl, so I wouldn't feel welcome in the boys' room. Of course, in a few days, I might be a little too welcome in the boys' room. And as long as I still had my male equipment between my legs, I certainly couldn't use the girls' room. Also, you cannot participate in any sporting activities. Again, I could understand why. My male muscles were atrophying to the point that I would no longer be of much good on the boys' team. Besides, technically I was genetically female already. Yet I doubted if any sports authority would allow me to compete on the girls' teams even if I had any desire to do so. It was a little disappointing to me, but I realized there was no other reasonable choice. The school will not provide counseling services for you on this matter, as we lack significant experience in magical problems. We will, however, grant you time away from class for any private counseling your physician may deem necessary. This was contrary to my doctor's wishes, but it was fine with me. The school psychologist was a little batty himself, and I certainly didn't want to spend any time with him explaining what I felt about being turned into a girl. And finally, you will be required by Monday to choose an appropriate feminine name. You will be immediately referred to as Miss Boyd by all staff until an appropriate name has been chosen. Now wait a minute, I started to protest, but Mr. Jackson stopped me by saying, that will be acceptable, so long as the school agrees to change all of Ms. Boyd's records to reflect that she is female without any prejudicial statements as to her previous male status. His opposite number nodded in reluctant agreement. I was turning beet red. Being suddenly referred to as Ms. Boyd and she and her was galling. Of course I realized that it was meant to be. That was why Mr. Blackwell had done it. I was still seething about that when we were outside the school building again. Why did you let them get away with that? I demanded of my attorney. To my surprise, he simply smiled. Larry, I know it was done to embarrass you, but you are becoming a girl whether you like it or not. By demanding that you be considered in all ways to be a girl, our friends have established that you are officially a girl and not some freak of nature. Your official records, transcripts and the like will have to reflect that. Imagine what might happen if your records indicated that you were formerly a male. It could affect your admission to college or acceptance for a job someday. But why should it? I asked. I didn't ask for this to happen. Mr. Jackson shook his head. Larry, people find some funny things to worry about when they're judging your fitness for a job or a school. Race, religion, sex, and sexual preference have all been used to include or exclude vast numbers of people from proper consideration. Before AIDS was cured, it was used as a criteria supposedly because of its effect on health insurance premiums or some such nonsense. This is going to be hard enough for you now, but you don't want this transformation causing you problems throughout your life. I nodded reluctantly. I had to admit he was right. Just make sure you have an appropriate girl's name to give them on Monday, he advised. That doesn't give us much time, my mother observed. It was already Friday. That meant some time over the weekend. Larry Boyd would no longer exist. Of course, Mom had wanted from the beginning of this entire mess to settle me with a girl's name. It looked as if she now had the blessings of my attorney as well. As my parents and attorney left, I suddenly felt very much alone. I would now once more have to face my peers. They would notice the differences, I was sure of that. How would they treat me? Would they laugh at me? Avoid me? Sneer at me? Console me? Somehow, I thought I would probably experience each of those before my transformation was complete. I couldn't have known how right I was back then. Magic class was already in session when I walked in. While I tried to be unobtrusive by quietly walking to my seat, there was really no way I could do so. Miss Walker's lecture went into pause mode until I was seated. Then she began again with only a small glance at me. But although I sat near the front of the room, I could feel every eye in the class boring into me. How much had I changed? They must be wondering that and more, I thought. To make matters worse, if that were possible, the lecture was on transformation spells. I had no doubt that the question of the spell laid on me had started this whole lecture before I came into the room. Again feeling my face flush, I had to listen to some of the same things Dr. Marlin had told me and pretend as if they didn't apply directly to me. Actually, most of what she said didn't really apply to me. Transformation spells were difficult and rare. But although she didn't mention it, I wondered if they might not become much more commonplace if virus-delivered spells became easier to invoke. No wonder the FBM was so anxious to clear up my case. Mr. Boyd. Miss Walker called to me as class ended. I was grateful she had called me since it meant my fellow students probably couldn't wait to ask me how it felt to be slowly changed into a girl. Also, I noted that Mr. Blackwell had not circulated my required name change just yet. Knowing him, I thought he might have already made sure I was called by my feminine appellative already. "I just wanted you to know I'll help you in any way I can," she told me when we were alone. "I can't stop what's happening to you, but if there's anything at all I can do for you, let me know." I nodded and smiled a little. Miss Walker and I had always gotten along well, and I had an A in her class, since fortunately magical ability was not a requirement for a good grade. She herself was not particularly talented in the magical arts, although she probably had the best abilities of anyone on staff. There really wasn't much she could do to help, but it was the thought that counted. Besides, maybe someday there would be something she could do to help. By lunchtime there was no way to avoid my friends. Most were, to my relief, sympathetic and offered to help in any way they could. Even Byron and his usual shadow, Chuck, seemed more sensitive than I would have expected. I suppose it was because Byron had planned our little excursion to Kansas City, and although Chuck hadn't been there, he was in St. Louis visiting his grandparents that weekend. He seemed to be supportive as well. It was Jenny, though, who took me under her wing. I hadn't been sure quite what to say to her, so I had avoided her. To her credit, she didn't avoid me. While several of her more popular friends glanced over at us with disapproving stares, Jenny shepherded me to a small table in the cafeteria where we both set up our lunches. "I know I should have called you last night, Larry," she began, "but I needed a little time to absorb all of this." I could understand that. I was still absorbing it myself. I brushed a strand of hair out of my face and nodded in agreement. Geez, my hair was already almost 3 inches long again. "I want to help you," she announced seriously. "Help how?" She took my hand, precipitating a small gasp from the popular table. "Look, Larry, we've been friends for most of our lives. Even though we were dating, we were still just friends, weren't we?" She was right. I had always known deep down that Jenny wasn't the girl for me. In spite of a few sexual fantasies, I had always known we would just be friends. That's right. Then as a friend, I need to help you get through this. If you're going to be a girl, I want you to be comfortable being a girl. I don't think that's going to happen, no matter what you do. "Yes, it will," she assured me. "You'll see. I'll help you through all of this, and someday you'll come to me and tell me you wouldn't want to be anything but a girl." I said nothing to that, but I knew it would never happen. 70 years from now, if I was still around, I'd be a crotchety little old lady who still missed her prick. On the whole, most of the other students were reasonably decent to me, at least at first. In addition to Jenny, Zach, Byron and Chuck were the only ones who were genuinely friendly to me, and I think the only reason Chuck was friendly was because Byron was. I overheard a few muttered comments from others though, that were less than decent. Things like pansy and pervert rode on the wind, and I overheard Pete say something about God's punishment to someone. Most of the student body tried hard to give me a little distance. Apparently Mr. Blackwell wasn't the only one who thought I might be contagious. I think more than one of my male friends feared developing breasts if they came too close to me. Many of them avoided my eyes as they shied away. To my chagrin, Mr. Blackwell's memo had apparently been distributed right after lunch. Teachers began calling me Ms. Boyd to the muffled snickers of the rest of the class. At first I flushed each time the dreaded phrase was uttered, but by mid-afternoon it had happened so often that I was able to take it in stride. Thank God I wasn't taking a 4th year of Spanish. I don't think I could have tolerated being called Señorita Boyd. Unfortunately, the name was becoming some sort of bizarre nickname. Even some of the students began greeting me as Ms. Boyd. I tried to ignore them and just act as if nothing was out of the ordinary. I learned a long time ago that a distasteful nickname only sticks if you let others know it bothers you. Unfortunately, there was no way I could completely hide my displeasure with the new name. I was actually relieved to see Mom there to pick me up. I had been bracing myself for a barrage of questions from my classmates once we were all outside the school. It was Friday afternoon, and everyone would want to know what was happening to me rather than go through the weekend with nothing juicy to gossip about. From the group that looked my way with disappointment as I scurried over to Mom's car, I knew I had been right. "Why are you here?" I asked Mom. I usually walked home, but as I said, I was actually glad to see her under the circumstances. Did you forget? You have to see Dr. Marlin every other day, she reminded me. I had completely forgotten that I needed to see him for my checkup. It wasn't often that I felt relieved to see the doctor, but if it got me away from the curious questions of my classmates, who was I to complain? As it turned out, I shouldn't have been so relieved to see him and avoid my classmates. It was the first really unpleasant session with him, as he poked and prodded me in every way I could imagine, and a few that I couldn't. He hefted a disturbingly prominent bit of flesh that was collecting behind my nipples, rolling it in his fingers. I was surprised to feel a sensitivity there I had never experienced before. Then he examined my scrotum, announcing that there was a depression forming that seemed to be enclosing my slowly shrinking testicles and penis like some sort of fleshy black hole. And to add injury to insult, he rammed his finger up my ass and announced that my prostate gland had shrunk to abnormally small proportions. I was in a very foul mood as Mom drove me home. Although we were late, I was surprised to find Dad and Doug weren't there. I mentioned it to Mom. "Oh, Doug had a freshman track meet today and your father went to watch." I felt a pang of jealousy. No matter how busy Dad was at the store, he always made it a point to go to our games and meets. Now he would only be going to Doug's events, for I was banned from participating in school sports. I know I was about to graduate and he would only have missed one of my track meets, but it hurt anyhow. "You know, Larry, you and I will probably become a lot closer now," she told me as I helped her prepare dinner for just the two of us. Dad and Doug would be going out for pizza, another little bonding event I was destined to miss. "And there are a lot of things you'll need to know as a girl." She must have seen me cringe, for she went on, "You know we have to talk about this sometime. You can't just ignore what's happening to you. It won't be so bad, and I always wanted a daughter since." Her voice trailed off. I, of course, knew what she was going to say, since Susan died. Susan was my sister, my older sister, but I never knew her. She died while just a few weeks old, 2 years before I was born. I had picked up some vibes before my grandparents died that Mom had wanted to keep trying until she got another girl, but it wasn't to be. After Doug was born, the doctors told her she could never have more children. She was stuck with 2 boys. Oh, she never let her disappointment show, but I think she would have sold her soul to the devil if only he would turn Doug or me into the girl she had lost. Well, it hadn't taken a devil or her soul for that matter. "Larry, I don't want you to be sad about what's happening to you. It can be a wonderful thing if you just let it. I've loved being a woman and a mother. You can, too, if you just let yourself." I had visions of Darth Vader crooning, "Come to the dark side, Luke." I was horrified. She saw it from the look on my face. "Please, Lori." "What did you call me?" I gasped. "Larry? I just called you Larry." I shook my head. "No, you didn't. You called me Lori. You want this to happen to me, don't you?" "No, Don't lie to me, Mom," I yelled, feeling once more the uncommon sting of tears in my eyes. "You want me to be a replacement for Susan? How can you say such a thing?" But her protest sounded somehow hollow. Fearing I burst into shameful tears, I bolted from the kitchen and fled to my room, slamming the door behind me. I was an emotional wreck. Can you blame me? Physically, I was about a third of the way through my transformation. Already something akin to female hormones must have already been coursing through my mind, speeding the transformation. Or maybe not. Maybe my emotional outburst was as much a product of my male hormones as anything. I guess I'll never know, nor does it matter now. In any case, what I felt was that my own mother was challenging what was left of my masculinity. I was about to become the daughter fate had denied her, and she was anxious to have me complete the process. If I didn't stand my ground, she'd have me in skirts and heels, attending all the mother-daughter teas at the country club and talking endlessly about weddings and babies and whatever else women talked about at those affairs. But on the other hand, I needed her as well. I had always been very close to my father, but I had noticed him drawing away a little since my transformation was announced. Oh, he was very supportive, but I was about to no longer be his son. I would be a girl, and Dad had no idea how to handle that. He had been an only child, raised on sports, playing football, both in high school and college. If my grandfather hadn't become ill his senior year, causing him to have to help run the store, he might have even had a shot at the pros. Then the store, a farm and home supply business, had shaped him into a man much like the farmers he served, masculine, taciturn, and self-reliant. While there had always been a place for my mother in his life, I wasn't sure how well he was going to accept another girl under his roof, so I would need Mom for support. She wanted to be closer to me, her soon-to-be daughter. I would need to learn from her how to be a young woman. She would have to teach me in the few weeks of late spring and summer all the things a daughter would have spent 18 years learning at her mother's side. Like it or not, I would have to learn how to be a girl. And although Jenny had volunteered to help, there were some questions that were just too intimate to ask a friend. I would have to learn them from my mother, like it or not. Slowly, I managed to bring my emotions under control. It wasn't easy. The fury of my remaining male psyche and the growing uncertainty fueled by my growing feminine side were in serious conflict. At last I calmed down. I began to tell myself that although I was about to give Mom the daughter she had always wanted, she had had nothing to do with my transformation. I had only myself to blame for the mess that I was in. She was just trying in her own way to make things easier for me, and I had rewarded her by being an hysterical little prick. Or bitch. Or whatever I was. I decided to make peace with her, returning to the kitchen as calmly as I could. She was just finishing dinner preparations, holding 2 plates in her hands as if uncertain to set the table for 1 or 2. "Mom, I'm sorry." She gave me a sad little smile and put the plates on the table, opening her arms to me. I accepted her hug, trying to put in the back of my mind the thought that although I was still larger than her, it wasn't by even as much as it had been that morning. I think we both cried a little. I know I did. We ate dinner, cleaned up, and watched a little TV together that night, but nothing of consequence was said. I think we both wanted everything to seem normal. At last I made my way to bed, wondering what new indignities awaited me on Saturday. Actually, I didn't have to wait until Saturday. I spent a restless night plagued by dreams of my life to be. Of course, it wasn't really my life to be. It was just a dream, and a terrible one at that. It was football season and I was a cheerleader, jumping up and down in mock enthusiasm as my old teammates crushed some nameless foe. The dream was disjointed as many dreams are, but I remember looking down to see absurdly large breasts bouncing as I chanted Go Stockard, over and over. Probably the worst part of the dream had me in the men's locker room after the game, my teammates laughing as I stood in front of a urinal, my short skirt hiked high as I sought in vain for my penis. That terrible scenario was enough to cause me to come awake. I sat bolt upright in bed, breathing heavily. I thought just for a moment that my chest was heaving, weighted down by those huge breasts I had seen in my dream. Imagine my relief when I thrust my hand down to my bare chest. It was still flat, although the nipples felt just a little puffy. Dropping back onto the pillow, I thought to myself that it was bad enough that I had to become a girl. Now I had to be one in my dreams as well. Just great, I mumbled before falling back into a thankfully dreamless sleep. Get up, honey. My sleep-numbed brain told me it must be Saturday morning. With a sigh, I managed to sit up, pushing a lock of hair, that must have been 4 inches long, out of my face. I looked at the clock. Mom, it's 8 already. I was supposed to help Dad move some inventory at the store this morning. Doug's helping, she said blandly. Then seeing the look on my face, she added, no, it's not because of the changes, at least not exactly. That FBM agent, Ms. Howell, asked to see you here at the house. She'll be here at 10, so your father got Doug to help him. I grunted as I got out of bed. It still sounded like a convenient excuse to me. I thought Dad had decided I was now too weak to do the heavy lifting I had done at the store before. But I had to admit to myself that it was probably for the best as I appraised my thinning arms. I doubted if I could lift half of what Doug could lift now. My morning shower was becoming more disturbing every day. It was the only time of the day I was forced to look at all the changes that were racking my body. It engendered thoughts of how I could hold on to my fading masculinity just a little longer, and that was becoming more difficult with every passing hour. Oh, I could still hide my widening hips, narrowing waist, and virtually non-existent breasts with baggy clothing, but it promised to be warm spring day, and I would look odd if I wore clothes that while concealing my changing form also made me hot and uncomfortable. And then there was my face. I had looked at it before climbing into the shower. It was still my face, sort of. I still had blue eyes and light Celtic skin, but the changes that would feminize me for good were more pronounced. My nose was smaller still and somehow cuter. The shrinking of the nose had made my eyes look bigger and wider, and I couldn't help but notice that they were now accented by eyelashes that had grown noticeably thicker and curled up a little on the end. That was just great. Most women had to fuss with their eyelashes to make them look like that. I was going to have them naturally. My skin had also changed. It was smoother, and the beginnings of a light tan achieved at track practice had faded away, and there was no sign whatsoever of a beard. I would most likely never have to shave my face again. I might have thought of that as a positive result of my transformation, but I realized with grim certainty that it only meant the day I would have to learn to shave my legs and under my arms was just that much closer. My hair had grown more during the night. At least the rate of growth seemed to have slowed down some. Now it was about the length and rough shape I recognized as what girls called a pixie cut. The reddish-brown mop covered my ears and tickled the back of my neck. It was even hanging down in my eyes a little, but I resisted the urge to cut it off. I'd ask Mom to help me after I got dressed. I was faced with the problem of comfort or concealment in getting dressed. At last I chose comfort. After all, I didn't plan to leave the house and expected no visitors except Ms. Howell. A gray t-shirt, which had been large even on my male frame, sufficiently covered my prepubescent breasts, but even the smallest pair of denim shorts I owned drooped comically on my hips, my waist now being too small to hold them up. "That won't do," Mom said as she saw me struggling to get the shorts to stay up. And she just saw the half of it. My jockey shorts were trying to bunch in an uncomfortable pull in my crotch. I knew my male equipment was beginning to shrink, but there was still enough of it in place that I didn't want to go around all day with my shorts wadded up down there. "I'll manage," I mumbled, trying to tie a belt around my waist to hold the denim shorts in place. "Try these," she said after she had left and returned. I grabbed an offered pair of denim shorts and as she turned her back without being asked, slipped them on. They weren't a good fit. I had to really suck in my shrinking gut to get them fastened. But at least they stayed in place. "Doug's not going to be happy that you gave me a pair of his shorts," I laughed. She gave me a mischievous little smile. "They aren't Doug's shorts. They're mine." "What?" I cried with alarm. I was wearing women's shorts? My mother's shorts? Noting the look of consternation on my face, she explained, "Look, Larry, it's time you realize the changes are too far along for you to try to wear men's clothing. A woman's body is shaped differently from a man's in case you hadn't noticed. I haven't insisted that you buy and wear girls' clothing yet, but you're starting to look as out of place in your old clothes as your brother would look in a dress." Then she frowned and looked at me as I tugged at the crotch of her shorts. "What's wrong? Are they too tight in the crotch?" Not exactly," I replied, unwilling to explain about the problems with my underwear. "Come with me," she sighed, guiding me into her room. I was too embarrassed to argue. Thank God none of my friends could see me, I thought as I stood in front of the full-length mirror in my parents' room. Mom had firmly insisted that I rethink my attire for the day. Gone was the oversized gray t-shirt, replaced with a woman's t-shirt. She had selected something which was at least nearly unisex. It was cut like a man's t-shirt, with only the creamy color and the slightly scalloped to give it away as a woman's shirt. At least there were no flowers or lacy designs on it, and I had to admit the fit was better. Under her shorts was the most disturbing thing I had ever worn, a pair of women's briefs. Oh, the material was cotton and the color was a non-feminine gray, but the cut was feminine. I'm not sure which disturbed me most, the fact that I was wearing women's underwear or the fact that although it was a little tight, I had very little difficulty stuffing what was left of my male package into the garment. Mom had also loaned me a pair of her tennis shoes, the thinning hair on my legs contrasting with the pink laces on the shoes. I thought I looked like a man in drag, but I had to admit it was a very good drag. There. Now, isn't that a lot more comfortable? I didn't bother to answer her question, but in fact I was more comfortable than I had imagined. The clothing fit reasonably well. Yet by my reckoning, I was only a little less than halfway through my transformation. If I already looked this feminine, what was I going to look like when the process was complete? It was a frightening thought. Miss Howell was right on time, only she wasn't alone. "This is Dr. Gleason," Miss Howell said, motioning to an attractive blonde woman, once we were all around the kitchen table. "Paula Gleason," she said, extending a hand to me as she brushed her long, blonde hair back with the other hand in a decidedly feminine gesture. I took her hand, pleased to find that she had a firm, almost masculine grip, in spite of the fact that she was one of the most attractive women I had ever met. Her long blonde hair framed the face of a goddess, perfectly made up, accenting a pair of intelligent blue eyes. She wore a gray women's business suit, but on her it looked as if she could use it as an outfit in a beauty pageant and beat out all the younger girls in their swimsuits. I estimated her to be about the same age as my mother, but whereas my mother was a former college cheerleader who had managed to still look attractive at the advanced age of 40, this woman looked absolutely ageless, and she looked nearly as great now as I imagined she must have looked when she had at my age. "I've asked Dr. Gleason to chat with you a little while today," Ms. Howell explained to my mother and me. "She's had some experience in cases like yours, and I thought she might be able to help you." I frowned a little at that. The last thing I wanted to do was bare my soul to a psychiatrist. I could hear the questions now. "How do you feel about becoming a girl? Shitty. Have you started noticing boys yet? Get serious. What do you think about wearing skirts?" No comment. Dr. Gleason could see I was resistant to her, but she managed to keep her poise. "Before we do that, I'd like to show you some pictures," the agent said. "Tell me if you recognize any of these girls." She spread about a dozen pictures in front of me. Most were just pictures of girls, the type of pictures you'd expect to see on someone's desk or dresser. The girls had bright, cheery smiles and wore bright, cheery dresses. But a couple pictures were obviously mug shots. At first, I didn't see anyone who looked familiar, but on a second glance. "That one," I said, pointing to a picture of a red-headed girl smiling sweetly for the camera. She's the one I was with." Miss Howell looked at Dr. Gleason with a knowing nod. "Melissa Davis," she said for my benefit. She was a student at Sarah Lawrence College until last year when her affiliation with the Women's Liberation Army became known. She's been involved in at least 10 incidents like yours, Larry. 10. I gasped. How many men has this Women's Liberation Army done this to anyway? "That's classified," Ms. Howell informed me brusquely. She didn't have to tell me. If that girl had managed to do 10 on her own and there were pictures of a dozen girls in front of me, it meant that terrorist sex changes were much wider spread than Dr. Marlin had realized. I could see why the FBM was trying to keep things low-key, though. There'd be panic if the American people realized how out of control magical terrorism was getting. After assurances from Agent Howell that everything possible was being done to find the woman who had done this to me, she and my mother retired to the living room, leaving me alone with Dr. Gleason. "Larry, I know this is hard for you. You're not the first person I've talked to about this," she began, trying to gain my confidence. "Dr. Gleason. Paula, then," I agreed. "I don't want to appear ungrateful for any help, but if you're here to tell me that it isn't so bad being a girl and that half the world manages with it just fine, I'm afraid I'm not ready to buy that." To my surprise, she laughed. "I don't blame you. I wasn't either." "You?" I asked. "You mean, but you're a psychiatrist, aren't you?" "How did?" "I'm not a psychiatrist," she replied with something akin to a giggle. "I'm a physicist." As I sat there dumbfounded, she told me her story. She had been in Boston nearly 2 years before attending a convention of physicists at MIT. Single and lonely, Dr. Paul Gleason hired the services of a prostitute. A few weeks later, after the virus had spread through his body, Dr. Paula Gleason was born. "Amanda, that's Agent Howell to you, asked me to talk with you," she explained. "You see, I'm a physicist for the FBM, so whenever one of these cases comes up, they fly me in to give my little pep talk." "Something tells me you've been flying a lot lately," I observed. "Quite a lot," she confirmed. Then she looked at me seriously. "Larry, I won't bullshit you. What you're going through isn't any fun. To make it worse, there are probably a lot of small minds around you who don't understand what you're going through. They see this as some sort of moral failing on your part, and I suppose in a way they're right. If you hadn't seen that prostitute, none of this would have ever happened." "I've thought about that a lot," I admitted. "But it did happen, and there's no way to take it back," she went on. "You're going to become a girl no matter what. The only advice I can give you is that there is life after a sex change. You don't want to be a woman, and I didn't either. But we don't get to choose what we will be. The only thing we can choose is how we live that new life." I sighed. "So this is the part where you tell me that skirts, makeup and high heels aren't so bad after all. I suppose skirts are okay, but makeup is a pain and high heels hurt if you wear them too long. But then again, as a man, I hated shaving, wearing ties, and being expected by every woman to be strong enough to lift heavy loads for them. All I'm saying is give it a chance. The more you fight it, the tougher it will be. No one will think any more or any less of you if you just let it happen. Your friends will still be your friends, and as for those who aren't your friends, you'll find in the long run that their opinion doesn't really matter." We talked for a few more minutes, and I found that I really liked Paula. She had come to terms with what had happened to her, and I got the idea that her life was a rich one, populated with a wide variety of friends and interests. She frankly answered every question I put to her, and when she left, she gave me her card so I could call her whenever I felt like it. I wasn't sure I would call her, but just knowing she was out there was helpful. The one thing I didn't ask her about was sex. I wasn't ready to even think about that. As long as I still had male parts between my legs, I was still a man as far as I was concerned. I'd worry about that later. I had planned on a quiet afternoon. Mom busied herself with household chores. I know she wanted to talk with me, maybe even start treating me like her daughter, but I was prepared to rebuff her attempts if she made them. Thankfully, she seemed to sense that I wasn't ready to be Lori. I tried to keep occupied switching between a baseball game and a hockey match on TV. I wasn't terribly interested in either game, and as I think back on that day, I couldn't even tell you what teams were playing. I think I was watching just to be manly. It was as if the drone of the excited sports announcers would somehow create a mantra that would stave off my approaching femininity. But it wasn't working. Just sitting there on the couch, I could feel subtle changes in my anatomy. I had to get up and trim my fingernails again. That was becoming a daily occurrence, it seemed. But I couldn't trim what was starting to happen on my chest. Just sitting there watching the game, I could feel my nipples becoming more sensitive as they began to swell. And flesh was at last starting to pool behind them as well. When I moved, I could feel a gentle tug on my chest, and that tug seemed to become more pronounced as the afternoon wore on. One thing was actually starting to become more comfortable, though, and that worried me even more. The cramped sensation between my legs seemed to be lessening. But I knew what that meant. Eventually my penis and testicles would be gone, withered away and replaced by things whose names I dared not speak lest I make them appear sooner. I was beginning to think Dr. Marlin had been wrong in his estimates of how long it would take me to change. After all, his projection of 10 days had been based on what little he knew about the magically enhanced virus. On Wednesday he had said it would take 10 days for the changes to be complete. But he had also said he wasn't sure. It could be more or less. And when he had said it, he had meant until the process was absolutely complete. That meant I might become externally female sooner, while internal changes continued through the entire period. I hadn't thought of it that way before. And then there was my healing ability. Whether magically enhanced or not, the ability my body had always had to heal itself quickly might be having an effect on the speed of my transformation. It would be ironic if the only potentially magical ability I had was speeding my changes, almost as if turning me completely into a girl quickly was my body's response to a perceived injury. No matter what the cause, judging from where I was on that Saturday afternoon, I suspected that by Monday I would appear to be a girl for all practical purposes. Hell, I was almost there already. If I had been wearing a dress and a little makeup, a casual observer would have no difficulty declaring me to be a girl. So what if I could still be standing up? And even that, I thought glumly, was starting to become something of a challenge, as my male organs continued to wither away. My gloomy reverie was interrupted by the doorbell. Mom got it, and I heard familiar voices: Zach, Byron, and Jenny. Oh shit! I didn't want them to see me dressed like... Well, I just didn't want them to see me. Hey, Larry! It was Zach with his usual greeting. To my relief, he was dressed about like me. I suppose Mom had been right. If someone weren't told I was wearing women's clothing, they wouldn't even notice. And when Jenny greeted me, I didn't feel as if I were wearing women's clothing at all, noting her pink tank top and short denim skirt. Of course the laces on her tennies were pink, too. She gave me a friendly hug. Looking good, Larry. At first I thought she was making fun of me, but I could see she meant it as a compliment. Want a Coke, Larry? Byron called from the door to the kitchen. Nope. Just had one. I hadn't said anything for a couple of hours. Was my voice a little higher now? I couldn't tell for sure. Hey, Byron said with a grin. If you gotta be a girl, at least I think you're gonna be a cute one. He meant it as a compliment, I guess, but I found myself flushing with embarrassment. Now see what you've done, Bye? Jenny chided him. But she was gentle when she did it, and she called him Bye. She hadn't called him by that name since they had broken up. Hey, we're still friends, Byron chuckled. Then jokingly he added, but Boyd, you really ought to shave those legs. I just grunted when he said it, while Zach and Jenny smiled a little. The problem was he was right when I thought about it. Having hair on my legs didn't make me look any more masculine, in spite of what I had thought that morning. With every passing hour I was beginning to look more and more like a girl, and having hair on my legs was just making me look like a girl with poor grooming habits. You want me to help you with them? Jenny asked softly. After I was silent for a few seconds, Byron said, Oh, go on, Larry. You've got to do it sometime. It might as well be in front of your friends. I reluctantly allowed myself to be led off to the bathroom while Byron and Zach plunked down in front of the TV and watched the game. A new game had just started and the Kansas City Royals were playing, so it was a game with local interest. All of us had grown up as Royals fans. I don't know about this, I protested feebly as Jenny sat me on the side of the tub. The next thing I know, you'll be wanting to give me a makeover and do my nails. I don't think you're quite ready for a makeover, she replied seriously, but I might be able to do something with those nails. I blanched. Look, Larry, how long can you deny this? You're going to be a girl. And Byron's right. You might as well show off the changes in front of your friends. That way we can help you get comfortable with your new self before you have to face the world. Since when have you been listening to Byron's sage advice? I asked sarcastically. He's changed a lot, she said simply. Now take off your shirt and shorts. Do I have to? I didn't want her to see that I was wearing women's panties. Do it, Larry. Her order brooked no resistance. She might as well have been a whisperer. With a sigh I complied. She made no comments about my changed anatomy or the panties as she clinically showed me how to shave under my arms and shave my legs. I was surprised at how quickly I had given in to this latest exercise in feminization, but I couldn't deny that it was inevitable. Jenny also trimmed my hair a little, evening it out and smoothing it out in front, so that it was out of my eyes. She even used a clip and a little hairspray to hold it in place. When she was finished and I was dressed again, I saw that she had done a good job of shaping my hair into a short but obviously feminine style. She had also worked on my fingernails, shaping them into a more feminine appearance. I objected, but she pointed out that as they grew, It would be easier to make them look normal if they were more tapered. I'm Larry, I told myself looking at the finished image in the mirror. Maybe next week I'll be Lori, but I'm still male where it counts. But an inner voice told me that the creature who stood before the mirror was now more woman than man, and with a little makeup, some jewelry, and earrings, I would be one hot little cookie. Not bad, Byron pronounced with just a touch of amusement as I walked back into the room with Jenny at my side. What do you think, Zach? Looks great, right? Yeah, Zach agreed, his mouth opened just a bit more than was natural. I feel like a freak, I muttered. Oh, no. Zach jumped in, rising to his feet. You look, well, great, Larry. I mean for a girl, I finished bitterly for him. Hey, look, Byron broke in after an uncomfortable silence, it's Saturday. Let's not wreck things. Why don't we go out and get something to eat and go to a movie? Like this? I cried, motioning to my feminized body. Oh, well, he said, lingering just a little long on my changing form, I guess we could do something a little more private. Look, my folks are in Kansas City this weekend. Why don't we go over to my place? We can pick up a pizza and watch something on our big screen. Byron's parents didn't just have a big screen. They had an HD TV set, progressive scan DVD, satellite receiver, and a sound system that could shatter glass 100 yards away. I was a little reluctant, but what else was there to do? If I stayed home and moped, Mom would have me in skirts by sundown. I knew she was just itching to complete my transition to being her daughter. Okay, I finally agreed. As I expected, Mom was a little disappointed when I told her that we were going to Byron's, but she tried to hide it. Poor Mom. She wanted a daughter so badly. It was a shame that I had no intention of being her little girl no matter what my final form might look like. We got one of the bake-it-yourself pizzas at Papa John's. Byron and Jenny went in to get the stuff, leaving Zach and me in the back seat of the car. There was no way I wanted to be seen in public, and Zach volunteered to keep me company. He wasn't much company, though. I think he was a little uncomfortable around me, and I can't say that I blamed him. Byron and Jenny came out a few minutes later with the pizza. Jenny was giggling and Byron was stifling a laugh. What's so funny? I asked as Jenny handed me the drinks. Oh, nothing, she replied before giggling again. Oh, go ahead and tell him, Byron prodded. Okay, Jenny said, composing herself. The guy behind the counter is Jack Morton, you know, that geeky junior. He's Becky Morton's brother. Yeah, I know him, I confirmed. Jack was okay, but Jenny was right. He was a little bit of a social misfit. I have to admit I barely knew him. Well, he spotted you out in the car, Jenny laughed, and he wanted to know who the cute girl was. I flushed. Oh shit. You didn't tell him, did you? Of course not. Jenny laughed. I just told him you were my cousin visiting here from Iowa. And that's funny? I growled. No, what's funny is that he gave you your Coke free and said he'd consider it an honor if you called and thanked him personally. What a geek! Zach laughed as Jenny and Byron joined in. I managed a little smile just to go along, but frankly I didn't find it at all funny. Granted, Jack only saw me from a distance, but it meant I looked enough like an attractive girl that I could expect to get hit on by guys who didn't know who I was. It was an unsettling feeling to say the least. But looking back on it, the evening was actually reasonably pleasant. Everyone treated me as if I were still the Larry they had always known. We ended up watching an action flick called The Sixth Day. It was about a company that was secretly making magical duplicates of people, and there were plenty of outlandish chases and magic spells to make it interesting. Poor Jenny was a little bored, though. She never cared much for action flicks, preferring romances and comedies. She had tried to enlist my support in picking something different. It was almost as if she expected me to be into that sort of thing now that I was probably more girl than boy. I hated to disappoint her, but my mind was as male as ever, and that meant action flicks over romances any day of the week. She got over it, though, and while Byron and Zach hurried into the kitchen to get the last of the pizza and select another film, I had a little time to talk with Jenny alone. "Just this evening you've changed a little more," she noted. I didn't exactly want to hear that. "Oh, how?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I guess you've just become a little Kavya. Your face looks a little more feminine. Oh, and your hair is a little longer." "Yeah, I thought it was longer, too," I had to agree. "Maybe I should shave it off again." "No, don't," she cautioned with a hand on my arm. "It would just grow back. You might as well face it, Larry. You're pretty well along now." "Yeah." There was obvious dejection in my voice. "Look, Larry, there's something else I need to talk to you about," she said seriously. I didn't bother to answer. I just gently nodded my head. She looked at me sadly. "Byron asked me to go to the prom with him, and I said yes." I almost protested that we had agreed to go to the prom together, but before I spoke I realized that was out of the question now. By the time the prom rolled around in 2 weeks, I'd be 100% Lori Boyd in body at least. There was no way I could take her to the prom. "But I thought you and Byron were over." "So did I," she agreed. "When I broke off with him, he was a real pig. He acted like I might as well lie down and spread my legs for him because he was a stockard. It really pissed me off, Larry. But I don't know, he's changed. And look at how he's treated you. Half the kids in the class act like whatever you have is catching. And some of the others, like Pete and his pals, are acting like you're the devil's daughter. Did you know Byron actually called me this morning and asked to come along to see you?" "Well, we've always been friends," I pointed out. "Even though we've had our differences. Of course our biggest differences were over Jenny, but I didn't say that." Jenny chatted on about Byron, and I could tell she was actually falling for him. I wanted to caution her that guys don't usually change overnight, but that wouldn't have gone over well. Besides, she was right. Byron had been there for me the last few days. And he wasn't a bad guy really. It was just that Jenny and I had been so close as friends for so long, and since we had been dating, we had become even closer. She was like a sister to me. And I don't know if this change hadn't happened, maybe we would have really become lovers. It wasn't really likely, but who knows? In any case, the best thing I could do for Jenny now was to be supportive of her decision to start seeing Byron again. Besides, in a few weeks, we would graduate and all go our separate ways. Byron would find somebody new in college and Jenny would continue to pursue her goals, I was sure. Nothing would deter her from following in her father's footsteps. After a second movie, a dorky romantic comedy in deference to Jenny, we went out by the pool in Byron's backyard. We just sat around and talked, reminiscing about our days together growing up. I found myself enjoying the company of my friends and nearly forgetting the changes that were incontrovertibly transforming me into a girl. Actually, with each passing hour, the changes were a little more tolerable, since they were now nothing more than refinements of a general outline that had already been established. My voice was now higher, my laugh becoming almost a giggle. I could feel my hair becoming still longer. And I knew from the feeling on my chest that I would have to wear a bra soon. Mom would be so damned happy. But I was still male, sort of. My penis was still there, but it had atrophied to the point that I no longer felt comfortable standing to pee. It would be too embarrassing to explain a wet stain on my shorts, so all evening I sat to pee. My crotch felt a little emptier, too. My testicles were almost non-existent now, and I suspected they would be gone in another day at the most. But still being male, I was a little uncomfortable when Zach took Jenny and me home. He dropped Jenny off first, leaving me alone in the front seat with Zach. I would have had to have been blind not to notice that Zach had been glancing at me all evening. With Byron and Jenny suddenly a couple again, Zach and I were left to establish what our relationship was. Had I not been changing, it would have been simple. We would have left Byron and Jenny to themselves earlier and sought other entertainment. But the end of the evening had degenerated into some bizarre double date in a way. As Jenny and Byron would suddenly become interested in each other, Zach would look at me, struggling to find something to talk about. I had been in his shoes before. An established couple asks you to do along with them as Cousin Mary's blind date. You struggle to find common ground as the evening goes on. The only problem now was that I wasn't that guy asked to date Cousin Mary. I was Cousin Mary. Zach pulled up in my driveway. I had fun tonight, he stumbled. Oh shit, that does it. I growled. Huh? I turned and looked at him. Now I suppose you want to walk me to my front door for a goodnight kiss? I pressed. I could actually see him turn red in the dim light of the car's dashboard. Oh God, no, Larry. Well, you've been looking at me like a love-starved puppy for the last couple of hours. I must have come on too strong, for his face clouded. Damn it, Larry, what do you expect me to do? You're a damned attractive girl. I'm not a girl, you idiot. I yelled. Then more quietly, I added, at least not yet. Not all the way. I still have my... Larry, don't tell me what you've still got, he broke in. Whatever it is you've got, you aren't going to have it much longer. Hell, you're cute now. Imagine what you'll be like when you've finished changing. Look, we're friends, and I hope we always will be, but some things are going to be different whether we like them or not. He waited for me to say something, but for the life of me I couldn't think of any retort. So he continued, guys look at girls and girls look at guys. You look good, Larry, and you're going to look even better. But I'm your friend. I'm just looking, understand? I nodded my head and felt something stinging my eyes. He took my hand in his. Although it wasn't done in a boy-girl manner, I couldn't help but notice how much larger his hand was than mine. Our hands used to be about the same size. Just remember I'm your friend, Larry, and I always will be no matter what. Thanks, Zach, I managed to say just above a whisper. My voice seemed even a little higher than moments before, but I knew it was just the tightness in my throat. And I'm sorry I yelled at you. He shrugged, releasing my hand. It's okay. See you in church tomorrow? Oh God, I had forgotten about church. My family never missed and neither did Zach's. I guess so. He smiled. See you then. He made no offer to walk me to the door. I know he realized treating me like a girl would probably set me off again. But I noticed he did wait until I had the door open and was safely inside. My parents were home watching TV. Dad looked a little shocked when he saw me. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen me since our meeting at school the day before. Are you okay, Larry? He asked. As good as can be expected, I replied, heading off for my room. I really didn't want to go to bed that night. As rapidly as my transformation was progressing, I knew the next morning would find me even more female in appearance. But I had no choice. I would be expected to go to church in spite of my changes, so I threw myself in bed and tried not to think about anything, especially Zach. I was awakened the next morning by my brother, who burst into my room calling, "Hey Larry, can I borrow your..." Holy shit. His sudden entrance had brought me to a fully alert state, and I had risen up in my bed resting on one arm. Normally that wouldn't have been a problem, but I had not as yet discarded my male habit of going to bed in nothing but a pair of gym shorts. That was fine before, but as I awakened on that Sunday morning, I realized I had a set of very obviously female breasts. Oh, they still weren't as big as they would probably be when my transformation was complete, but no one would ever mistake it for a guy's chest again. In a most unfortunately feminine gesture, I pulled the sheet up over my breasts. "What do you want, Doug?" I said as nonchalantly as I could manage in what was now nearly an alto voice. I need some gray socks," he barely managed. "Can I borrow a pair?" "Top drawer," I said. If it hadn't been such a bummer to wake up with noticeable breasts, I probably would have found his discomfort amusing. Like my father, I hadn't seen Doug in a couple of days. When he had seen me before school Friday, he had a brother. Now he had what appeared to be a sister. I don't blame him for being a little freaked. God knows I was. "Hey, I'm sorry I barged in. No problem. He gave me a little nod and left with the socks. Oh well, I thought, climbing out of bed. It was time to do the daily inspection of the damage. My morning shower revealed nothing particularly new. The die had already been cast, I suppose. My hair was just another inch or so longer. My nails, that Jenny had trimmed, were a little longer and looked even more feminine, as they had held the shape Jenny had given them. My breasts, as I have mentioned, were larger, as were my hips, and my waist was smaller. My arms looked a little scrawny to me, but it was just a feminine smoothness with smaller, less defined musculature. My legs were becoming absolutely gorgeous. It was no comfort to me to realize that they would look great in a skirt. My hands and feet were even smaller than the day before, and I realized even my mother's shoes would probably be too large for me now. But it was what was between my legs, or rather what wasn't, that really caught my attention. Oh, I still had something down there, but it was absolutely tiny, and there were no testicles at all. Part of my groin seemed to be puffing out a bit, and there was an odd depression forming a vertical trough that I knew would eventually develop into my female sex. So much for Dr. Marlin's 10-day estimate. It was a stretch for me to still consider myself male now. I was for all appearances a cute young woman now. No amount of wearing bulky clothes or attempting to swagger would convince a casual observer of anything else. And I was actually more than cute. Oh, I wasn't ready to be tapped as Miss May, but I wouldn't exactly shatter mirrors either. It's funny, but when my fate had been announced by Dr. Marlin, I hadn't really thought about what I would end up looking like as a girl. Would I be beautiful had not been one of my immediate questions. I just hadn't given it any thought. Sure, some of my friends had commented that I was transforming into an attractive woman, but I had tried to ignore them. I thought they were just trying to be nice and didn't understand that I wasn't concerned about my appearance. Now though, looking at my nearly female body on a quiet Sunday morning, I began to realize that being attractive was going to define who I was in the future. Sure, I had been a reasonably good-looking guy, but as a rule, girls don't fall all over themselves to open doors and get the phone numbers of good-looking guys. I doubt if Brad Pitt even gets such attention. But the girl I was changing into would turn heads. Even if I developed no further, and that was an unlikely prospect, I would be hit on regularly no matter what I did or what I wore. Like it or not, I was going to be a girl, and a damned attractive one at that. Maybe that was why I let Mom have her way dressing me that morning. I didn't have the foggiest notion what I should wear to church. A coat and tie would have looked ridiculous, and I didn't have the slightest notion what to put on this new body. To my dismay, she had gone shopping Saturday afternoon while I had been with my friends, selecting a number of feminine outfits for me in various sizes. To her credit, she picked nothing too frilly or colorful, but as she said, "I know nobody dresses up for church anymore, but I wanted you to at least look decent." "I could always stay home," I suggested hopefully. "Larry, if anyone needs to be right with the Lord now, it's you," she countered. "You need all the help He can give you." I supposed she had me there. So the outfit I found myself dressed in was decidedly feminine, but not overtly so. Khaki trousers of a womanly cut showed off my new small waist and burgeoning hips. A silk blouse fit comfortably over growing breasts. The breasts themselves were covered by a 32A bra, hardly showstoppers, but they were sure to grow larger. I had fumed that I didn't need a bra, but Mom convinced me I wouldn't like the male attention I got at church if I didn't wear one. My hair was starting to trail down my back, and Mom had it combed out to make it look even fuller. She even put a small curl in the end of it, showing me how to do it. For shoes, I wore a pair of women's loafers in brown leather which matched my belt. And at least the shoes allowed me to wear normal khaki socks instead of the nylons I was afraid Mom would try to talk me into. In spite of the somewhat unisex fashion, I looked like a typical middle-class teenage girl. And I guess I was. "You really should have a little makeup." Mom mused carefully, but she noticed the scowl on my face and said no more about it. To their credit, Dad and Doug did their best to act as if there was nothing out of the ordinary as we ate breakfast together. We even managed to talk a little about the Royals game, and for just that few precious minutes at the table, I began to feel almost normal, despite my higher voice and the now auburn hair I had to continually push back over my ears. But any feelings of normalcy I experienced at home quickly evaporated as we got to church. I was literally surrounded by my family with Mom, now only a couple of inches shorter than me, on one side and Doug looming taller on the other, while my father walked behind us. The stares from the congregation milling about outside the church were respectfully curious, with only a few which could be termed hostile. No, it wasn't the members of my own church that were of concern. But waiting in our path between us and our fellow worshippers was a small crowd of 20 or so. My friend Pete was with them, but the scowl on his face and those of his associates told me that he was no longer going to be my friend. "So the sinful shall feel the magic of the devil," their leader pronounced, his dark eyes fixed on me. It sounded like scripture, but none I had ever read. I had heard that the sect Pete's family belonged to made up a lot of nonsense that sounded as if it were scripture but wasn't. I knew at once that was who these hateful people were. "Sinner," a woman called out. "Blasphemer," a man added. "Spawn of Satan," a third. Pete shot at me. I came to a halt and began to step back, and my family grouped even closer about me. I was truly frightened, and I think all of us were. I wouldn't have put it past their little cult to pick up rocks and begin stoning me any moment. "Good morning to you, Mr. Morton," a voice suddenly called out. To my relief, I saw Reverend Hillman, our pastor, striding out from our congregation, flanked by two men I recognized as friends of my father's. The leader of the little cult called himself Reverend Morton, and he scowled at the obvious slight our pastor had given him by calling him Mr. Reverend Hillman's pleasant round face never lost its smile though. "You aren't going to let a tool of the ungodly enter your church, are you?" he asked loudly. "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean," Reverend Hillman said blandly, his eyes fixed on Mr. Morton. "All I see here besides your group are members of our flock, good God-fearing people. Perhaps your little group would like to join us as well. The sermon today is on intolerance." Morton may have been a fool, and his congregation not much better, but he knew when he had been insulted. "Hillman, you're leading your members into the arms of the devil. Magic is wicked and evil. Yet when our Lord used it, we called it miracles," Reverend Hillman said evenly. "Now I invite you again, but if you decline, I must ask you to leave as you are interfering in church business." Morton's face was bright red, but he had sense enough to know he had been bested. To my amusement, I noted that even a few of his own people looked distinctly uncomfortable. Without another word he turned and left, trailed by his followers. Pete gave me a sullen look as he departed with the group. "It's good to see all of you today," Reverend Hillman said to us as if nothing had happened. He stuck out his hand to me, which I gratefully shook. "It's very good to see you today, Larry." "Thank you, sir," I replied. "Well, what are we standing around here for?" he said lightly. "The work of the Lord goes on." And we followed him into the sanctuary. I did so with my head held high. The service was like a renewal to me. As promised, he gave his sermon on intolerance, and I couldn't help but realize that I had been the inspiration for it well before Mr. Morton's gang of cretins had decided to confront me. I wondered if some of our own congregation had come to Reverend Hillman, demanding that I be barred from services. If so, this was his answer. I began to have an appreciation for the plight of other victims who found themselves on the receiving end of scorn which should have been reserved for the perpetrator. How many young women, for example, were made to look indecent because someone had raped them? How many battered wives had been told they should have been more understanding to their husbands and they wouldn't have lost their tempers? Uncomfortably, I began to realize that most of the maligned victims were women, as I was soon to be. But if anyone in my own church had a problem with me, they kept it to themselves. Everyone after the service who spoke with my family treated me as if there was nothing unusual. Well, I suppose that isn't entirely true. A few of them cast sidelong glances at me as they spoke with my parents, obviously curious to see how extensive the magical changes were. But at least they were pleasant. I even managed to talk with a few of my friends. Zach and I spoke, but it was in a group and nothing was said about the previous evening. Again, we all tried to pretend that nothing was out of the ordinary. Jenny waved from across the room. She had apparently talked Byron into attending church with her that morning, and she hung proudly on his arm. I never would have imagined the two of them would ever get back together again. I suppose looking back on it, Sunday was both my last day as a man and my first day as a woman. I had another checkup for Dr. Martin, this time at the hospital, since his office was closed on Sunday. His comments after he had finished the exam are what I base my conclusion on. The changes came quicker than I would have thought, he said, leaning against a desk. I nodded as I got dressed. His statement had confirmed my own conclusions. So am I a girl? I asked. I had felt him probing about between my legs, and to my surprise, he had found a small opening there. Yes and no, he replied. On the outside, you're just about there. By tomorrow I would say that no one but a trained physician could tell that you weren't, and even he might be fooled. As for inside, I suppose it may take a couple more days. Look here. He turned on a light displaying my latest x-rays, taken only minutes before. Here and here, he said, tapping a pencil against two cloudy features, are the beginning of your ovaries. The fallopian tubes are already formed, and everything seems to be connecting itself up properly. What does all that mean? I asked, happy I was alone with him this time so I could ask questions I didn't want my parents to hear. It means you're nearly fertile, Larry. Fertile? Okay, so it was a stupid question. I know what fertile meant. I just had never expected the term to be applied to me. In a short time, you will be able to conceive, give birth. Oh, that certainly gave me something to think about for the rest of the day. I stayed in my room, under the pretext that I needed to study. In fact, I needed to think. From the moment Dr. Marlin had announced that I was slowly being changed into a girl, I guess I should have thought about what that really meant. I hadn't though, not really. I had thought of it in terms of how embarrassing it would be. I would have breasts and a vagina, of course, but these were just embarrassing physical attributes which would display my shame for all to note. But I hadn't really thought about what having those things meant in a more intimate sense. Through the power of magic, I would have ovaries populated with eggs, just as if I had been born with them. Each of those eggs had the capacity to develop into a child I would have to bear after 9 months of carrying it inside me. I would have breasts to suckle the tiny life once it had been expelled from my body. I would be a mother. But it was stupid to even think of all that, I told myself. Sure, it was all possible, theoretically. I would have the right equipment, but I had no intention of ever using it. I might soon be completely a woman physically, but mentally I remained male, and I would probably be so for the rest of my life. I thought of my male friends. Was I attracted to any of them? Could I see myself ever allowing any of them, even Zach, to enter my body and start the process that would end in my motherhood? Of course not. So did that mean I would be a lesbian? I didn't think so. Sure, girls still looked good to me. I supposed it wasn't impossible to think about being a lesbian. But that didn't really appeal to me either. I wanted to be able to make love to a woman as a man, not as another woman. I wanted to feel myself harden and enter her as a man should, but I would never be able to do that again. I had even asked Dr. Martin when we were alone if my sexual orientation would change when my body was completely changed. His answer had been vague. Female hormones would stream through my mind and body, he told me, but what their effect would be couldn't be predicted. After all, those same hormones streamed through the mind and bodies of every male and female homosexual as well. Would I suddenly wake up one morning sexually attracted to men? Maybe. And then again, maybe not. At the end of the evening, I got ready for bed. Mom had provided me with some pajamas, something I usually didn't wear. But Doug's shocked look at my growing breasts that morning had convinced me that I needed to do something to cover them at night. The pajamas, to my relief, were not frilly or too soft, and their medium blue color was not particularly feminine. For a moment I actually thought Mom had gotten me a small pair of men's pajamas. But once they were on, I noticed there was no opening in the crotch. Women didn't need one, of course. And as I lay down in my bed that night, I realized I didn't either. With a sigh, I closed my eyes. Tomorrow I would have to go back to school and I wasn't looking forward to it. But I would have to deal with tomorrow when it came. Slowly, I drifted off to sleep. 10 days Dr. Marlin had given me when he first pronounced my fate. 10 days would be all I would have to be a man, or so I thought. But as I stood in front of the mirror Monday morning for the inspection that had become a part of my daily rituals, I realized I had not even had a week. Oh, I might not be entirely female just yet. I could actually feel my insides slowly shifting and turning, becoming indistinguishable from the organs of any natural woman. But it was the outside of my body that everyone saw, and that outside was for all practical purposes female. My hair had a definite red cast to it now, cascading over my shoulders in gentle waves. I had given up trying to cut it. I supposed when the virus had run its course, I would be able to cut and style it like any normal woman would, but for now, I knew cutting it would only cause it to grow out again before I knew it. I brushed it back out of my face, realizing I would have to get something from Mom to keep it out of my eyes. The hand that brushed the hair away was small and delicate, with long fingers ending in feminine nails. Oh, the nails weren't really all that long, but with their tapered point, they were most certainly a woman's nails growing out from a woman's fingers. My face had become even more feminine, as difficult as that was for me to believe. My lashes were still longer, my nose still smaller, my lips fuller, and my skin softer and paler than the day before. If this continued, I thought, I wouldn't have to worry much about wearing makeup. I would look incredibly good even without it. My legs and arms were slender and athletic for a girl. The muscle tone appeared good, but there wasn't much in the way of muscle tissue to be noted. And what muscles I had were smooth and feminine, the muscles of a girl who took care of her body without being exactly buff. I would look damned good in a skirt and heels, I grimly told myself. But of course I had no intention of ever wearing either, although I knew I would inevitably have to do so. My breasts had grown still more. They could now be deemed prominent. And their size, while not exactly huge, was accented by the pronounced indentation of my waist. Below my hips had flared, keeping in proportion with my breasts and waist, and at the junction of my legs, there was just a small patch of reddish-brown hair with absolutely nothing protruding from it. Maybe it was just too small now, embedded in the thatch of hair, I tried to tell myself. Nervously I moved a feminine hand to the mound, running my fingers with trepidation over the soft hairs in search of some evidence of my male identity. I found nothing at all. No, that's not true. I did find something I had known would be there eventually, but had not expected so quickly. I had a slit now, low in the patch of hair, running along the bottom of my torso. I touched it tentatively, feeling nothing in particular. It was just skin, folded neatly along the contour of my body. Taking a deep breath, I slowly explored the new gash with my finger. It did feel particularly sensitive until... Ouch! There was a small nub near the top of the opening, and I had accidentally grazed it with the tapered fingernail. It felt strange. That's the only word I could think of to describe it. It didn't feel particularly good or bad, just strange. I knew it was a clitoris. I had touched the girl in Kansas City there and knew what it was. It was strange how it seemed so sensitive when I touched it, but could be ignored when I didn't. Come to think of it, a man's penis was a bit like that as well. I withdrew my hand and sighed at the lovely image in the mirror. "Hello, Lori," I said sadly to the image, noting how high and musical my voice sounded. And if it sounded that high to me, it would sound even higher to others. So I got ready for school as best I could. I noticed I had a little stubble on my legs and under my arms and shaved as Jenny had taught me, but there was probably no real need to do so, I told myself. I planned on wearing shirts with a short sleeve and jeans, so the shaved areas would not show. Still, I knew it would be expected of me, and if Mom saw that I hadn't done it, it would set her off with another attempt at feminizing me further. Mom had chosen well for me on sizes. I found a pair of women's jeans among my new things that fit snugly, but not obscenely over my butt. I was going to have a pronounced feminine wiggle when I walked, I realized when I looked at my posterior in the mirror. At least wearing tennis shoes instead of heels would keep that wiggle under control. Or at least I hoped that would be the case. My shirt was another problem, though. Mom had bought a few polo shirts for me, and although the fit was good and the choice of colors, I selected a yellow one, was not overtly feminine. I thought the shirts helped to make my new breasts far too prominent. Well, they weren't going away, I reminded myself. I tried tightening the bra straps a little more to hold them more firmly in place, but all that managed to do was cause discomfort under my arms and on my back. At last I had to settle for a setting that was a little more comfortable, even if it did allow my breasts to bounce a little when I walked. I had allowed myself an extra half hour to get ready, but I still barely had time for a bowl of cereal and glass of juice. Dad and Doug had already left for work and school respectively, so Mom was my only company at breakfast. At first she was quiet enough, but I noticed her staring at me over her coffee and toast. "You look very nice, dear," she said at last. "For a girl," I muttered. "Yes," was all she said in reply. I suppose that was for the best. After all, there was nothing she could say that would make me feel any better, and there were a lot of things she could have said that might have made me feel worse. "Well," I announced, finishing the last of my breakfast, "I'd better go." She could hold back no longer. "Larry, can I fix your hair a little better first?" It was bothering me, so what did I have to lose? "Yeah, I guess so." Then after a moment of silence, I added, "I guess it should be Lori now, huh?" She had her own moment of silence before replying, "If that's the name you want to use." "Well, you called me by it the other day," I pointed out as she began to work on my hair. "I just thought that was the name you wanted for me. Since parents usually pick their children's names, I thought." "Well, this is a little different," she laughed gently as she deftly worked on my hair. "After all, most children don't have to be named at 18. I just thought Lori was close enough to Larry that you wouldn't be too disturbed with the name." Now it was my turn to laugh. "Disturbed? Mom, this whole thing disturbs me. The name is the least of it. So I guess Lori it is." She finished with my hair, patting a loose strand into place. "So, would Lori Sue be all right?" "Sue? Don't push your luck, Mom," I wanted to say. Well, I supposed it was no worse than Stanley, the middle name I had picked up from my grandfather. I guess so. So there I was, Lori Sue Boyd, all set to face the world alone. But fate was with me that morning. I wouldn't have to face the world alone after all. As I was slowly gathering up items to place in my book bag, the doorbell rang. Mom answered the door, calling to me, "Lori, it's for you." Who could it be? I wondered. I hadn't made arrangements to walk to school with anyone. Was it Zach? Jenny? Who? The answer, to my surprise, was both and more. Zach was there all right, and so was Jenny. But Byron stood next to Jenny and Chuck next to him. I smiled, trying to blink back the tears from my eyes. Not everyone had been hostile to my change, but these 4 classmates had been my friends throughout my transformation. They had defended me, talked with me, and weren't afraid to be seen with me. Now they were there to walk with me. "We decided after what happened yesterday at church that we should be with you today," Jenny explained. "Yeah," Zach agreed. I couldn't help but notice the appreciative stare he was trying to conceal. Zach had never wanted for a date, and he had an eye for a good-looking girl. Unfortunately, I now fit in that category. And as we got to school, I was glad to have them with me. I only wished later that they could have spent every moment of the entire week with me. If I had thought the week before was bad, that first week being seen as a girl had to be the most terrible week of my life. Maybe things are different now. As a society, we've had several more years to absorb the presence of magic. Even the small towns have probably become more tolerant of curses and spells, just as they have slowly become more tolerant to sexual lifestyles and racial and religious differences. But back just a few years ago, a transformed person such as me was a pariah. To make matters worse, I had become unclean by dealing with a prostitute. Sure, some of the residents of Stockard had used prostitutes without suffering the scorn I had suffered, but they had the advantage of not experiencing the adverse consequences I had experienced. So soliciting a prostitute wasn't by itself enough to ostracize a resident in a small town, but getting caught and or contracting some malady, be it a venereal disease or a magical spell, was enough to invite scorn and ridicule. That describes my first week being seen as a girl. Guys I had thought were my friends either publicly chastised me like Pete or snickered behind my back, making catcalls and jokingly asking me what I was going to be doing Friday evening. Geez, some guys will do anything to get a little pussy. So, you want to try out the new equipment? Nice sass. And that was just a sampling of their comments. I heard so many wise-assed remarks that after the first day, I didn't even blush at them anymore. And to make it worse, I had to fight back the urge to strike back at them. The first time I actually tried that after a particularly lewd comment from a football player I had thought was my friend had been met with frightening results. "Fuck you, Jerry." I had spat at him as he and two of my other friends chuckled at his remark. "Name the time and place, babe," he replied calmly to the further laughter of the others. It was just too much. Feeling more frustration than I had ever felt before, I tried to punch him on the chin. Bad mistake. First, I was now much shorter than he was, causing me to reach upward. Secondly, I no longer had the muscle strength to pack a potent punch. And lastly, my fist was now so small that Jerry covered it before it could strike his face with his own hand, engulfing my ineffective blow in a massive paw. Ow! I screamed as he applied effortless pressure to my hand, drawing me closer to him as he did. To my shock, he bent over and kissed me on the lips, a wet slobbery kiss tasting of whatever he had eaten for lunch. I felt the uncomfortable scrape of whiskers against my soft skin. I struggled without success as he brought a muscular arm up around my waist, forcing me into a tight embrace. When I finally freed myself, it was only with his indulgence. He released me, pushing me back, nearly causing me to fall. Tears stinging my eyes, I retreated, stumbling as I did, to the roars of laughter from the others. "Sorry, babe, that's all for now," Jerry called after me. "Maybe I'll give you more later." "Yeah, 8 inches more," someone else suggested loudly. My God, I thought as I retreated into the school library, I had never felt so helpless in my entire life. I had known my transformation had made me smaller and weaker, probably about the average for any girl my age. But I had never thought of what that might mean in my relationships with others. Although hardly the largest guy in my school, I had been well above the average. Strong, athletic, and self-confident, no one would have dared challenge me before. Anyone who had might win in a fight, but not without suffering significant damage to his own body. That wasn't the case now. I was smaller, weaker, and feminine. Any normal man would be able to beat me physically, and someone like Jerry or one of his friends would be able to do anything they wanted to me if they chose to. Someone like Jerry could steal a kiss. I had to admit, for all its sordidness, it had only been a prank. But what about another man with more evil intent? Such a man could subdue me and rape me, and I could do little more than scream and cry and try to slash him with my longer nails. And even if I managed that, I might be killed for my efforts. I had read somewhere that many experts advised a woman being sexually assaulted to not attempt to hurt her rapist or risk death as a consequence. I had been humiliated and debased, I realized, but the consequences could have been even worse. No wonder so many girls were passive and demure. Perhaps at some time in their lives, they had learned the lesson I had painfully learned that day. While I had no intention of becoming a shy little flower, I realized in that hour that I would have to be more cautious in my feminine future. No longer could I depend upon strength and force to get me out of a jam. And if my relations with my former male friends had taken a turn for the worse, I found my relations with members of my new sex to be no better. I wasn't a real girl in their eyes. They viewed me for the most part with the same disdain they would have viewed a pervert. I suppose in the eyes of some of them that was exactly what I was. After all I had paid for sex. If losing my manhood was the penalty, it was the least of what I deserved. I might now resemble them, but I wasn't one of them. It was strange, but I was beginning to believe that men are more attracted to the physical aspects of the opposite sex, while women are more attracted to the psychological characteristics. That meant that my male classmates saw me now as a girl, someone to tease and lord over in many cases. But my female classmates saw instead a male mind disguised in a female body. To them I was still one of the guys, and a depraved one at that. It was curious, but I suspect if a girl were to suffer my fate and find herself transformed into a boy, she might meet with a somewhat kinder fate. Her fellow males would see her as a hulking hairy creature like themselves, and the girls would realize that beneath the rough exterior was the mind of a woman. But since I've never met a woman who was transformed into a man, I can only speculate. In any case, I found myself unwelcome in that fortress of femininity, the women's restroom. I had ventured in there with Jenny on that first Monday as a relatively complete girl. "Get him out of here," one of the cheerleaders screamed. She had only been at the mirror teasing her hair, but her cry of alarm sounded as if I had been taking videos of her playing with herself. "Why?" Jenny asked with true innocence. "She's a girl now." "Oh God," another girl yelled as she emerged from a stall. She quickly retreated back inside and slammed the door. "What is wrong with you people?" Jenny asked loudly. I touched her arm. "Never mind, Jen. I'll use the restroom they set aside for me." "But that's at the other end of the building," she protested. "You'll be late to class." And I was suffering my late arrival with snickers and angry stares from the girls who had driven me from their inner sanctum. And so it continued all week. Oh, it got a little better as the novelty of teasing me got old. There were fewer catcalls and fewer crude remarks, but the stares were still there. Girls continued to view me with disdain and little looks that said they were superior to me because they were real girls. Boys looked at me with undisguised lust, taking appreciative and lengthy stares at my new breasts. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know what they were thinking. I wonder what it would be like to fuck her. Would she moan like a real girl? Would she suck me off? Did the spell make her a virgin? What would she look like in a mini? And those were probably the most civil thoughts. My family was a refuge, though. My parents treated me as normally as they could, although I noted I was now called upon less by my father to assist in manly chores. Instead, I was expected to help my mother more, cooking and cleaning as traditions seemed to require. And of course Mom continued to try to feminize me as much as she could. Little comments about my attire, my posture, and my language cropped up again and again with no defensive help from Dad. "That's not a very ladylike way to sit," Mom would mutter. "What's wrong with the way I'm sitting?" I would demand. "Well," she would sigh, "a girl doesn't sit like that with her legs spread." "But I'm wearing jeans." "I know you are, dear," she would say in a patronizing tone. "But you can't always wear jeans." I wanted to ask her why not, but I didn't really want to hear her answer. It was simpler just to put my knees together in a proper display of modesty, at least until she left the room. Doug was the one member of my family who tried to treat me as he always had. Of course, even with him there were some changes. As the older brother, I had always been a little protective of him. Now, in spite of being 3 years younger, he seemed to be becoming more protective of me. It was nothing specific he said or did, but when we were out as a family, he always seemed to hover around me, making sure I was seated at dinner before he was, and all those other gentlemanly things he and I had been taught through the years by our parents. At least he tried not to make a big deal of my changes, but once or twice I caught him staring at my butt or watching with interest as I walked into the room. At least he managed to keep his eyes off my breasts for the most part. Dr. Marlin's examinations proved no refuge either. Under his roof I learned that stirrups are not just something found on a saddle, and I learned what a speculum was, and worse yet, what it was used for. I had a brand new orifice to examine now, and Dr. Marlin examined it thoroughly. It had been a long, long time since I had wanted my mother to hold my hand in the doctor's office, but I gripped her hand in sheer terror during my first pelvic exam. And Dr. Marlin wasn't willing to let things go with just a pelvic. I was also introduced to the agony of a mammogram. I thought I now knew what a shirt felt like when it was pressed. Although not hot, in fact, the device seemed to have been refrigerated before use, my new breasts were squished as flat as a newly ironed shirt. I was informed that I would have to have one of these every couple of years until I turned 40 and annually thereafter. I began muttering that if guys had to have their testicles and penis flattened like that, doctors would come up with something less uncomfortable. So why couldn't they come up with a mammogram that didn't hurt? I wasn't surprised on Friday when I got home from school and found Mom waiting to talk with me. "We need to go into Kansas City tomorrow," she announced. "Ms. Howell and Dr. Gleason want to see you again." I would have liked to protest, but frankly I wanted out of Stockard even if only for a day. If that meant visiting the FBM again, that was fine with me. It was better than being exposed to my former friends. And even the ones who had stood by me were starting to be of concern to me, especially Zach. The last couple of days Chuck had been pursuing a new girl, leaving me in a foursome with Jenny, Byron and Zach. And since Jenny and Byron were a couple again, Zach was starting to gently come on to me. That's right, he was coming on to me. I don't even think he realized that was what he was doing, but it was becoming apparent to me and to Jenny. "I think Zach likes you," she told me, coming as close to giggling as Jenny ever did. "Yeah, we're good friends," I replied. Of course I knew what she had meant. I had noticed it myself. The confident old "hey, buddy, how's it hanging" version of Zach had been replaced by a Zach I scarcely knew. He seemed ill at ease around me, and not just because I was undergoing a transformation. He was ill at ease because I was now, for all practical purposes, an attractive girl. I caught him looking at the swell of my breasts and the swing of my hips when he thought I couldn't see him. And more worrisome, I noticed the twitch of his arms and hands when he was close to me, as if he wanted to put an arm around me or hold my hand. And if Zach has his way, you might be more than friends. Thank God there was no one else to hear her. She had come over before school on Friday to help me pick out something to wear. The wide variety of women's clothing was driving me up a wall, and Mom kept leaving new purchases on my bed until I had developed a small but confusing wardrobe that Jenny was helping me to understand. I could feel myself blushing. "Zach's not like that. Look, Lori," she began, emphasizing my new name, "rams like ewes and stallions like Maras and boys like girls. It's called nature." I wanted to tell her I wasn't a girl, but that statement was no longer an option. According to Dr. Marlin, I was 100% female and would be so for the rest of my life. All I could think of to do was repeat myself. But Zach really isn't like that. Is he gay? I thought back on a couple of double dates I had been on with Zach, and I thought about him getting it on in Kansas City with his prostitute. No, of course he isn't gay. But Zach isn't like that, she finished for me with a smile. Neither of us said another word, but we both knew the truth. Zach was like that. I did nothing to encourage him, but we were friends and always had been. So Zach spent a lot of his free time with me and the few people I still counted as friends. And to be honest, I would rather have had him around in spite of his growing attraction to me. I needed Zach to protect me and to talk with me and to remind me that in spite of all the changes I had undergone, I was still me. So Saturday morning Mom and I once more struck out for Kansas City. Dad and Doug stayed behind. Saturday was a busy day at the store, and Dad had already played hooky a few weeks earlier when Doug and I had gone with him to Kansas City for a Royals game. As it turned out, that was our last father-son outing, I thought sadly. Mom had made me dress in the same outfit I had worn to church the previous Sunday. I was getting tired of the outfit, but it was the nicest one I had, and it didn't look too feminine. Although our family was comfortable, Dad wasn't made of money, and casual school clothes had been the highest priority. Along with new shoes, socks, and underwear, which Mom insisted on referring to as lingerie, my transformation had put a dent in the family clothing budget. And I wasn't about to say anything to Mom about needing other clothes. If I did, she'd have me shopping for skirts and dresses. I might have to wear a skirt eventually, but I was trying to put that off as long as I could. The FBM has offices in the federal building right in the heart of downtown Kansas City. After Mom parked the car, we walked about a block to the building, and I found myself the center of a lot of male attention along the sidewalk. It was a new and uncomfortable experience for me. Back home, most local residents either glared at me as one of the unclean or avoided looking at me as if whatever had happened to me might be catching. But the men of Kansas City didn't know that just a few short days before, I had been as male as they were. I found I was suddenly the object of appreciative stares and hungry glances. "Don't pay any attention to them, Lori," Mom said softly. I hadn't realized my discomfort was so obvious. "It happens to all pretty girls." I shuddered involuntarily at being described as a pretty girl. But I supposed if the shoe fit. Agent McCoy was talking to the receptionist as we entered the office. He looked up at me and smiled. "Hello, Lori. Agent Howell is waiting for you." I wondered how he knew who I was. After all, I looked very different from the mostly male Larry Boyd he had met over a week ago. Before I could ask, he turned and motioned for my mother and me to follow him. Agent Howell was waiting for us in a conference room. She rose when we entered and shook hands. I noticed that my hands were now the same size as hers and we were about the same height. As we were getting seated, she handed me an envelope. "Here is your new identification," she told me. "Take a look at it and let me know if everything is all right." I emptied the contents of the large envelope on the conference room table. There wasn't much there, but what I saw was sufficient to guarantee me a new valid identity. A birth certificate, social security card, and a driver's license were all made out to a Lori Sue Boyd. There was even a picture of me, the female me, on the driver's license. I recognized it as one of the photos Dr. Marlin had taken for my case file. Now I knew why Agent McCoy had recognized me. "We've also talked to your school," Agent Howell went on. "All of your records are now officially changed to match your new identity." "You've thought of everything," I commented, impressed. "Just part of the service," she said with a shrug. "Current Bureau regulations require us to help victims make the transition to new lives as painlessly as possible. Now if everyone's attitude back in Stockard could be changed as easily as my identity," I thought. "And by the way," she added, handing me a smaller envelope, "this goes with the rest." Curious, I opened the envelope and was surprised to see a government check for $2,000. It was made out to Lori Sue Boyd. I looked up in surprise. "It's part of the Bureau's Victims Assistance Program," she explained. "It's designed to help you establish a new life, you know, new clothes and accessories." Mom gasped in delight. Silently, I knew what she was thinking. Now she could buy me all the female clothing she wanted to buy without worrying about the family budget. I was in deep doo-doo now. She dragged me from store to store, making me try on everything feminine she could find. I suppose there was no choice but to go along. I'd try things on, but I didn't have to buy them, did I? I wondered for a moment why the Bureau was being so helpful. Then it struck me. The quicker I integrated into society as the girl I had become, the less of a ripple I would make. Ripples meant more and more people might be aware that there was a terrorist organization out there changing men into women. The mission of the Bureau was as much to keep people in the dark about the problems of magic as it was to solve magic-related crimes. Until I was affected by it, I had never realized how serious a problem magic made for governments. It wasn't just harmless little talents like Zach's ability to disguise himself that had the government worried. They realized that as magically enhanced viruses proliferated, the government would become less and less able to protect its citizens. When the citizenry felt government could no longer function to protect them, they would clamor for changes to correct that. Governments by their nature abhor change, at least when they are the ones being changed. "We have a few more questions for you," Agent Howell told me. "Agent McCoy has been back east talking with our people there. We have some very good leads on Melissa Davis. But even if you find her, that doesn't change anything for me, does it?" I asked sadly. She shook her head. "No, I'm sorry, but it doesn't. There is no known treatment that would restore you to your original form. But at least you would have the satisfaction of knowing that Ms. Davis wouldn't be doing to anyone else what she did to you." I nodded. She was right about that, at least. "Now have you received any communications from the Women's Liberation Army?" Agent McCoy wanted to know. "Communications? Letters or phone calls," he explained. "Maybe something in your email?" I shook my head. "No, nothing. Should I have? The two agents looked at each other before Agent McCoy replied. In all the other cases, the WLA either called or wrote to the victim taunting them about the transformation. Well, they haven't contacted me. A considerable amount of nonverbal communication was suddenly apparent between the two agents. As my mother and I sat impassively, they seemed to be silently debating what to do next. Apparently, this was the first case that had taken this direction. And why hadn't the WLA called me? Wouldn't they want the opportunity to rub it in to make me feel worse than I already felt? But maybe they didn't have my name. No, that wasn't it. The girl I had been with knew my name because she called me Larry. Maybe she didn't have my last name, I thought. But I'm sure she could have gotten it if she tried. Surely other victims had tried to hide their identities, but the WLA had found a way to contact each of them. Well, it was a problem for the two intrepid agents to solve, I decided. That was why they made the big bucks. Before you go, Agent Howell said as we were getting up at the close of the meeting, Dr. Gleason would like to see you for a minute. I nodded and allowed her to lead me down the hall to an office where Paula Gleason waited for me. I was glad to see Paula. She had been through what I was experiencing and gave me hope that there would be a life for me in my new sex. She smiled when she saw me and stood to take my hand. She was wearing slacks and a blouse not unlike my own. You look very nice today, Lori, she told me as Agent Howell left. Sit down. Would you like anything to drink? No thanks, I replied. It was hard not to like her. She treated me as if I was normal. I suppose by her lights I was. You hadn't called me, so I thought I'd just see if everything was going all right for you, she began. I shrugged. I suppose it's going as well as can be expected, I told her noncommittally. Her eyes narrowed. In other words, things are shitty. I smiled in spite of myself. That pretty well covers it. Well, believe it or not, it will get better, she told me as she leaned back in her chair. Actually, I believed her. Even in the short time I had been completely or even almost completely female, I had noticed a few things were becoming more natural to me. I no longer cringed in the shower as I washed my breasts or between my legs. Peeing while sitting down was perfectly natural, as was wiping afterward. I was actually learning to wear matching outfits, and fastening a bra was no longer the problem it had been at first, even though my breasts had grown progressively larger. Since I wore no cosmetics, it didn't take me too long to get ready to meet the world as a woman. Even my hair wasn't such a big deal anymore. I usually tied it in a ponytail or just brushed it out straight using a hair clip or two to keep it under control. Dr. Paula, did you get any messages from the WLA after they infected you? The question came out of nowhere, but I was curious as to what I had apparently missed. Oh yes, she laughed. You see, I can laugh about them now, but they weren't very funny at the time. I assume you've started getting some as well. No, I informed her as I shook my head. Paula frowned. But the WLA always sends messages, phone calls, letters, emails. They even sent me a box of tampons by FedEx. It's part of their plan to humiliate their victims. I'm getting enough of that from the people in Stockard, I sighed. Paula looked at me sadly. Small towns can be very judgmental, she said at last. I grew up in a small town, too. At least when this happened to me, I was already living in a city. You can be anonymous in a city, but in small towns, everyone knows who you are. But were people cruel to you about your change? Some were, she admitted. Most of my friends just didn't know what to say. It was as if I had contracted a fatal disease and they didn't want to talk to me about it. And they're afraid if they do talk about it, they might get it themselves, I chimed in, laughing. Paula joined me in my laughter. Exactly. I actually had one friend who asked me if it was safe to use the toilet seat in my apartment. That precipitated more laughter. I'm sure in retrospect that we sounded like two giggling schoolgirls, but it was the best I had felt in weeks. Come to think of it, it was the first time I had laughed out loud since my transformation. It just felt so good to know I wasn't alone, others had gone through what I was going through and had survived. Paula must have known what was going through my head. She leaned forward, reached across her desk and patted my hand. It will get better, Lori. You'll see. Being a woman isn't so bad, and when you leave Stockard for college, all of the pain and embarrassment can be left behind. It will be a new start for you. I hope you're right, I said, placing my other hand on top of hers. It just seems so hard sometimes. Some of the people are just downright mean. She nodded. Yes. I met my share of them, too. But it's always been that way, Lori. There have always been small-minded people who are convinced that everything from leprosy to AIDS to magical transformation are some sort of divine punishment. Maybe they're right, I replied softly. She shook her head and smiled. You don't really think that, do you? I suppose not, I admitted. But they can make you feel so guilty. Guilty of what? Being human? Of making mistakes? Lori, we both solicited the services of a prostitute. We ended up paying more than we had planned on paying, but we paid the price and we paid it in full. We don't owe anyone. I supposed we had paid in full, I admitted to myself. Why was I worrying about what others thought? Persecution and ridicule only worked if I let it work. The best thing I could do was to ignore those who avoided me or scorned me. In a few weeks, I'd be off to college and rid of them forever. Paula and I talked for a few more minutes, and when we were done, I was glad that I had taken the time to see her. She gave me hope that I had something to look forward to. Her life was rich and full, and while she might always wonder what her life would have been like if she had continued to be male, it was only idle speculation for her. She was a woman now and seemed to be reasonably content with that. I only hoped that someday I could be just like her. But it would be hard. Intellectually I knew that I could do it. I could be a woman just as well as I could have been a man. Unfortunately, that meant I would have to act like, think like, and dress like a woman, and I wasn't really ready to do any of those things. Of course, that didn't stop my mother from trying to take care of the last of those items, though. The check from the FBM means we can broaden your wardrobe a bit without busting the family budget, she grinned as we got back to the car. Mom, I don't think we need to own nonsense, dear, she broke in as she slid behind the wheel. Get in. We're going to the plaza. The plaza is one of those high-end shopping areas that has existed practically forever. It isn't a mall, but rather is a collection of shops mostly in gracefully aging buildings interspersed with newer, larger stores recognizable in any large mall. And there are more women's clothing stores than can be imagined. I think my mother dragged me into every one of them. While I was transforming, I could use the excuse that I wasn't really a girl yet, so the clothes might not fit when I was completely changed. I no longer could make that argument. I was now undeniably female. And the money provided by the FBM meant Mom had the funds she needed to dress her little girl right. I spent the day being generally mortified as I was made to try on every feminine garment that had ever been invented. Dresses, slips, heels, bras, skirts, two-piece swimsuits, and even jewelry were slipped on and off under my mother's critical eye. I made feeble protests as the day progressed, but my only breaks from shopping were when we carried our packages back to the car. To be honest, I no longer had the fortitude to slow down her little excursion. I was a girl and I would have to dress as a girl. It was as simple as that. All I could manage to do is to try to prevent her from going overboard. That worked somewhat. At least she would ask me what I thought of the outfits, but as often as not when I protested, she would say, "But it looks so cute on you." I'm going to get it anyway. If I have to be completely honest, there were times during that shopping trip that I actually found something to appreciate. Maybe it was the male mind I still had, but looking at myself in the mirror as I modeled various outfits, I managed to imagine that I was in my own body once more, and the image I saw in the mirror was a girl I had just met. I watched the girl as she walked gracefully to the mirror. She wore skirts well, standing on long, smooth legs. The dresses she wore showed proud, firm breasts and delightfully feminine hips and a waist so slim that anything, or nothing, would have looked good on her. Her hair was brown, but so rich in red overtones that she might have been mistaken at a glance for a redhead. Her skin was creamy and unblemished, and her blue eyes danced in the light of the mirrors. Even without makeup, she was very, very attractive. Unfortunately, she was me. You should probably get a dress for the prom next week, Mom announced as I started back for the dressing room to get into my street clothes. Prom? I gasped. Then quietly, so that the saleslady couldn't hear, I whispered, Mom, are you crazy? I'm not going to the prom like this. She smiled conspiratorially. You mean Zach hasn't asked you yet? What? I looked around. The saleslady had moved to a discreet distance. Mom, what are you talking about? Zach is my friend. He. Haven't you noticed the way he looks at you? She said calmly. He thinks you're very attractive. He hasn't said that, I argued. And he hadn't, at least not in so many words. I think he's just trying to work up the nerve to ask you. But if he does, I'm not going to the prom with a boy? Any boy. Mom looked around. The saleslady was momentarily distracted. Lori, you're a beautiful young woman now. Men are going to find you very attractive and desirable. It wouldn't hurt you to go to the prom with Zach if he asks you. Consider it good practice. Eventually she wore me down. I bought a prom dress, although I had no intention of ever wearing it. To wear it, someone would have to ask me to the prom and I would have to accept. The first was unlikely and the second was impossible. Besides, who would even ask me to go? Well, now that she mentioned it, Zach had been spending a lot of time with me. And Zach had changed. While we were still good friends, he acted differently around me. The friendly banter we had developed since childhood had morphed into something else, something more formal. There was something about the way he looked at me, and the way he acted around me that made me feel uncomfortable. I suppose I was no different. We had both been fairly tall and reasonably athletic. Now I was ever so much shorter than Zach, and when strangers saw us together, they saw a young, attractive couple. I suppose I had been unconsciously playing the girl to his boy. And Zach was good-looking. Now that wasn't the new girl in me talking. Everyone in school knew Zach was one of the best-looking guys in our class. He dated a number of girls, but no one girl for any length of time. He just couldn't seem to get serious about any of them. Was I becoming attracted to Zach? I asked myself as we strolled into yet another store. Perhaps, I had to admit. I had noticed as the last week progressed that girls were becoming less and less sexually attractive to me while my eyes would wander unconsciously to some guy's chest or butt or face. I had a natural curiosity about sex, of course. It was hard to imagine letting some guy twice my new size spread my legs and enter my body. But as terrifying as the thought was, I found myself wondering what it would be like. But as curious as I might be, I had no intention of letting any guy show me what it was all about. Getting back to Zach, though, what would I say if he asked me to the prom? Jokingly, he already had right after word about my transformation had become public knowledge. But what if he really asked me? What would I say? Here. Mom's voice brought me back to reality. Here? I looked around. We had stopped in the makeup department of an upscale women's store. An attractive blonde woman was standing by, as if waiting for me to do something. Go ahead, sit down, she urged. In a daze I sat on the stool she had indicated, finding it a little high but I managed. What? It's time you learned about makeup, Mom told me as the blonde draped a cloth around my neck. Makeup? Now wait a minute. I started to get up, but Mom gently pushed me back. Lori. And she emphasized my new name as she was often doing when trying to get me to recognize my new sex. I know you don't like to wear makeup, but there are times you'll need to. Now just relax. Don't worry, the blonde assured me with a smile. I know a lot of women your age who don't like to wear much makeup. I think we can find a good look for you that keeps the makeup light. I didn't know what her definition of light was, but I had the distinct feeling that I was being made up for the clown act in a circus. She rambled on and on about her products as she dusted and painted and drew on my face. I only half listened, but it was obvious my mother was not only listening but enjoying the lecture immensely. Everything the blonde applied to my face smelled on flowers, it seemed, and when she applied lipstick to my lips, I was left with an aftertaste that I was sure I would never get used to. "There," she said after what felt like hours. She held a mirror in front of me. Begrudgingly, I had to admit to myself that she was truly an artist. I had expected my face to be dramatically coated in paint and powder, but what I saw was much more subtle. In fact, I had to look closely to see what was makeup and what was me. In all, the effect was certainly dramatic, but not in the sense I had feared. My cheeks had a subtle blush to them which just made them look healthier. My lips of course looked fuller and more feminine, but the color she had chosen for me was not so bright or vivid as to make them look unnatural. But my eyes looked somehow deeper and more blue, surrounded by just a hint of eyeliner and shadow. The blonde prattled on to us about the benefits of the makeup she had used, and as I stared unbelievingly at the lovely face in the mirror, my mother spent a small fortune buying cosmetics a part of me hoped never to see again. "Don't lick your lips, dear," she chastised me as we hauled the last of our purchases back to the car. "You'll have to touch up your lips if you keep doing that. But it tastes funny. You'll get used to it," she said confidently. The sad thing was, I thought as I climbed into the car, was that she was probably right. Holy shit! Those were the first words out of my brother's mouth when Mom and I walked into the house. "Such language!" Mom exclaimed primly. "Put your tongue back in your mouth," I told him as I vacillated between embarrassment and amusement. I still had the makeup on, and Mom had worked on my hair a little bit. She had also gotten me to wear one of my new outfits home, something we picked up at a mall as we headed home. It was a pink tee, yes, pink, and white pants and a pair of white sandals. I even had a little gold necklace on which showed inside the scoop of my tee. As I said, my resistance was down, so I agreed to wear the outfit. Besides, Mom was so disappointed when I raised a stink and refused to have my ears pierced that I thought I'd throw her a bone and wear one of the new outfits. It's hard for me to describe how I felt about it. Ever since my transformation, I had done my best to wear outfits which with a little tweaking could have been worn by my male self. And left to my own devices, I would never have bought or worn the outfit I was now wearing. But the strange thing was that I looked good in it, and something in me wanted to look good and please my mother at the same time. Besides, I had thought, what would it hurt? Who besides Mom would see me in it? Of course I hadn't planned on my horny little brother. "Sorry," he mumbled as his face turned red. Well, it was a treat to see someone besides me get embarrassed in our house. Doug followed me up to my room, laden with packages Mom had thrust into his arms. "Did you guys buy everything in Kansas City? I thought you didn't like shopping." "I don't," I replied, motioning for him to just drop the packages on my bed. "This was all Mom's idea." "Well, if it makes you look like that, maybe it's not such a bad idea," he ventured. I almost shot a nasty remark back to him, but I realized at the last moment he was trying to compliment me. Now it was my turn to have a red face. "Oh, Doug, this is so hard." I managed to start before a strange feeling of despair rose up inside me. I plopped down on the bed and sniffed a little to hold back tears I felt forming in my eyes. Lori?" he asked, sitting beside me. "Are you okay?" Was I okay? Of course I wasn't okay. I was a girl with makeup and a feminine outfit on when I wanted to be a guy in shorts and a Gold's Gym t-shirt just like Doug. Okay? How could I be okay when I felt my emotions getting the best of me? How could I be okay when I was afraid I might cry and ruin my makeup? But I said, "I'll be fine." The voice sounded like the plaintive little whine of a helpless little girl. And I suppose that's what I was. "Look, I know this is rough on you," Doug began, "and I can't imagine what you're going through, but I want you to know I'm always here if you need me." Oh God, why did he have to be so nice? I started bawling. I just couldn't stop myself. "Douglas Allen Boyd," Mom said sharply from the door. "What have you done to make your sister cry like that?" "But Mom, He didn't do anything," I sniffed. "Except be a wonderful brother." I managed to smile through the tears and Doug smiled back. Gently he got up and left me with Mom. What was all that about? Mom asked. I'll tell you later, I replied. I was afraid if I told her then that I would break down in tears again. Mom shrugged. Well, maybe we should get your makeup repaired then. No. Let me get it off. Lori, you have to learn to wear makeup, Mom chided me. Now let's get it fixed. You can just wear it around the house tonight. I won't even make you wear it to church tomorrow. Promise? I asked meekly. Promise. So she showed me how to fix my makeup. It wasn't all that hard, and in a few minutes she had me looking as good as before. And I supposed she was right. Dad even complimented me when he got home from work. He was slowly getting over the shock of losing his older son and was starting to think of me as his girl. But if he ever called me princess, I'd have to kill him. Doug had a date, so I settled in to watch a movie with my parents. I knew Jenny and Byron were at a concert in Kansas City that evening, and Chuck had picked up a date to double with them. That just left Zach, and Zach had been more and more reluctant to show up on my doorstep without the others ever since I had chewed him out for treating me like a girl. Since those were all the friends I counted on anymore, I was sure I'd have no other social commitments for the evening, freeing me to watch a movie with Mom and Dad. I was wrong. Dad got the door and yelled, Lori, it's for you. For me? Nervously I got up and went to the door, surprised at my unexpected visitor. Hi, Lori. Zach? Usually when Zach came over, he was wearing cutoffs and a scruffy t-shirt emblazoned with the logo of his favorite new band. That night though, he wore Dockers and a polo shirt and looked as if he was trying to impress someone. Since I was the person he had come to see, apparently he wanted to impress me. But why? I had known Zach since forever. Why would? I suddenly began to feel a little nervous. Can I come in? Sure. That by itself showed how much our relationship had changed. Since when did Zach or I have to ask permission to come into each other's houses? You look great, he said nervously. I suddenly remembered I hadn't changed when I had gotten home. Mom wanted me to show Dad the outfit I had been wearing, and it had just been too much trouble to change. And to make it worse, I was still wearing makeup. Thanks, I managed to say nervously. Then I managed to somehow add, you look pretty spiffy yourself. Thanks. We were just watching a movie, Mom called from the den. Would you like to watch with us? I can make popcorn. Just a Coke, please, and I can't stay too long. The way he said it was almost wistful, as if given the invitation he would stay until sunrise. I'll get it, Mom, I told her. You guys watch the rest of the movie. I've seen it before. So I got Zach a Coke and one for myself and let him out onto the back deck. It was a warm evening but not unpleasantly humid. Late spring evenings were often the finest ones of all in Missouri, and this was a particularly nice evening. We parked in a couple of deck chairs, mine just facing his. Okay, Zach, I started boldly. What's going on? Huh? Oh, nothing, he mumbled. I just wanted to see how you were doing. So you got all dressed up just to check on my health? I asked sarcastically. Come on, Zach. We've known each other too long for all this crap. To my surprise, he shook his head. No, Lori, I knew Larry for a long time. I've only known Lori for a few days. We're the same person, Dodo. He looked directly at me, his eyes a little sad. Some of the time, yes. Sometimes, though, you do something that makes me think you're an entirely different person. Like when? I demanded. Like now, he replied, his confidence building. Look at the way you're sitting with your legs crossed like that. What's wrong with the way my legs are crossed? He shrugged. Nothing for a girl. A guy would crush his nuts. I growled, uncrossing my legs self-consciously. You can say nuts around me, you know. So what? Most guys would probably sit this way too if they could do it without hurting themselves. And the way you twirl your hair. With a jump, I pulled my hand down to my side. Guys with long hair probably do that, too. Zach started to get up. I'm sorry, Lori, I shouldn't have come by. Panicked for some reason, I jumped up and gently pushed him back into his chair. No, I'm sorry, Zach, I said hurriedly. I didn't mean to jump on you like that. Okay, you're probably right. I've changed more than I like to admit even to myself. He nodded. Yeah, you have. Look, Lori, you want to go to the prom with me? Huh? Then I recovered and chuckled. You already asked me when I started to change, remember? You said you wanted to get your bid in early. But I was only joking then, he said forlornly. I'm not joking now. I sat back down in my chair, plopped down actually. You can't be serious. But I could tell by the expression on his face that he was as serious as he could be. But we're friends, Zach. We've known each other since we were little kids. What does that have to do with it? Zach wanted to know. You and Jenny are friends, too, and you've known each other as long as we have. Yet you were ready to take her to the prom. That's different. Why? He pressed. Because she has always been a girl and you just became one? Face it, Lori, you're as much of a girl as Jenny is. You can't just sit around the house pretending it isn't so. But Zach, I insisted, motioning to my body, underneath all of this, I'm still a guy. I think like a guy and... Bullshit, Lori, he scoffed. You don't think like a guy, you just remember being a guy. I've watched you since this transformation started. You move differently, you talk differently, and you've started acting differently. I have not. See? That's a perfect example, he pointed out. Larry would have frowned and told me I was full of shit. You just looked shocked and primly denied it. And don't think I haven't noticed how you've stopped watching the girls and started ogling the guys. Oh, now wait a minute. Come on, Lori, he continued, I've been watching you in class. You've been gazing at Chuck and Byron and me when you don't think we're watching. I guess you wouldn't believe me if I denied it, I sighed. Of course it would have been hard to deny it without appearing guilty. The fact of the matter was that I had begun to notice guys' bodies much to my chagrin. But I wasn't about to admit it to Zach or anyone else for that matter. Look, go to the prom with me, he urged. Go ahead and be a girl. Show all those idiots who have avoided you or harassed you that it doesn't matter. Show them that you're proud to be a girl. Let's show them all together. He had a good point there. But I wasn't ready to commit just yet. I would have loved the opportunity to show them all, but was that the way to do it? Quietly I replied, let me think about it, Zach. Okay? He rose from his chair. Okay, he replied as quietly as I had spoken to him. When? I rose, too. Monday. No, Tuesday, okay? I'll give you an answer on Tuesday. That would give me time to sort everything out, I thought to myself. All right, he agreed. Don't worry about showing me out. I'll walk around the house. And with that he was gone, leaving me alone on the deck to think about what he had said. There was really no reason why I couldn't go to the prom with him. After all, no one was going to call us queers or anything. He was all boy and I was reluctantly all girl. And he was right, I really had been noticing boys more lately. Dr. Marlin had even warned me it might happen. After all, the hormones my body was now producing were completely female. It was now normal for me to notice boys. But on the other hand, being seen dressed to the nines complete with makeup and heels and everything else was a complete surrender to the femininity I had been cursed with. If I went to the prom with Zach, then the WLA had won. And what about my classmates? Wouldn't the boys think I had just sold out and the girls think I was trying to be something I wasn't? Of course Mom would probably be pleased, but that could be bad, too. Once I had crossed the line of dresses and heels, there would be no going back as far as she was concerned. She would expect me to dress that way all the time. And finally, there was Zach. It was one thing to admit to myself that I was starting to notice boys, but it was quite another thing to admit that I had been noticing Zach. And yes, I had been noticing Zach. It was hard not to, I suppose. For starters, he was one of the few classmates I had who still treated me like a human being and not a freak or a tool of the devil or both. Outside my family, Zach and Jenny had done more to help me through my transformation than anyone else. But my mind kept turning around to the same question: could I date Zach? Here was a guy I had grown up with. We had played together as children and later in high school sports. We had double dated, worked together, and on warm summer evenings had often come close to baring our souls to each other. We had been the poster children for male bonding, the Damon and Pythias of Stockard High. But go to the prom with him? I had a lot of thinking to do, I told myself glumly. At least I had until Tuesday to let him know. Actually, I didn't let him know until Wednesday, but a lot happened before that. If I had thought the previous week had been bad, the new week was even worse. All of my tormentors had had time to think of new ways to make my life miserable. It actually started on Sunday. Pete's church with its brainless anti-magic message had brought in the big guns. A minister from a larger congregation of crazies showed up outside our church with a number of his followers. He seemed intent on exorcising the demons from me and laying down curses on our own church and its membership. At least I hadn't had to walk the gauntlet that morning. Dad let Mom and I out as close to the door of the church as he could, along with Doug for our protection. Then Reverend Hillman took over. He had warned us by phone of the disturbance, and he and a number of the deacons were at hand to make sure the loonies didn't get out of hand. Frustrated, they tried yelling from outside to disrupt our service, but they failed. At least their feeble brains seemed to tell them not to try to come into the church after us. As peaceful a man as Reverend Hillman was, I suspected he could swing a mean punch, and he looked as if he might actually enjoy doing it to one of the hecklers. Again, I have to say that members of my own church treated me in a fine Christian way, but I was still embarrassed to have them know that I was the reason for the disturbances outside. By the end of the service, I just wanted to crawl into a little ball and die. I was worried about what would happen after the service since the crowd continued to mill about, but I needn't have worried. Reverend Hillman and more than half of the congregation saw us to our car. But on Monday there was no Reverend Hillman to help me. My harassment began first thing. I noticed a number of the more popular girls hanging around in the hall near my locker. It didn't take any time at all to see why. Taped to my locker door was a large plastic bag, and although I had never had the occasion to see one in person before, I recognized the contents to be a large strap-on dildo. A computer-printed note attached to it said simply to replace the one you lost. The snickers and giggles were enough to make me turn red. As calmly as I could, I stuffed the whole package in the nearest waste can. It was impossible to tell who had come up with the idea. There were so many possibilities. I really didn't want to portray the idea that everyone except for my few mentioned friends were a part of my hazing at school. Most of the student body just ignored me or consciously avoided me. It was only a minority that heckled me, but it was a very determined minority. The girls in that group teased me for not really being a girl. In their minds I was some sort of freak, neither male nor female. The boys who teased me were more willing to accept me as a girl, but the wrong sort of girl. They tried everything from catcalls to pure intimidation. I learned a few words I didn't even know as a male. To make matters worse, there was nothing I could do about it. Who was I supposed to complain to Principal Blackwell? A lot of help he would be. He would have just reminded me that he had offered me a way to receive my diploma without putting up with my tormentors. At least they left me alone when I was around my few remaining friends, but even that wasn't the answer. And I had been consciously avoiding Zach since I still hadn't decided what answer I was going to give him. And Chuck seemed to be around only when Byron was there, and Byron and Jenny had been spending more and more time together. Jenny was actually apologetic about it. At lunch on Tuesday while Chuck, Zach, and Byron were at a meeting called by the coach, she told me, "Lori, I know we haven't spent much time together lately." "Oh, it's okay," I said, feigning a light, unconcerned mood. In fact, things went better when I was with Jenny. Some of my more vicious classmates, both male and female, tended to back off when she was around. Jenny had always been very popular with both the boys and girls at school, and her friendship with the new me had done little to lessen that. Besides, she was dating Byron, and none of the guys wanted to cross him. It's just that Byron and I have had so much to talk about lately, she continued. Don't worry about me, I assured her with the most confident smile I could muster. She put her hand on mine. But I do worry about you, Lori. I know what you're going through. I've heard some of the others talking about you. And I heard about the dildo incident. I could only flush. Are you going to let Zach take you to the prom? I gasped. You know about that? I didn't think he told anyone. He didn't tell anyone but me, she hurried to say. I think Zach really cares for you, Lori. I'm a little new at being a girl to think about that, I mumbled, pushing away my lunch tray. Suddenly I wasn't hungry anymore. But you have to learn sometime, Jenny pressed. And look at Byron and me. Why, a couple of weeks ago, we were barely speaking. Now we're going to go to college together. I looked up, shocked. He's going to the University of Missouri with you? I didn't think his grades were good enough to get in. They aren't, she admitted. We'll be going to a smaller school where he can get in. But you wanted to go to MU and then get into a good law school, I reminded her. She shrugged. Well, things change, Lori. Byron and I have talked about that. It might be better if I just worried about getting my bachelor's degree with him and then. I shook my head. I can't believe you're saying this. You've wanted to be a lawyer like your father for as long as I can remember. Another shrug. Well, it just doesn't seem to be as important to me anymore. Look, Lori, I'd love to talk, but I have to get ready for class. The way she hurried off, I was certain she had just made an excuse to leave so she wouldn't have to talk about it anymore. Had she really fallen so hard for Byron that she was willing to give up her lifelong ambition? It didn't seem possible. But I suppose a few weeks ago I would have thought my being turned into a girl would have been impossible as well. So I finished my lunch in silence. Of course no one else but my very small circle of friends would have deigned to sit with me, so I had eaten more than my share of silent lunches lately. I was at least grateful that no one harassed me as I ate. Byron rushed in just as I was getting ready to leave. Have you seen Jenny? He asked without preamble. She left to get ready for class, I told him as I rose and picked up my tray. I guess I'll catch her later, he mused. How are you doing? Fine, I managed to say as non-committally as I could. Going to the prom with Zach? Oh shit! I growled, dropping my tray back on the table. I suppose Jenny told you. Byron looked a little confused. No, Jenny didn't say anything about it. I knew Zach wanted to ask you. I even told him I thought it was a good idea. You bastard! Hey, wait a minute, Lori, he soothed, placing a friendly hand on my shoulder. I brushed it off with a frown. Lori, Zach really likes you, you know, he explained. It's sick, I muttered, not really meaning it. No it isn't, Byron said with a smile so warm I could almost understand Jenny's sudden desire to follow him anywhere. You've become a very attractive girl and all. If I didn't have Jenny, I might even try to put the moves on you myself. I found myself strangely complimented by his words. The sarcastic reply my mind had formed never made it to my lips. You really should go with him, Byron urged. What would it hurt? As much as I hated to admit it, Byron gave me something to think about for the afternoon. I had promised Zach an answer that day, but even with urging from Byron and Jenny, I wasn't quite ready to commit. The thought of walking into the gym on prom night wearing a dress and hanging on Zach's arm was still a very alien one. I could almost hear the laughter from my classmates as I tottered on high heels trying to look like a real girl. But damn it, I was a real girl. I didn't want to be one, but there it was. Why couldn't everyone just accept that as I had to and go on? But I hadn't accepted it either, I told myself, at least not completely. As I looked around, I saw girls wearing skirts and makeup, earrings dangling from their ears, hair neatly styled, proud of their femininity. Then there was me, no makeup, no earrings, no nice, neat hairdo, and certainly no skirt. In fact, on that warm spring day, I was one of the few girls in the school not wearing either a skirt or shorts. I just didn't want the guys to be ogling my legs, so there I was in a hot pair of jeans. I still hadn't made up my mind when classes ended, and I made sure to rush out of our last class before Zach could corner me for my answer. I just didn't want to give him a final answer yet because I wasn't sure what that answer should be. I only lived 3 blocks from the high school, so walking was the only option. The buses didn't run routes that short. Usually I walked home with Zach, but as I said, that week I had been avoiding him so I wouldn't have to give him an answer about the prom. But there was something I had failed to consider. When I was with Zach, no one harassed me. Zach was a good athlete, although I had been a little better, and was in good shape. He had the respect of nearly everyone in the school, and no one, male or female, chose to mess with him. So when I walked with Zach, I was protected by his invincibility. I had had no difficulty walking home by myself on Monday, but someone must have noticed I was now walking unprotected and they were waiting for me. Alicia Morton had moved me close to the top of her shit list after I dumped her during our junior year. At least that was how she saw it. I suppose she was right about it. I had found her to be a catty little bitch who practically threw a jealous fit every time I spoke to another girl, particularly Jenny. She had taken particular delight in my transformation, telling me publicly that now I would know what it was like to be shit on by guys. And now there she was, standing on the sidewalk directly in my path. With her was Brenda Lacey, an equally attractive and equally bitchy blonde. Those two I could probably handle, but with them were 3 guys. One of whom, Jake Kramer, was Alicia's current boyfriend. Big, dumb, and mean, he would do anything Alicia wanted him to do. It looked as if he had brought along 2 of his equally stupid and equally unpleasant friends, a couple of guys who I recognized as school dropouts who still sniffed around some of the easier girls at school like Brenda Lacey. Well, look who we have here, Alicia drawled. If it isn't our little girl wannabe. I decided to bluff my way past them. It seemed the only thing to do. Without a word I brushed past Alicia and Jake, only to find my path blocked by one of Jake's Neanderthal friends. You remember Notch, don't you? Alicia laughed. Yes, I remembered him. 2 years earlier I had beaten the crap out of him when he had practically raped one of Jenny's friends. It had gotten him thrown out of school, he never returned, and won me the undying gratitude of Jenny's friend. Or at least that was what she said at the time. She was now one of the girls who protested vehemently if I tried to use the girls' restroom. We were just going to hang out with the guys, Brenda explained with mock innocence. But Jake has Alicia and I have Gunnar here. But there was no one for poor Notch until you showed up. Notch gave me a grin that reminded me of Jaws in the James Bond films. I've heard people say that something caused their blood to run cold. I had never realized exactly what they meant until that moment. I felt a shiver run through my body, a shiver of fear. This wasn't just the sophomoric hazing that many of my classmates had given me the last 2 weeks, this was an out-and-out threat. Oh, they'd say that I had gone with them willingly and a lot of people would believe them, but I was about to be kidnapped and probably raped. I don't even think the 5 of them had that in mind, but I was certain it was going to happen. It would start as more harassment, Notch forcing me to kiss his ugly face. Then the hands would wander. We'd be someplace secluded where Alicia and Brenda would be occupied with their boyfriends. They wouldn't notice when the little game of Frighten Lori turned into a full-fledged sexual assault. Then when it was over, they'd tell everyone how I went along with it and was just trying to deny it all. They say discretion is the better form of valor. I set out to prove that. Before they could stop me, I turned and ran back toward the school. Any of the toughs would have been faster and certainly stronger than me. I expected any moment to be caught from behind or wrestled to the ground, probably by Notch. But as I approached the school parking lot half a block away from the ambush, I could only hear laughter in the background and the foreground. A few of my classmates, hanging around their cars, had seen the whole thing. They hadn't heard anything, but they could guess at what happened. It struck them as funny. Funny! Damn them all to hell, I thought, my face wet with near hysterical tears. I think I was more angry with them than my assailants. What Alicia, Jack and their friends had done to me was only to be expected from such lowlifes, but to listen to my other classmates laughing about it was too much. I guess they thought it was all I deserved. After all, hadn't I been playing around with whores? It was what I had coming to me, wasn't it? Depressed and defeated, I retreated to the school office and called my mother for a ride. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asked me quietly as I climbed in the car. "Not really," I sighed, and to her credit, she didn't ask again. I pretended to study that night. Actually, I was moping about. I had become the laughingstock of the entire school, the butt of every joke and every lewd comment. "Do you think she has a cunt now?" "Boyd always was a cunt." Laughter. Why did Boyd become a girl? So the fag could wear dresses in public. More laughter. "Hey bitch, wanna fuck?" Even more laughter. And to make it even worse, it was quickly moving beyond the wisecrack stage. If I hadn't run quickly like a frightened deer, there was no telling what Notch might have done to me. I was weak, helpless, terrified prey in a forest of predators. I wanted to die. No, I thought, rising up from my bed where I had taken an early evening refuge. I didn't want to die, not really. I wanted the people who had done this to me to die. I wanted to live. I wanted to live. But living meant I would have to be Lori Sue Boyd for the rest of my life. I would have to learn to live in a female body and actually enjoy it. Could I do that? I wasn't sure. I might just spend the rest of my life staring at a complete stranger in the mirror. But I had to try, damn it, I had to try. And I thought I knew of a good way to start. I cornered Zach at school the next morning. He was at his locker, and when I said, "Hi," I nearly laughed as he jumped and had to juggle 3 books at once to keep them from falling to the floor. "Hi," he managed, nervously clutching his books. The poor guy. I hadn't gotten back to him on Tuesday, so I'm sure he had decided I had blown off his offer. Now here I was, standing in front of him as if I hadn't been trying to avoid him for the last 2 days. I even looked reasonably feminine, or at least I thought so. I still had no makeup, but my hair was bunched in a long girlish ponytail and the white tank top I wore certainly displayed my breasts well. I'm sure all the guys were noticing, at least those who weren't noticing my cute little butt tucked into a pair of tight-fitting black capri pants. "I've thought about your offer," I told him with my best smile, "and I've decided to go with you." He had that look of confusion on his face that comes when the brain tells you one thing and your ears tell you another. He had obviously thought I was going to turn him down. Surprise! The look of confusion slowly morphed into a boyish smile. "Do you mean it?" "Of course I mean it," I told him. "But there are a couple of ground rules." "Sure." He almost stammered. "You name it, anything." Then he looked a little stricken. "Oh yeah, you mean no kissing or holding onto you or stuff like that?" "That isn't what I meant at all," I told him, rewarded once more with the look of confusion. "I want you to wear a tux." "No problem." Stockard, of course, was far too small to have a tux rental outlet, but I knew there would be a representative from a shop in Kansas City at school that day to take measurements and deliver tuxes for the prom. "And I want you to treat me like your best girl," I told him bluntly. "I expect to be impressed." "Got that?" Sure." There was a smile on my face as I left a very confused Zach in my wake as I left him with a quick, "Fine, I'll see you on Saturday." No one had seen me with Zach that morning, so it would take a little while for word to get around. That was fine with me. I wanted some things to be a surprise, and the fewer people who were speculating about me the better I liked it. I just went to class as if everything was status quo. I did my best to ignore the whispered taunts and get through the day. I even walked all the way to my own restroom to avoid any further conflict with the girls. "So what's going on?" Jenny asked me at lunch. I had anticipated the question. "What do you mean?" I gave her an innocent look as I daintily chewed on a bite of mystery meat. "I mean the way you're dressed and the way you're acting today," she said barely above a whisper to the dismay of curious onlookers who wanted to know what was going on as well. "What's wrong with the way I'm dressed?" I asked innocently, ignoring the comment about how I was acting. "Well, for starters, since when do you wear a necklace? And that outfit makes you look hot." She examined me critically for a moment. You could use a little makeup, but beyond that you look like a girl, she finished lamely. I smiled. Thank you. I hoped that wasn't too perky. You're up to something. Am I? And you're not going to tell me? No. To my surprise and relief, she grinned. Get 'em good, girl. Oh, I would, I thought. I would. I let Mom in on the plan that night. She was delighted that I was going to the prom, and she made all the arrangements to make my plan work. It would mean a couple of trips to Kansas City, starting that very evening, but it would be worth it. Saturday evening prom night just couldn't come too soon. Oh, it wasn't the fabled girlish anticipation of going to the big dance, or at least I don't think it was. It was something deeper than all that. I tried to stay invisible at school, having little to say in class and disappearing at the end of the day as unobtrusively as I could. Mom picked me up each evening for my own safety. I even limited my contacts with my few friends, seeing them only for protection from the other students. At last Saturday arrived. I had to be ready by 6, since Zach was picking me up for dinner. Not everyone went out to dinner on prom night. Small towns haven't gotten quite as out of control over proms as cities. I guess it's because there are no limo services or fancy restaurants in most small towns. But I had required Zach to treat me as his special girl, and rightfully so. Zach had assumed that should include dinner at Classic Steakhouse, one of the few nice restaurants in the area. Mom had a full day planned getting me ready for the big evening. I don't think she fully appreciated the beauty of my plan, but she was just thrilled with the opportunity to get her new daughter ready for the show. Dad and Doug stayed at the store, not wanting to get in her way. It was a shame. I would have liked to have seen their expressions when they saw me, especially Doug. But maybe it was best for Zach to be the first male to see the new, improved Lori Sue Boyd. Zach arrived promptly at 6, driving his father's big Chrysler sedan. Well, I knew it was Zach from the car. The man who got out of the car was a young version of Sean Connery, fresh from his James Bond days. Now I don't mean Zach was as handsome as James Bond. I just mean he had perfected his power of self-illusion so well that he could now disguise himself as the famous actor. I actually giggled when I saw him from my window. I was glad he couldn't see or hear me. I heard the doorbell ring and heard Zach and my mother talking at the door. When I was sure he was inside, I decided it was time to make my grand entrance. Zach was talking happily with my mother. His power of illusion had even altered the sound of his voice. Although he didn't exactly sound like Sean Connery, he just couldn't fake the accent. But when he saw me, his voice shifted back to normal and then trailed off. The James Bond illusion faded as well, flickering before it disappeared, leaving Zach's unbelieving face, mouth open, staring at me as I walked, glided down the stairs. I should have had my mother take a video of me. In later years I would have found my grand entrance hysterical. After all, I had practiced it several times that day, letting Mom critique my every move. Since she knew my plan, she had to suppress a giggle as she saw me descend the stairs. Things were starting out just as I had planned. I had known sometimes to my chagrin that I had been transformed into a very lovely girl, but the staff at an upscale shop in Kansas City where I had been hours before had improved upon nature in ways I could never have imagined. Their skills, both natural and magical, had transformed me yet again. My hair had more red tint to it, falling in natural swirls to cover the tops of my bare shoulders. My eyebrows had been sculptured until they gracefully drew an observer down to my bluest of blue eyes. The liner and shadow around my eyes had been simply but skillfully applied to the point that any male who stared into them would be lost for all time. I turned my head slightly, letting my long curls swirl. 2 dangling earrings swirled with them as well. Thank God ear piercing could now be magically healed, or the 2 diamond-studded earrings I had borrowed from Mom would have been out of the question at such a late date. I let my eyelids flutter naturally and smiled with painted lips which could say volumes without uttering a word. I felt my dress slide along the curves of my body. It was a stunning number, short and well above the knee, in keeping with that year's style, in a shimmering sapphire blue. It was the same dress my mother had insisted I buy on our shopping trip in Kansas City. In spite of the fact that my arms and shoulders were bare and my cleavage was pronounced, men would be drawn to the part of my figure encased in the dress which seemed to move with impossible grace. I had to admit to myself, the feel of the shimmering material over the smoky nylons that caressed my legs felt somehow right, and I had no trouble balancing the 3-inch heels on the pumps which matched my dress. Mom and I had looked in half a dozen shoe stores in Kansas City for just the right shade to match my dress. Shifting the matching clutch purse to my left hand, I held out my dainty right hand with the red-tipped sculptured nails to allow Zach to unnecessarily help me down the last step. The smile of that I gave him would have melted granite. "My God," Zach said under his breath. "Do you like? You're unbelievable." That earned him another dazzling smile. "Why, thank you, Zach. You look very handsome yourself." I thought of punctuating that by running my hands over the front of his tux jacket, but I was afraid his heart wouldn't take it. "Oh, this is for you." He held a boxed orchid corsage out in front of me, almost as if it was an offering of food to ward off a hungry beast. I smiled inwardly. If I could do this to the one guy who knew me best, no one else at the prom stood a chance. My plan would work. "Oh, it's beautiful. Would you like to pin it on me?" Mom had to step around the corner. She could not hold back the grin on her face any longer. Of course, deep down, I was acting the way she probably wanted me to act, but knowing that I was putting on the act of my life was too comical for her to maintain a straight motherly face. "Pin it on?" He was looking down at my chest as I looked up at him with innocent eyes. There was only one way to pin the corsage on me, and that would involve his hands on my breasts. Did he dare try it? He did. Good old Zach. His hands were gentle and his touch chaste, but I found to my mild alarm that I enjoyed the feel of his hands on my breast. I even felt a tiny stirring between my thighs and wondered for just a second if this whole charade would backfire on me in a way I had never anticipated. But quickly he withdrew his hands, leaving me with a lovely white orchid against the sapphire blue of the top of my dress. "Shall we go?" I asked him demurely. "Oh," he practically jumped. "Sure, yeah, let's go." Oh, it was going to be a very, very entertaining evening. Zach was mostly quiet as we drove to the restaurant. I think I had intimidated him. Over the years I had known Zach, he had dated some of the most attractive girls in the county, so he wasn't exactly shy. But I could sympathize that dating his best friend, who had changed from a rough and tumble male to the vision of loveliness, would have been enough to tie the tongue of any guy. Had our positions been reversed, I doubt if I would have even had the guts to ask a female Zach out. The trip to the classic steakhouse was actually about a 10-mile drive, the restaurant being situated half was between Stockard and Milton Falls, a similar-sized town 10 miles further down the road. When we arrived, Zach carefully parked his father's car and seemed indecisive about what to do next. "Don't you think you should come around and open the door for me?" I asked coyly. Sure." He seemed to be saying that a lot. The door open, he stood ill at ease, almost like some novice chauffeur uncertain what to do next. "Aren't you going to help me out?" It wasn't so much part of my plan as it was a virtual necessity. The dress, while making my body look nothing short of fantastic, was very tight, and I wasn't too sure how well I would be able to swing around and plant my high heels on the ground without losing my balance as soon as I tried to stand. Almost reluctantly, he helped me out of the car. He seemed to be touching me as if he was about to burn his hand on a hot stove. "Is there something wrong, Zach?" He reddened a little. "Well, I just thought since you used to be when you said, that is." It was time to pull him off the hook. "Zach, one more ground rule for you, okay?" He nodded nervously. "I want you to pretend like I've never been anyone else but Lori Sue Boyd. I don't want you to mention who I was or what I was. Pretend like I'm a girl who played with you when I was in pigtails and braces, a regular tomboy who suddenly blossomed into what you see right now. Do you think you can do that?" I saw the first real smile of the evening from Zach. He looked visibly relieved. "You mean you want me to act as if you've always been like this?" "Exactly." I could see the wheels turning inside his head. I knew what he was thinking. I had been male only a short time before, and I knew what I would have been thinking in his place. I watched as he seemed to relax and gently but firmly put a strong arm around my waist. Looking into my eyes, he asked, "Are you ready to go in for dinner, Lori?" I smiled up at him, nudging a little closer to him. Of course, Zach. We weren't the only ones from our class at the classic steakhouse that night, but we were one of only a few couples. Unlike prom night in the cities, not everyone went out for dinner first, or if they did, they picked someplace a little less expensive than the classic steakhouse. I think our entrance may have ruined the meal for some of our fellow students. I don't think any of them even realized who I was. I'm sure Zach wouldn't have told them he was taking me. So there I was, seated at a somewhat secluded table with one of the most popular guys in our class. I was the mystery woman, the beautiful but unknown woman who was destined to be the talk of the prom. And that was just what I had planned. We ate and talked more naturally than I had hoped for. I might have changed into an attractive young woman, but Zach was still my best friend. We found plenty to talk about: our college plans, the end of our high school lives, why neither of us would regret leaving sleepy little Stockard for the excitement of college life, and what we planned to do with our lives. I actually enjoyed our conversation more than any similar conversation I had had with any girl I had ever dated, with the possible exception of Jenny. We were the last of our classmates to leave the restaurant that evening, and when we arrived at the high school, the prom was well underway. Having already experienced a preview of the evening by watching our classmates at dinner, I was well primed for the main event. And exactly what was the plan? Why, to throw what had happened to me in the faces of all of those so-called friends who had deserted me or derided me over the past few weeks. For the girls, I planned to be their biggest nightmare, a new attractive woman whose very presence would distract the boys they came with. For the boys, I would make them see a girl so lovely and unattainable that they felt as if they were dating their own mothers. I know it was a hard plan to carry out, but what choice did I have? I had tried to be something I wasn't for the last 2 weeks, Larry Boyd. And what had I gotten for it? Nothing but ridicule. So if I couldn't be the man I had been before, I would become the woman I could be: beautiful, graceful, feminine, and superior to the man I might have been. Let them ridicule me then. I watched them as I entered on Zach's arm. Those who didn't recognize me whispered among themselves, trying to figure out who I was. Those who did recognize me simply watched in disbelief as I gave them my most demure smile. There was no laughter and no mockery. No one dared approach us as well except Jenny and Byron, of course. "My God," Jenny remarked breathlessly. "Is that really you, Lori? In the flesh." We held hands as old girlfriends often do, admiring each other as only women can. Jenny was radiant in her wine-red dress. Styled much as mine was, we were without a doubt the two most stunning young women in the room. "You're blowing them away," Jenny whispered to me with a wide smile. "The boys or the girls?" I asked, returning the smile. "Both," she laughed. Turning to Byron, she asked, "Doesn't Lori look incredible, honey?" "Honey?" I thought. "Absolutely," Byron said, using that as his cue to chat with me while Jenny talked to Zach. "You really do look sensational," he told me. "Zach's a lucky dog. We do make a cute couple, don't we?" I replied. "More than that," Byron observed. "I think he's fallen for you in a big way." He paused for a moment and then added, "You know, Lori, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but you and Zach, well, a lot of couples will be stepping up their relationships tonight, if you know what I mean." I knew exactly what he meant. I also suspected that he and Jenny would be one of those couples. But why was he telling that? Oh no! He couldn't mean. He read the look on my face. "Look, Lori, would it be so bad? Zach could be the right one for you. He could help you through all of this. Why not let yourself go?" We were interrupted before I could think of a response. It was Chuck, clutching a cell phone while his date stood miffed a few feet away. "Byron, we have to talk," he said, ignoring my presence. I was a little disappointed. I think he was the only male in the room who had managed to ignore me. But as agitated as he was, I supposed I had no reason to be miffed like his date. "Excuse me," Byron said formally and practically shoved Chuck to one side of the room. I couldn't hear what they were talking about. There was already too much loud conversation going on in the room, and the band looked as if they were getting ready to start playing again any moment. Jenny suddenly grabbed my arm. This would be a good time for me to go to the ladies' room. I stared at her blankly for a moment before I realized she meant it was time for me to go, too. That was one thing I don't understand to this day, why a woman can't go to the restroom by herself. But I followed her nonetheless. Actually, once we were in the restroom, I had to smile. Two of the cheerleaders were primping at the mirror. While Jenny was in the stall, I idly imitated the cheerleaders, absently pushing my hair back while pretending to ignore their jealous stares. I had seen them out on the floor, trying to get their dates to look at them rather than me. I gave them a catty little smile and proceeded to ignore them from then on. I heard one of them mutter, "Bitch," as they hurried out of the room. Well, at least that word meant they had finally admitted that I was a girl. "I know what you're doing," Jenny said to me in a conspiratorial whisper as she joined me at the mirror. "Oh, yeah." She grinned. "And it's working, too. Half the girls in the room are seething." I even heard Tom Farmington ask Nancy Paul why, if a former guy could look that good, why couldn't she? We both laughed. Tom was one of my former teammates, and an obnoxious guy at that. Nancy was another of the cheerleaders who had made it a point to make me feel uncomfortable for the last 2 weeks. Tom's comments couldn't have been aimed at a better target. The evening continued to go well, and not just because my little plan to tweak my classmates had gone so well. I found I was really enjoying being treated like a lady. Zach and I socialized a little, some of my classmates wanting to talk to me to see if I really acted like a beautiful girl as well as looking like one. But the best part was just being with Zach. Once I got the hang of dancing as a girl, I found I really enjoyed being on the dance floor with Zach. But there was one thing I had to resolve in my mind before the end of the evening. As Zach and I danced, I could feel the involuntary hard-on when we were close together. Byron had started me thinking, maybe I should let myself go. After all, as much as I had denied it earlier, I wasn't going to spend my life being celibate. There was going to come a time when I'd want to try out this new body of mine. Why not try it out with someone I genuinely liked? Zach would be a gentle lover, I was sure of that. That night in Kansas City with the girls, he had treated the girl he was with as if she were the police chief's virgin daughter. But did I really want to go that far that fast? It was a trite thought, but I really did wonder if he would respect me in the morning. Still, the attraction was there. As I felt his member pressed against me on the dance floor, I began to wonder what it would be like to have him in me. An unfamiliar tingling between my legs became a warm glow, and I realized with a start that my new body had its own opinions on the matter. The decision would have to come soon, I realized. The party was already starting to break up. Some of the more adventuresome couples like Alicia and her troglodyte boyfriend had already left, presumably for more adult entertainment. The band would only be playing one last set and we would be on our own. I began to wonder if I had set into motion something which I would be unable to stop. Zach had certainly lived up to his part of the bargain, but I could tell he had worked himself into something of a quiet but no less potent sexual frenzy. We would leave with our arms around each other, and both of us would want to do more. But should we? We were friends, weren't we? Did friends do that sort of thing together? I watched Byron and Jenny dancing near us. She was letting him hold her closely as she was seductively but subtly rubbing against him. It seemed almost unreal that Jenny had changed her opinion of Byron so quickly. It was almost magical. My mind was trying to tell me something, but the rational signals were being overridden by my own physical needs. I was clinging to Zach almost as seductively as Jenny was clinging to Byron. My body was practically trembling with anticipation, expecting that any moment Zach would send me a subtle signal and we would leave together to what? No. Surely not. But maybe. I was so confused. Part of me was ready to make love to Zach, but something in me was still fighting. Where had the impulse come from to make love to Zach? I certainly hadn't planned on it earlier in the evening. Byron and Jenny quickly bolted for the door. I could see the fire in Jenny's eyes and the smile on her lips. Where were they off to? Where had they planned to go that would be private enough? I tried to let those questions fade from my mind and concentrate on Zach. There would still be a few minutes left to enjoy the closeness with him on the dance floor. Then we'd find someplace quiet and private where we could. I had had nothing to drink, yet my mind was caught in what felt like an alcoholic fog. I was confused, unable to think clearly. Something was very, very wrong, but what was it? Are you ready to go? He asked me so quietly I almost didn't hear him. I looked up at his face, only inches from mine as we danced with my arms wrapped around his neck. I nodded. He took my hand and we headed for the car. The night was warm but not yet sultry as it would be for much of the summer. I felt the fresh air against my exposed shoulders and wondered what the air would feel like on my nipples. My heart beat faster at the thought. I started to suggest something to Zach, something I never would have thought only days before that I would have ever suggested to him. But what I was going to say was lost in surprise as we were suddenly bathed in the light of two strong headlights. I couldn't see the car, but I could see the rack of lights on the roof. As the car swung around, I saw the crest on the side. It was a state patrol car. The engine dropped to an idle and a state trooper jumped from the passenger side, leaving his partner behind the wheel. We're looking for a Byron Stockard. Is he still inside? No, Zach answered for us. He left just a few minutes ago. Did he say where he was going? Zach and I both swallowed our words. Neither of us particularly wanted the officer to know what Byron was probably up to by now. Why are you looking for him? I ventured. He's wanted on a federal warrant, the officer replied. If you see him, tell him to go to the local police station and turn himself in. Before we could ask more questions, the officer was back in the car and the driver had put the car in gear. What? I began in confusion, but the shock of the officer's appearance had shaken my mind and cleared it a bit. I looked over at Zach, who seemed to be trying to shake off his own bafflement. Zach, there's only one thing I can think of that would qualify Byron for a federal warrant. Zach nodded. Unless he figured out a way to embezzle from his father's bank, there's only one thing I can think of: to your transformation. I closed my eyes in pain. I had been betrayed by someone I had considered a friend. Somehow Byron had had a hand in my transformation. Rather than the consoling friend I had taken him to be, he had been one of the ones who had stolen my life from me. And unless I was wrong, he was about to steal something from Jenny as well. In fact, that was probably why he had seen to my transformation. It got me out of the way so he could make another run at Jenny. We've got to find him, I said at last. Zach nodded. Jenny. Good, he understood. But where could he have taken Jenny? Stockard was a small town. There were no anonymous motels to shack up in, and his parents would never allow it to happen in their home. Well, their home was big enough, but I was sure the police had looked for Byron there already. His parents would be alerted if they were home, and if they weren't, the police would nab him on the way in. Cautiously, Zach drove his father's Chrysler along the street where Byron lived. The house was ablaze with lights and I could see Byron's father peering out of the window as we drove past. He must have thought the car was Byron's and been on the lookout for him. So where could he be? Zach asked as he wheeled out of the short street filled with the town's few expensive homes. I don't know, I admitted, but I was thinking. At last I thought I had it. Zach, do you remember last year when Gina Wallace dated Byron for a while? Zach nodded with a grin. Gina had screwed half the guys on the football team. We were all surprised it had taken so long for her to get around to Byron, or maybe the other way around. Byron had bragged about the great spot he had found to take Gina to. It was Oak Grove, he pronounced confidently. Right. Oak Grove State Park was just 5 miles out of Stockard. It closed at 10, but it was easy to get around the gate and hide a car in the tree-lined turnouts. It was a fine if you got caught, but what would Byron care? He was rich. So it was just about the most private spot within an hour's driving radius. Let's go! But what if we were wrong? I worried as we drove. Byron and Jenny had left the party well before we had, and our side trip to Pass's house had cost us a few more minutes. Even if we were right, we'd have to check every little turnout looking for Byron before we could be sure. And if they weren't at Oak Grove, we'd be too late to stop Jenny from doing something she'd probably regret if she had any idea that Byron had been one of the agents of my transformation and that I had been changed just to get me out of the way. Where do we start? I asked Zach as he wheeled his father's car around the locked gate and over the concrete curb that was not quite high enough to keep us out of the park. Zach thought for a minute as he drove. Remember when the coach brought us out here last month for a little get-together? I nodded. Was it only a month ago? It was a Saturday picnic for the senior track team members and their dates. I had brought Jenny, and of course I had been male then. What about it? Byron was joking around. He didn't even have a date that day. He pointed out a hillside not far from the shelter and told some of us it would be a great place to get laid on a moonlit night since it had a view of the lake and all. So you figure that's where he is? I asked. Well, it's a full moon tonight. Let's try there first, I told him. It was as good a place as any to start. We really didn't have time to do it any other way. I had held out little hope that we'd get lucky, but we did. Apparently Byron had meant what he said about the spot, because his little Sunfire convertible was parked near the hillside Zach had mentioned. The top was down, but there was no one near the car. I hoped we weren't too late. Turn the car in the road and shine your lights up there, I said, pointing at the hillside. Right. I could see them clearly. They were lying together on a blanket. Jenny was still dressed, or at least partially so, but Byron had obviously been working on that. Her wine-colored dress was hiked up around her waist. I wondered if Byron was even going to bother to remove it. Well, Byron called out to us, surprising me with his calmness. You found us. Sorry, I didn't bring another blanket along, but you're welcome to settle down close by. The grass is pretty warm. I nearly fell as I trudged up to Byron, my high heels sinking in the soft earth. You bastard! I yelled at him. I thought you were my friend. In the light of the car headlights I saw him frown at me. For a moment I felt very vulnerable, and I was glad to see Zach at my side. You stole my girl, Byron said evenly. Nobody steals my girl and gets away with it. Byron, you asshole. I snarled. I didn't steal Jenny. You drove her away. Besides, you knew Jenny and I were just friends. Did I? He replied in mock innocence. Then he grinned. Well, it's a cinch you're nothing but friends now, Lori? I suppose I should have noticed that while all this was going on, Jenny just lay there on the blanket, oblivious to our conversation, but I was too mad at Byron to pay attention to Jenny. The state patrol is looking for you, I told him. You won't be grinning when they find you. But they won't find me, he pointed out. It was just dumb luck that you guys found me. Now I have some unfinished business before I worry about the police. But since you two are here, maybe you can show Jenny how it's done. How what's done? I asked. A blow job, of course, Byron laughed. Jenny's never given one. Can you believe that? But you can give a great blow job, can't you, Lori? I put my hands on my hips and looked at Byron, fuming. Just what the hell are you talking about, Byron? But in spite of my bravado, I had an uneasy feeling. What was this talk about blow jobs? I had never given a blow job, but I bet I could give a great. Byron was smiling as Zach nearly lunged at him. You don't want to hurt me, Zach. It wouldn't look good in front of you, lover. Doesn't she look hot, Zach? As if in a trance, Zach looked away from Byron and turned his gaze on me. He had a look in his eyes that said he wanted to eat me alive. Jenny, why don't you tell Zach and Lori that there's nothing wrong so they can get on with their lovemaking? There's nothing wrong, guys, Jenny said dully from the blanket, her mouth twisted into a vacuous smile. Oh God! I managed to mutter, barely audible. It all made sense now, the way Jenny had suddenly become interested in Byron again, and the way all of us had accepted every comment and suggestion Byron had made. You're a whisperer. Got it in one. Byron laughed. And you never suspected, did you? No, I didn't, I realized. But wasn't that what we had studied in class, that whisperers didn't even show up on the WK scale? It was their natural persuasiveness coupled with indefinable magic that made them so potentially dangerous. It had been Byron that had suggested the road trip to Kansas City. It had been Byron who had suggested that we pick up the prostitutes. And since my transformation, it had been Byron who had subtly made suggestions designed to make me accept what had been done to me and become attracted to Zach. And what about Zach? Byron had obviously been working on him as well. Was that why he seemed so attracted to me? Probably. And with Zach and I occupied with each other, Byron was free to lure Jenny into his web. And he did it right under my nose. Don't worry, Lori, you won't remember any of this when it's over. I can make you forget, too, did you know that? You see why I don't worry about the police? I can make them forget all about me. In fact, my powers have grown so strong in the last few weeks that I could probably have gotten Jenny to come back to me even without getting you out of the way. But I'm glad I didn't. You make a terrific girl, and you and Zach make a great couple. We did, didn't we? I though instinctively grabbing Zach's hand. I know you two can't wait to make love. And we couldn't. I could feel myself becoming hotter and hotter, the new configuration between my legs as so damp I almost felt as if I was melting. And Zach is a great-looking guy, isn't he, Lori? Oh yes. I thought. And Lori is so incredibly sexy, isn't she, Zach? Don't you just want to take her right now? Zach put his arms around me. I could feel his manhood rising up and wished that all my clothing would magically disappear so that he would be touching my yielding flesh. And... stop right there. The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. It was a woman's voice, calling. It almost seemed from out of nowhere. As Zach's hands moved down my body, I looked over his shoulder and saw Agents Howell and McCoy standing a few yards away. Another couple for our party, Byron called. Not this time, Agent Howell said, showing her badge to Byron. You're under arrest, Mr. Stockard. Now release all of these people at once. You don't want to arrest me, Byron told her confidently. Agent Howell grinned. Who do you think you are, a Jedi Knight? All FBM agents are protected against whisperers. Now are you going to release your friends or do I have to do it? It will go easier on you if you do it. Byron's shoulders slumped. You don't have to follow my suggestions, he said simply. I didn't have to, but I wanted to. If all these people would just leave so that Zach and I could. That's not strong enough, Agent Howell called, watching as Zach and I refused to end our embrace. Cancel all of your commands now. You're completely free of all of my commands and suggestions, Byron intoned. All at once I felt as if a cloud had been lifted from my mind. But my thoughts were in conflict. I looked at Zach and Jenny, they seemed equally off balance. Then Jenny just collapsed in a heap. Zach's hand slid from mine as he dropped to the ground. I wondered why I was still standing. Then I realized I wasn't. Darkness claimed me before I fell all the way to the ground. I didn't awaken until the next morning, and that was in the hospital with my mother sitting anxiously by my bedside. From her I learned that Byron had been duly arrested and Zach, Jenny and I had all been taken to the hospital for observation. None of us were injured, but apparently the sudden cancellation of Byron's suggestions to us had caused our minds to reboot almost like a computer. Zach had already been released, and Jenny was in the next room. I slipped on a robe Mom had brought for me and went in to see her. She had just awakened a few minutes before me, and her parents were just leaving. They waited outside a few minutes to talk to my parents, leaving me alone with Jenny. I want to thank you, Jenny said softly from her bed. You saved me from doing something I would have regretted later. He had us all fooled, I assured her. And I didn't save you, the FBM did. True, she agreed. But if you and Zach hadn't arrived when you did, the feds wouldn't have found me until it was too late. Noting my look of confusion, she asked, You don't know? No what? The FBM had a magical tracer on you, she explained. When you told them the WLA hadn't had any contact with you, they thought something strange was going on. They magically tagged you. Apparently once they found out Byron was involved, that Agent Howell thought following you last night might lead them to him. As it turns out, they were right. So if you and Zach hadn't figured out where we were, they would have been too late. Actually, it took a couple of days before I was able to piece together the whole story from my parents, the police, and the FBM. I had known Byron's sister was going to school back east. What I had not known was that she was doing so at the insistence of her father. From the old school, he had determined that sons took over family businesses while daughters married well. He had sent her to a prestigious Eastern school to find a rich husband. Instead, she found the Women's Liberation Army. The Stockards had been secretive about their daughter's terrorist activities, and she had been virtually disowned. Apparently Byron offered to let her back in the game though, if she'd help him with a little project he had in mind. Byron was cannier than any of us realized and more jealous as well. When he had screwed up in his relationship with Jenny, he had vowed to himself that he'd get her back no matter what. But Jenny had a protector, me, and I wasn't intimidated by Byron and never had been. Rather than confront me directly, Byron decided to delude me into thinking things were all right between us in spite of Jenny. But nothing was further from the truth. Byron convinced his sister to help him remove me from my role as Jenny's protector. She sent 3 girls from her WLA cell to Kansas City where they were picked up by Chuck and delivered to our hotel. Whether Chuck was a knowing accomplice or under Byron's whisperer spell no one seemed to know, but he was certainly part of the plot. That explained his agitation at the prom. He must have found out that the police were after him as well. My transformation should have removed me from protecting Jenny, but Byron hadn't counted on Jenny suddenly wanting to help and protect me. So Byron started whispering. He whispered to Zach and me, causing us to become more and more attracted to each other. Zach was easy. He was still himself and he was being convinced to fall for a pretty girl. I was another matter. Yet slowly but surely, Byron's little comments and observations shifted my thinking until I ended up dating Zach and nearly going to bed with him. And of course he whispered to Jenny, causing her to fall for him and fall hard. She had been ready to give up college and her dreams and follow Byron anywhere. And all because the asshole just couldn't accept that a Stockard could be denied anything. Well, Jenny was safe now. At least that much had been accomplished. But at what cost? Byron was in police custody, as presumably were his sister and her WLA associates. I suppose there was some good from that. At least they wouldn't be changing any more men into women for a while. Then there was Chuck. No matter if he was a willing accomplice of Byron's or not, he was certainly in the soup. Then there was me and Zach. Here I was, stuck as a young woman. And to make matters worse, Byron had used his considerable power of magical persuasion to cause Zach and I to be attracted to each other. I knew there was only one way to get some semblance of order back in my life. There was nothing I could do about being a woman. I was stuck as one. I had no real hope of a magic solution to the powerful spell-laden virus that had changed me. And even if there was an eventual cure, it might be years before it was in my grasp. No. I would have to learn to live as a woman, not in the way I had pretended to be one at the prom, but really and truly a woman. But as for Zach, I knew I couldn't see him again. Byron's whispering had been so strong that if I were to be alone with Zach, I knew I would lose myself completely. And as the hours then days went by without a phone call from Zach, I began to realize he had reached the same conclusion. It wasn't easy. We still had a few more days of school left, and we shared nearly half of our classes. We would speak, we were formally polite to each other. But I never felt his touch again. That was how it had to be. There was one more matter to be cleared up before the Stockard chapter of my life was officially closed. After Byron was arrested, his father put a hastily formed legal team into high gear. Fearing civil suits as well as criminal ones, his lawyers sought to protect their flank. They requested a meeting with me and my family. Once again Dan Jackson was representing us. For free, he told us as we waited for the Stockard legal team. What you've done for Jenny rates a free ride on this one. So whatever you settle for will be all yours, no fees. Settle for? I asked vaguely, squirming in my seat. My skirt was, I felt, entirely too short and too tight, and the heels hurt my feet. But Mr. Jackson had insisted I dress in a very feminine manner. He felt it would accent what had been done to me and put Stockard's lawyers on the defensive. I didn't know about that, but he was the expert, I supposed. He grinned. Lori, Byron is facing a long court battle. Actually, he'll probably get off fairly lightly. Laws governing the misuse of magic are still pretty sparse and ambiguous at best. It's the dilemma they had a few years back in dealing with the internet. No one can figure out how to regulate it. But it's to their advantage to settle damages as quickly and quietly as possible for any victims. It will cause them to go easy on Byron. Then I probably shouldn't settle at all, I said defiantly. Byron deserves whatever the legal system can throw at him. Mr. Jackson nodded. On one level I agree with you, Lori, but there's something else to consider. Look at the trouble you've had with many of the people here in Stockard. But soon you'll be leaving Stockard and going somewhere where you can start over. No one will know you were ever anything but the girl you are now. A big bloody trial would expose your story all over the state and maybe even all over the nation. You don't want that, do you? No, I didn't. If I was ever to have a normal life, normal as a girl, that is, it would be in my best interests to settle the whole affair as quietly as possible. I left the meeting that day $250,000 richer. That's right, $250,000. It was the amount Mr. Jackson told them would be required to establish my new life. It meant I could go wherever I wanted to college. Money was no object. It also meant I could afford fancy therapists to help me to cope with my new sex. Or at least that was the official story. Unofficially, I would use it to go to college all right. I had been accepted at the University of Colorado in Boulder, but the out-of-state tuition would have been too much for my parents. Not anymore. It was a good school and no one else I knew was going there, so I could start a new life. The rest of the money I put away. I didn't want a therapist who would sit there smugly and keep asking me how I felt about being a girl. In fact, I didn't even want to ask that question of myself. Like it or not, I was a girl and there would be no good way of changing that. I'd just have to get on with my life. And that's just what I did. So you came to Boulder and went to school, Marty prompted. He was still sitting there in the living room of my loft, ignoring the skyline of Denver behind him as he sipped the coffee I had made for us. That's right, I agreed. It was daunting to say the least. I kept waiting for someone to look at me and say, didn't you used to be a guy? But it didn't happen. No, I laughed, actually relaxing a little as I stopped my pacing and sat down in a chair across from him, smoothing out my short skirt with a skill garnered with years of practice. There was hope after all. He hadn't run screaming from my loft, looking back at me as if I were some sort of freak. Everyone treated me as if I had always been a girl. I think some of them thought I was something of a backward girl since I didn't seem to know much about clothing or makeup, but the sorority solved that problem. His eyebrow arched. Sorority? Yes, I said in a light conspiratorial tone. Can you imagine it? I was asked to join a sorority and I did. Call it the full immersion treatment, I guess. After a year in the sorority, I don't think anyone could have guessed I had ever been male. I looked wistfully at Marty, wondering if I had done the right thing telling him about my past. Jenny had introduced me to him. She had started law school the previous fall at the University of Denver and had introduced me to Marty, an old friend of hers from her undergrad days at the University of Missouri. Marty was working in Denver, and Jenny had mischievously told me she thought Marty Taylor would be perfect for me. I had laughed at the time, but the joke was on me. In the few weeks I had been dating him, I found out he really was perfect for me. He was the most perfect guy I had known since my transformation, except maybe 4. And now I had risked it all by telling him I had been born male. It would be ironic if that ended our relationship, for I no longer thought of myself as a male in any way. 5 years of living every day as a woman, 5 years of makeup and heels and periods and skirts will do that to a person. And yes, 5 years, well, not 5 but more than 3 years of experiencing sex as a woman was certainly enough to make me no longer consider myself even the tiniest bit male, but that was a story I didn't want to relate to Marty. I held my breath. He was still sitting there looking at me thoughtfully. Do you know what happened to the others? The others? He shrugged. You know, Chuck, Byron, and Zach, I added all too quickly. Yes. Chuck got off the hook, I told him. He spilled his guts about his role in the whole affair, but he had a good lawyer, Jenny's father. He convinced the court that Chuck had been under the influence of Byron's whispering power. The judge found him guilty of a couple of minor violations of the law and put him on probation. As for Byron, his father had the best criminal lawyers money could buy. Plus the feds weren't really after him, they were after the WLA and their magically enhanced virus. I understand that by agreeing to cooperate against his own sister, he got off with a few months in one of those federal country club prisons and an expunged record if he behaved himself. He ended up back in Stockard and married Alicia Morton. The possessive bitch? Marty laughed. One and the same, I affirmed with a smile. Then I got serious again. As for Zach, his parents moved away right after he finished high school. We just sort of fell out of touch. I paused for a moment and Marty said nothing. I think I wasn't really fair to him. We talked a little on the phone before he left town. Why on the phone? That was an odd question, I thought, but I had a ready answer for him. I was afraid, I admitted. I found myself being attracted to Zach and I couldn't handle it. I was afraid that it was just Byron's whispering. And it wasn't? He asked when my voice trailed off. I shook my head. I felt the soft touch of my hair as I did and the tug of the earrings in my ears, sensations that had felt normal to me for several years, but telling my story had made me aware of them once more. The effects of whispering only last for 48 hours without reinforcement. We know that now, but remember, then whispering was a new enhanced magical ability that had everyone worried that we were all going to be zombies controlled by a master whisperer. I remember, he chuckled. I thought the same thing at the time. So you can see why I never contacted Zach again, I surmised. Now do you still want the answer to that question of yours? I was honestly afraid he would say no. I don't think I would have blamed him if he did. How could he possibly understand that although I had once been a man, that life was gone? It might as well be in the grave. Even when I thought of myself as a child, I had trouble not seeing myself in dresses and curls. When people keep asking you, do you remember when you were a little girl, and you actually start remembering it after a while, even though you know in your heart it isn't real. He didn't say no, but he didn't say yes either. I could see his sandy brown brows knitting in thought. Then he said carefully, before you answer that question I put to you, there's something I need to tell you as well. He was silent for a moment. Or maybe I should say something I need to show you. He stood up in front of me and closed his eyes. I watched in amazement as the features on his face began to change. The dark blonde hair turned darker still and the eyebrows became a little thinner. His nose shifted slightly in size and his jawline reshaped itself. Marty was a handsome man. I had noticed that with the eye of the woman I had become from the first moment I met him. But the man reforming before me was even more handsome. He was Zach. He gave a sheepish grin. It was the grin I remembered so well, but it came from a face that had matured well and filled out slightly. Hey Larry, he said. Even the tone of his voice had changed with age, but it was the same Zach I had known since childhood. Hey, Zach, I answered out of instinct. Then more seriously I stood and asked, why, Zach? Lori, you weren't the only one who wondered what effect Byron's whispering had, he began. Imagine what I felt like. I was a guy in love with my best friend. It just didn't seem normal, but somehow it felt right. In love? Hell, yes, he replied, punctuating it so much that I was momentarily startled. Remember how I always flitted from girl to girl in high school? It was because I never could find one I could be friends with first. That sounds funny for a guy, doesn't it? We're supposed to be interested in scoring and not lasting relationships. But you weren't like that when you were a guy, and neither am I. More than once back then before you changed, I often wondered why I couldn't find a girl who could be a good friend like you. I even started wondering if I was having homosexual feelings for you. And then I changed, I prompted. He nodded. And then you changed. God, Lori, it was like some perverted dream come true. You were still my friend, but you were a girl and you were beautiful. Then when it came out that Byron was a whisperer, I told myself that none of it was real, not my feelings for you or anything. I tried to tell myself that for years. His eyes met mine. But I was wrong, Lori. I did love you then and I love you now. I just couldn't bring myself to approach you. Then Jenny suggested I use my magical talent and see you again to see if I really did love you. My ability to appear as someone else has certainly improved over the years, you'd have to admit. And it had. I never suspected that the man I had been seeing for the last few weeks was using an illusion to trick me. I didn't know whether to be offended or not. You tricked me, I muttered, folding my arms over my chest. He gently took my arms, his hands in mine. I know, darling, but I was so afraid. I wanted you to fall in love with me. I meant to tell you. Jenny and I had planned that I would tell you on our first date and surprise you. But you seemed to be so comfortable with Marty and so uncomfortable with me when we graduated that I couldn't give up the illusion. I couldn't give you up. Can you forgive me? I thought about it. I thought of the time we had wasted, the 5 years since I had changed. But I supposed it was time we both needed to discover who we were, who we wanted to be, and who we wanted to be with. I forgive you, I said softly, finding I really meant it. I think in that moment, I was also forgiving myself. And my question? Zach asked tentatively, a worried look in his appealing eyes. Oh yes, Zach, I said, truly happy once more now that my mind was made up. Of course I'll marry you,